Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and change makers. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a bright and beautiful day. Welcome to Times Network Sustainability Conclave 2026, brought to you by presenting partner Adani, co-powered by Mahatransco, state partner Madhya Pradesh, tourism partner Delhi Tourism.
Innovation partner Shakti Pumps, growth partner Greenco Group, energy partner Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, International Solar Alliance, Solar Energy Corporation of India, research partner Climate Trends, and education partner Bennett University. In the last few years, India has gone from being a cautious participant in the global climate conversation to now setting the pace of it. This year, in fact, as per government data, India crossed 50% of its power capacity from non-fossil sources 5 years ahead of its 2030 target.
Isn't that amazing, Ashish? You know, ladies and gentlemen, in the financial year 2025-26 alone, the country added over 55 gigawatts of clean energy capacity. That's highest in any single year on record. And that places India's renewable capacity third in the entire world.
And what's more interesting is that India is now becoming a nation that powers its own growth, on its own terms, self-reliant enough to build what it needs right at home, resilient enough to withstand what the climate brings, and ambitious enough to lead, not follow. That is the scale of the transition India is having today, and it is exactly the conversation this room has been built for.
Absolutely. And before we move on, let's welcome our chief guest. Honorable Minister has arrived. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone for the conclave, we have our chief guest arriving here, and that is something that we will be focusing on, what his message really is going to be. And before we move ahead, let's quickly play an audio-visual, a small video that we have that will actually set the tone for the conclave, and that will also give you a sense of what's expected during the day.
2035, not a distant future, a defining deadline. By then, India could stand among the world's 3 largest economies. The true measure of our progress will not be in how fast we grow, rather on how sustainably we grow. Because a nation carrying the ambitions of 1 billion-plus people must also confront the realities of a changing climate. Our self-reliance will be tested by the energy we import, the industries we build, the resources we consume, and the food systems that sustain us. The choices we make today will define the India of 2035. Choices that demand resilience, resources, and a resolve. Because sustainability can no longer remain an ambition. It is realized with action. Renewable energy at scale. Mobility that moves without costing the planet. Industries built for a greener future. An economy where resources are not simply consumed, but re-engineered. Every sustainable transformation begins with policies that enable progress, business leaders who scale solutions, innovators and climate champions turning intent into impact, different voices, one shared responsibility, one defining moment to act. Adani presents Times Network Sustainability Conclave 2026, co-powered by Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company Limited. India's journey to becoming a self-reliant nation starts here.
Wow. sustainability is not just an ambition. That's the phrase of the day, that of course set a very powerful tone to this conclave, and it really, in a way, establishes the conversations that we are having today.
That's right, Ashish. In fact, under the visionary leadership of our esteemed chief guest, India has emerged as a global powerhouse in renewable energy. He has overseen one of the fastest scale-ups in clean energy capacity anywhere in the entire world. And his progressive policies have significantly strengthened India's push towards building its own green future.
And not just that, he's also championed the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat through his tenure as the Minister for New and Renewable Energy. And also, there is no better way to inaugurate this conclave on India's sustainable future than with the man steering it right from the center.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy. May I please request Honorable Minister to come on this stage?
I would also like to invite Ashish Sehgal, CEO, Times Television Network, Navika Kumar, Editor-in-Chief, Times Group, and Zaka Jacob, Managing Editor, Times Group, to come on the stage and please present the Honorable Minister with a token of our appreciation.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We can do slightly better. It's just the beginning of the conclave. I would now like to request Honorable Minister to please address the gathering and set the tone for the day, shedding light on India's journey to sustainability.
Good morning, Group Editor-in-Chief, Times Television Network, Navika Kumar, other distinguished guests, industry leaders and member of media. Namaskar to you all. In the middle of monsoon session in Delhi, and monsoon also in Delhi, as yesterday, day before yesterday, quoted by Prime Minister, Parliament is in session. If at all Parliament runs, I have question hour. It is at the serial number 4. That's why I am here up to 11:20. Even if Parliament functions, I can go and reach and reply. अगर यंग लीडर्स अलो करते हैं तो पार्लियामेंट में जो यंग लीडर्स बैठे हैं अलो करते हैं तो So after that, I am directly heading to the Parliament. That's why Navika suggests me that I should come in the morning and address. Otherwise, if I go to the Parliament, then whether I will come or not, she did not mean she had some doubt in the mind. But still, because of the Times concerned about this sustainability and support to this cause, I decided, in spite of question hours and roster in the Parliament and many other meetings after that, I am here today. I hope this marks the beginning of the annual platform that brings together policymakers, industry, innovators, and the media to shape the India's sustainable journey. The Times Network theme is the India 2035, a self-reliant nation, is both timely and inspiring. It calls upon all of us to move beyond the ambition and commitments toward the actionable solution that can accelerate India's journey towards the Atmanirbhar future. When we speak of 2035, we are not imagining the distant future. We are looking at a future we are already building, and it is almost there. तो कुछ लोग क्रिटिसाइज भी करते हैं, आप देखे होंगे 2047 के बात करते हैं, 2047 कौन रहेगा कौन नहीं रहेगा, लेकिन इतना तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ अगर भगवान का सब आशीर्वाद है तो 2035 तक जो सब इधर बैठे हो हम सब लोग रहेंगे, इसलिए 2035 इज आई थिंक मोस्ट रीजनेबल टारगेट. In fact, over last 45 days, the true innovators are taking the nation to the newer heights. हमारा जो युवा है, they are taking to the new heights. During this time, India has quietly continued to move forward. However, the awareness about these achievements has not reached the masses, probably because of the public discourse has been hijacked by a particular ecosystem. Whether it is the startup Skyroot Aerospace, which launched the country's first privately developed orbital rocket, or this recent hydrogen-powered train, because hydrogen comes under my department, especially green hydrogen. We have already invested more than almost 20,000 crores from the government itself. Many offtake agreements have taken place with the foreign countries. So this is a very proud moment for me also, because hydrogen-powered train, placing us among the select group of the nations investing in the next generation of the clean transportation technologies. Global investors continue to place their confidence in India. Today, India is not just the world's fastest growing major economy, India is becoming the world's most trusted growth story. The trust has been built through the consistency, policy stability, and decisive leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi. Despite the conflict in West Asia and an uncertain global environment, India's economy has ended the first quarter of financial year 27 on a very strong note. GST collection in June touched nearly about 2 lakh crore, growing by almost 14% compared to the last year. The automobile sector is also doing exceptionally well. Passenger vehicles sales rose from 24% in June, while the power consumption increased by nearly 12%, showing that industries, business, and the households are all consuming more energy as economic activity gathers the pace. India's digital economy continues to surge. UPI transaction volumes grew by 23%, and the total value of the transaction increased by 20%, highlighting the rapid expansion of the global payment across the country. Our external trade is equally encouraging. During April to June quarter, India's exports grew by 11%, nearly $233 billion, with the merchandise export rising by almost 11%, led by a strong growth in engineering goods and electronics. Together, these achievements show that despite the global uncertainties, India's growth engine continues to move forward with strength, resilience, and confidence. According to the National Generation Adequacy Plan 2026-27 to 2035-36 published by CEA, Central Electrical Authority, India will have 786 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 35-36, accounting to almost 70% of our installed power capacity, that is 1,121. As per the projections, for the first time in the history, solar energy will take over the coal to become the India's single largest source of the installed power capacity, exceeding coal by nearly 200 gigawatt, that is 315 coal and 510 gigawatt of solar. We are all here will agree that such a future demands robust electricity system. That is why India is planning one of the world's most ambitious energy storage program. By 35-36, we should have over 174 gigawatt or 888 gigawatt hour of energy storage capacity and 94 gigawatt of pumped storage products. See, why I am talking this is because nowadays question is arising, what after solar hours? The solar hours के बाद क्या होगा? Solar hours के बाद बैटरी में हम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं, स्टोरेज में हम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं. इसका रिजल्ट आप शॉर्टली आपको देखने के मिल रहा है, क्योंकि उसमें भारत सरकार भी सेंट्रल फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस के द्वारा बहुत मदद कर रहे हैं. तो बहुत लोग मुझे ये भी पूछते हैं, इतना बड़ी मात्रा में आप कैपेसिटी एडिशन कर रहे हैं. इंडिया इज द सेकंड highest capacity addition in the last year. We added around 55 gigawatt of the through non-fossil sources. Out of that, 44 is solar, 6.4 or 6.5 it is wind. This wind, if I can tell you, in the entire, it started way back in 1970 and 80 wind. And when we took over, when Prime Minister Shri Modi took over, it was 21 gigawatt and now it is 57 plus gigawatt, and in a single year, last year, we have added 6 gigawatt. So that will also add to the non-solar hours, that is peak hour power supply will be added advantage if the wind capacity is increased. That is why in a recent Windergy conference, I have a given call where the previous turbines which were fixed in the very good windy area, that is wind locations, I have asked them to survey it properly and replace all these wind turbines, because at that time it was 30 kilowatts, 40 kilowatts, 25 kilowatts. Those good locations have been now, we want to shift it to the bigger like 5 megawatt turbines have come now. So what change we can expect in coming days as far as the energy growth is concerned, you can imagine, and very shortly means if that is finally decision is taken, that decision we are studying it, hopefully it will be done, and at that case wind capacity also is very considerably it is going to increase. Wind, solar with battery storage, wind with battery storage and pump storage together, the cost of the electricity is also going to come down like anything. Ultimately, Prime Minister has told us many times in the cabinet meetings to all cabinet colleagues that the overall cost of the production, it has to come down. If you want to export, merchandise exports to increase, what needs to be done? Logistic cost has to be reduced, manufacturing cost has to be reduced. To reduce the manufacturing cost, the electricity cost should be reduced. With all these things, we can reduce the electricity cost, and also CBM, carbon border mechanism, that is carbon tax, which is going to be imposed by many countries in coming future, that can also be raised. It has got many advantages. The Prime Minister has recognized it. Prime Minister, that's why from the 14 itself, he has started promoting it. If I can tell you one thing, when statistics, which probably some of must have forgotten because everybody has read it, in 2012-13, the cost of the solar per unit cost was, it was almost 11 rupees. Today it is 2 rupees 19 paisa. This is the change what has been brought because of the scale. When scale and speed picks up, what change can happen, that can be understood. And many places I have told, previously also there was sun, that was SUN sun, and that SUN sun capacity nobody recognized. The Prime Minister Modi recognized it, and some people went behind the SON sun and they could not recognize the capacity of the SUN sun. So the things have started changing, and I think you have understood what I meant by SUN sun and SUN sun. And I have told on the many occasions, SON sun के कारण, SUN के सन के कारण सनस्ट्रोक होना चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ लोगों को SON सन के कारण सनस्ट्रोक हो गया है. So that we can't help for that. But today I am telling you, in another month or so, India will reach 300 gigawatt of non-fossil sources, 300 gigawatt. And it was with hydro, it was 81 gigawatt when Prime Minister Modi took over. Today, we are going to reach very shortly 300 gigawatt. What a change. The 2.66 gigawatt of the solar in 2014, today it is 162 gigawatt. And that's also very shortly because our rooftop solar, we are reaching almost 50 lakhs. It is 47.5 lakhs today. We are reaching 50 lakhs in a very short time. And all put together, it will be nearly about 175 gigawatt in another 2-3 months. This is what has been changed. And recently I had been to Madhya Pradesh. You know, with the battery storage, we have the price discovered is 2 rupees 70 paisa per unit. 2 rupees 70 paisa with battery storage. So what is the cost of the thermal? You can imagine. I was coal minister. I am not undermining the thermal because we need thermal. But at the same time, if we want the same capacity addition of the non-fossil because of the availability of sun, that is irradiation is good in India, and also wind is also good. So हमारा जो overall cost of the production is going to be of the electricity, cost of the electricity is going to come down. By that, what Prime Minister is visualizing, overall logistic cost plus cost reduction in the cost of our manufacturing, we can achieve more and more export. So this is what is being proved today. That's what I told. Increase of the export by 11% in spite of all these global problems, which everybody, I think, have recognized, and GST collection. Many such things I can quote, but because further also you may be having some session, and I have some session, and you have some session, so I don't want to go, I don't want to give very lengthy speech on this occasion. And India has also strengthened the climate commitments by updating the nationally determined contribution. We have committed to securing 60%. हमने क्या दुनिया को प्रॉमिस प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया था 2030 तक हम 50% थ्रू नॉन फॉसिल सोर्सेज से हमारा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेट होगा, एंड वी हैव डन इट in 2025 itself, 5 years in advance. The entire world is appreciating this today, what people have said about this. At the closing, of my remarks, I will tell you. And we have committed 60% and capacity from non-fossil sources and reducing the emission intensity by 47% by 2035, 60% in 2035. I am quite hopeful. मैं बहुत ऑप्टिमिस्टिक हूँ, ये भी कम से कम 5 बरस जल्दी हो जाएगा। 60% हमने दुनिया को कमिटमेंट दिया है, दुनिया ने भी हमको यही टारगेट जो वर्ल्ड फोरम पे दिया है, दैट वी विल अचीव 5 years in advance because it is an advantage for us. And in fact, let me tell everyone from this platform that over the next few days, India to cross another historic milestone. By the end of this month, I am confident our country will achieve 300 gigawatt. That's what I told you. In 2014, I have told you what was the capacity of India's total non-fossil sources, and today it is going to reach 300. Today it is 297.36. That's also very exactly what the figure we have reached, I am telling, because every day I will be getting these updates. India has added more clean energy capacity than the entire installed capacity of the developed economies. You please try to mark my words. Such as United Kingdom, उनका total installed capacity 110 gigawatt है. हमारा ऐसा का जो डायरेक्टर जनरल है, आशीष जी इधर बैठे हुए, तो he is an expert in this field. You can ask him. It is 110 gigawatt. Total UK का installed capacity. हमारा सिर्फ और सिर्फ 12 वर्ष में हमारा नॉन फॉसिल सोर्सेस है, इट इज nearly 300 gigawatt. And France, it is 150 gigawatt, their total installed capacity. Australia 105, Canada 156, but हमारा सिर्फ नॉन फॉसिल 300 है, फॉसिल तो अराउंड 260 something like that, I don't remember that figure. So उनका इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी से ज्यादा, मुझे एक घटना याद आता है, जब मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया गया था, मैंने बोला हमने 200 करोड़ वैक्सीनेशन हमने डोसेजेस कंप्लीट किया है, So they were not able to imagine what I am telling. She asked, my counterpart asked, can you convert into million or billion? I said 2 billion. Then she 2 billion. 2 billion, she was confused because their total population is 2.5 crore and ours is 140 crore. Out of that, डबल डोसेज का हमारा वैक्सीनेशन हमने 200 कंप्लीट किया था, उसमें उन्होंने 1.25 करोड़ किया था. इसलिए sometime our figures world will also not understand, but we have achieved this. So friends, you can recollect in 2012 all media persons and the stalwarts from the sector, they are sitting here. I would like not to go further details. 2012 में for the peak demand of the power, that is 123 gigawatt, पूरा ठप हो गया था, exploded, पूरा blackout हो गया था. Almost 66 crore of the population of northern India was blacked out for 72 hours. Recently, the total peak demand was 281 gigawatt, and we successfully managed it. जब हमने वन नेशन वन ग्रिड बोला था, लोग हंसते थे मोदी जी का स्लोगन लेके, लेकिन वो किया और उसमें आउट ऑफ दैट 33% इज फ्रॉम द रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी. द टोटल दिस हैज व्हाट इज बीन चेंज्ड. तो पीएम सूर्य घर, पीएम कुसुम, सी यू कैन इमेजिन पीएम कुसुम के बारे में, जब कुसुम का पूरा फुल फॉर्म नहीं बोल सकते, क्या स्कीम लाया है, ऐसे प्रश्न मुझे भी पार्लियामेंट में पूछा है. लेकिन आज पीएम कुसुम, people are coming, every chief minister is coming to meet me to PM कुसुम, हमको अलॉटमेंट ज्यादा दो. क्योंकि रात को पावर देते हैं इरिगेशन के लिए, ये सोलार के द्वारा हम दिन में देते हैं, वो भी फ्री हो जाता है. एक बार इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं तो उसमें हम 33% हम प्रधानमंत्री जी देते हैं, सेंट्रल फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस. सो फार्मर्स आर वेरी हैप्पी. So farmers want, I want solar electricity. You please ask my state government to supply. So recently, even Congress minister is requesting me, chief ministers are requesting me a lot more PM Kusum. So we have converted 28 lakhs pumps. So there are many such things which I can say. International Renewable Agency projects, India's energy investment will touch 170 billion by 2026. This year. And we are having the World Renewable Energy Investment Conference November 2, 3, 4. November 2, 3, 4 है ना आशीष जी? 2 to 5. तो दुनिया के बहुत बहुत बड़े इन्वेस्टर्स आ रहे हैं इसमें. आप पर्सनली पुट एफर्ट, हमारा ऐसा भी इसमें एफर्ट कर रहे हैं. बहुत कंट्री पार्टनर्स इसमें आ रहे हैं, कंट्रीज मंत्री जी आ रहा है. भारत का जो सक्सेस है, वो सक्सेस देखने के लिए लोग आ रहे हैं. द वर्ल्ड हैज बिगन टू रिकॉग्नाइज इंडिया लीडरशिप. यस्टरडे एग्जीक्यूटिव सेक्रेटरी ऑफ द UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Mr. Simon Still, said India's clean energy, I quote, India's clean energy growth is like Sachin Tendulkar and Vaibhav Suryavanshi rolled in one. This is, I have not told this. UNFCCC का जो डायरेक्टर है उन्होंने बताया है. India's clean energy growth is like Sachin Tendulkar and Vaibhav Suryavanshi rolled in one. A stellar record, but the story is not just getting started. And if India keeps doubling down on renewables and clean tech, the next chapter promises to be truly extraordinary. हमारे देश में कुछ लोगों को दिखता नहीं है हम जो क्या कर रहे हैं मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, लेकिन दुनिया इसको रिकॉग्नाइज कर रहे हैं. तो रिसेंटली जर्मन एम्बेसडर फिलिप एक्करमैन डिस्क्राइब इंडियाज रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी एज टॉप नॉच. तो ऐसे बहुत दुनिया में हमको भी जो भी एनर्जी मिनिस्टर जो भी डेलीगेशन आएगा वो तो हमारा अटल ऊर्जा भवन में एक पदार्पण करके ही जा रहा है. ये मोदी जी का जो 12 वर्ष में हुआ ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. दैट हैज टू बी अप्रिशिएटेड. सो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस डाटा सेंटर, इसके लिए पावर चाहिए एंड दोज पीपल आर डिमांडिंग फॉर द क्लीन एनर्जी. इसलिए हमने फॉर द इवनिंग आवर्स वी आर डूइंग लॉट ऑफ projects for that also, but as I said, battery storage and many other things. and also in nuclear energy, lot of the changes we have brought. So with all these things, I can only assure you, Atmanirbhar 2035 तक, a self-reliant nation, तो 2035 तक एनर्जी में जो आपका अपेक्षा है, आपने जो एक विजन रखा है 2035 तक, इसके आपके साथ मिलके, आपके सहयोग से भारत मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इसको अचीव करेगा। आपका सपोर्ट चाहिए, आपका ब्लेसिंग चाहिए। आई विश दिस कॉन्क्लेव ए ग्रेट सक्सेस। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू, नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir, for sharing your vision for a greener Bharat with us. May we please request you to come back on the stage for a moment, sir?
All right, let's request the Honorable Minister to come back on the stage for a moment.
A fan moment there.
Honorable Minister, requesting you to come back on the dais, yes.
Thank you so much. India's renewable energy growth reflects the combined efforts of strong national policy and the institutions that are working to bring that vision to life. Today, we would like to take a moment to recognize these Bharat renewability champions, organizations and institutions that have played a defining role in this journey.
Absolutely. I now request the Honorable Minister to felicitate our Bharat renewability champions in celebration of their contribution to India's clean energy mission. We request Mr. A.K. Nayak, Executive Director, Solar Energy Corporation of India Limited, to please receive a token of recognition from the Honorable Minister.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Now we would like to call on stage Mr. Sushant Kumar Dev, Executive Director Projects, Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, to please receive this token of appreciation.
Let's keep the applause going, everyone. Next up, Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General, International Solar Alliance, to please receive the token of recognition from the Honorable Minister. That's Mr. Ashish Khanna there, Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Also, let's call on stage Mr. Ramakrishna Satluri, CEO and Director, Shakti Pumps, and Mr. Piyush Patidar, DGM Solar Business, to please receive the token of recognition from the Honorable Minister.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now we would like to invite Dr. D. Nagendra Prasad, Director, Greenco Group, to please receive the token of our appreciation.
Of course, our Bharat renewability champions. Next, let's call on stage Mr. Purnendu Chobe, Senior Vice President and Regulatory Head, Renew, to collect the token of recognition from the Honorable Minister. Let's keep the applause going. These are the champions powering sustainability and, of course, taking on sustainable solutions across the board, across multiple sectors. Next on stage, Mr. Gajendra Bhargoja, Head Corporate Communications, Wari Energies, to please receive the token of recognition from the Honorable Minister. All right, a big round of applause, everyone, for our Bharat renewability champions.
And their work clearly is making a lot of difference. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for joining us today and setting the stage for a day of motivating and inspiring discussions. And ladies and gentlemen, Big round of applause there for our honorable chief guest, because he also gave us a sense of where India is headed. He gave some very interesting targets as well. He spoke about how the ambition of the country is to now have energy storage plan by 2035, because sustainability, improving our energy capacity is going to be very crucial for Bharat to become Viksit by 2047.
Absolutely. A very valid point there, Hina. As India works to scale its energy transition to meet the ambitions of 2035, which is also the theme of our event, the questions of finance, infrastructure, policy execution become very crucial. Our next session, the first session of the day, brings together three leading voices working across these very fault lines to discuss how India moves from targets to the on-ground delivery. But before we go to that, Hina, the conversations we are having today, it's very important because we're not just talking about sustainability on a book, in a corporate rule book. We're talking about sustainability and sustainable solutions on the ground. And these are leaders, change makers, champions who've actually done that in their fields.
Absolutely. And if we want to become Viksit by 2047, and if we want to become self-reliant by 2035, that's the theme of our conclave as well. Sustainability has to be part of everything that we really do. So viewers, let's now talk about the next session, the first session in fact of the day. For that we are going to be joined by three power-packed leaders: Vibhuti Garg, Director South Asia, Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis; Tanya Singhal, Vice President and Country Head, India Global Energy Alliance; and Aarti Khosla, Founder, Director, Climate Trends, as they will be discussing scaling energy for India 2035, and they are going to be in conversation with Managing Editor Times Now, Zaka Jacob, who's going to be joining us in just a few moments because the minister has just left and he's going to be joining us just now. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very interesting session because Zaka Jacob is going to be here in just a few moments.
Absolutely. And Hina, if you notice the conversations we're having today, the theme and the tone of the conversations, what we're trying to do here is we're bridging every single aspect of a green transition. Usually that's the conversation. And as we talk about it, Zaka Jacob is back in the hall. Zaka, over to you.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this session on scaling energy for India 2035.
Sorry, I was just seeing the Minister off. Thank you very much for joining us on this session, the first session of the Sustainability Summit that we're having here at the Times Network. I want to start off by setting the context. I think the last 3 months of the West Asia conflict has sort of set the tone for how important India's push for renewable energy, non-fossil fuels is, because it has shown rather starkly, I think, India's dependence on crude imports, particularly through the Strait of Hormuz. We have seen how more than 80% of our crude imports are dependent on that critical waterway. And yet, despite this war, despite the last 3 months of this war, we have managed to ensure that across the country there have been no major disruptions, whether it is for fossil fuels or whether it is for electricity demand. So, having set that context, India's push over the last 10 years, as the Prime Minister said, later this year we will be clocking close to 300 gigawatts of energy from non-fossil fuels, which is an unbelievable achievement in and of itself, but we still have a long way to go. The target that was initially set is 500 by the end of this decade, and now the Minister, again, you heard him a moment ago saying that our renewed target is going to be 60% by 2035. So let's see how we get there. Are we ready for it? And also, are we ready for this big AI boom, which of course comes with it a huge demand for electricity for running these massive data centers and GCCs. So having said that, let me start with Vibhuti here. Do you think we are set for the target that has been set for 500 gigawatts by the end of the decade, and as the Minister said, 60% by 2035? And what may this massive transition towards non-fossil fuels mean for India, India's industries, India's growth story, and also, most importantly, an issue that's come to the fore of late, jobs for young people?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and discussing about India's energy transition growth story. As has been highlighted by the Minister, India has really made remarkable progress. We have seen how just not only in terms of adding renewable energy capacity, I think what is even more striking for me is also the whole ecosystem approach that India adopted. We are now self-sufficient in terms of module manufacturing. There is a huge impetus being given to even develop now the entire value chain, including, our focus on having a different strategy for even acquiring critical minerals as well. So I think that's where the focus has been. So we are really way ahead in terms of definitely, I think, keeping aside China, I think India, the way it has shown how, not only in terms of energy capacity addition, but as I said, ecosystem development, and that has really led to ensure that we are much more energy secure. So while a lot of countries struggled when the Strait of Hormuz, the West Asia conflict happened, but India was much better prepared just because we had huge energy coming from renewable energy sources and which was domestic. So I think that's where our focus has been, and it has also led to a lot of new job creation. And what I think now needs to trickle down is how, while at the center we have very conducive policies, but how it trickles down at the state level. We have seen how in so many different states, Rajasthan, Karnataka, they have shown immense deployment of renewable energy, but I think what now needs to be more focused in terms of how do we bring in grids that can support this renewable energy deployment? How do we bring in more storage, which we have been lagging in some sense. There has been huge interest in terms of auction that has happened, but the real-time development has been much slow, and I think that's where our focus needs to be.
So, Tanya, we mentioned about the Strait of Hormuz crisis and how that's a criticality which has come to the fore now, and we need to reduce our dependencies there. But when you make the switch to renewables, there are dependencies there as well. For example, I think almost 90% of the world's EV batteries are being manufactured in China. That's a critical dependency. Almost 90% of the rare earth processing happens in China. When, God forbid, the next conflict comes, how prepared is India to address these criticalities and to reduce our dependence on these criticalities?
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I think you're raising a very pertinent question to say, while we are talking about a 300 gigawatt, almost 300 gigawatts capacity installed on the ground, if need be, tomorrow if an energy crisis escalates, how well prepared are we, right? And I'd like to answer this first by stepping back and saying, in 2010, when the National Solar Mission was launched, a target of 20 gigawatt by 2020 was put, which people said was unrealistic. And now we are talking about 65% of India's power by 2035 coming from renewables. So one of the things I've seen for India is we keep moving the goalpost for our own self because we exceed and over-exceed it. In the same manner, I see the same discussion happening today on battery storage, which is right now very much dependent on a lithium-ion supply chain, which is a lot of China dependent. But I also see the same discussion happening a few years earlier in 2010 to 15, when the renewable solar capacity was scaling and a large chunk of modules were imported from China. Right? At that time, the question was, should solar be dependent on China? And the answer was, unless there is a core demand in India, you prove the business case here, how will manufacturing companies come up and put large amount of capital to build an ecosystem? I think the same question is being asked today. Right? There is a lot of potential of storage and other technologies, but for manufacturers to come in and the incentives that are being given by the government in terms of VGF will only be successful if they see that installation, that auctions of 90 gigawatt are actually converting into real projects on the ground. And somewhere that's also where Global Energy Alliance is coming in and saying, can we build on the ground? Like, for example, our project in Kilokri, which is a 20 megawatt, 40 megawatt hour storage project, has one of its kind proved in the last 1.5 years that there is an economic viability in storage, which encourages manufacturers to then build this locally and not just be dependent on China. Similarly, we have run a challenge called Entice 3, where we are encouraging startups to come in with alternate chemistries, sodium ion and other chemistries that they can flourish here in. So the limited point I'd like to bring is we need the demand. The certainty of the demand will then get the supply. We have seen this story happening for solar. Demand came and now we have more module capacity than our demand. And I can see that same thing translating to storage and other rare earth metals as we move forward.
Aarti, in terms of, again, the Minister mentioned about how India's revised NDC targets are now looking at 60% by 2035. But again, I come back to that question of, how prepared is India for the next criticality, particularly at a time when, let's face it, in the West, the mood seems to be, certainly in certain countries in the West, the mood seems to be that, climate change is not a reality. People are denying it at the highest levels of office. And this intention of developed countries, whether it's transferring technology or helping climate finance, the mood has changed, certainly in the last few years. So in that context, for a developing country, a global south country like India, to press on, how easy or difficult would that be?
I think India was wise in always under-promising and over-delivering. When it happened at the time of the Paris Agreement 10 years back, we were very sure on what our trajectory is. We have delivered more than that. India's story of energy transition hasn't been a story which just has to be told to the West. It lies in what makes sense here, what's logical for states to do, and therefore it's not been separated from the story of climate action as it should be. I think for me the most heartening thing today is, even if the world is not walking the talk on climate action and sustainability, India is actually walking the talk, because there was a logic in which we were doing things in terms of international commitment and also expanding policies, ecosystem and associated plans in India. That puts us in a much stronger position than many other countries, for instance in Europe or other parts of the world, where there was a very strong narrative on what climate action should be like. But if you continue importing LNG in terms of crisis, if you continue not being able to shift to renewable-based heat pumps like we saw in Europe, the reality is in your face. The advantage for India is, as we've spoken since morning, we were 2 gigawatts of solar power in 2010. We are at the place where we are right now. When the heat stress happened 2-3 months ago, for at least since May till now, 50 days at least the power demand, half of the power demand has been met by renewables. All this is not possible when you're doing narrative management. All of this is possible if climate goals are first deeply enshrined in what national policy is. Energy transition is not considered a hashtag. Energy transition is actually considered a way in which the country can grow, develop, seek prosperity. And I think to India's credit to be able to punch above its weight at this moment, which is for the reason why when the UN Climate Secretariat chief was here, Simon Steele, he referred to India as a solar powerhouse and referred to India's story of energy security and energy transition as the story to be told. I think there is an element of politics here as well. When the geopolitics shift, India is no longer a middle power, it never was, but it is the rising power, and it is seen as a rising power both in terms of its own stature, but also in terms of its stature on energy, and that shift is important one to mark.
So you had mentioned in your earlier answer about how some of this shift to renewables is not equally spread across different states. Clearly, some states are doing well. You mentioned Rajasthan. I guess you can add Maharashtra to it, Tamil Nadu to it, Karnataka to it. But there are states that are lagging behind. What are they not doing which these other states are doing, and what would you advise them to start doing in a way to try and ramp up their non-renewable capacities? Renewable capacity.
I think it won't be fair to call some states leaders and others laggards. We have done this very detailed analysis, IFA and EMBER together, on the State Electricity Transition Index, wherein we have assessed states on the level of decarbonizations, the market enablers, the system readiness. So while we always take examples of Rajasthan, Karnataka, as the most shining examples of renewable energy capacity, definitely they are the ones which have added most renewable energy capacity, and Rajasthan really has added about 28% on an annual basis in the last 5 years, renewable energy capacity. But they have been lagging in terms of, smart grid deployment. It's only 3 or 7% of the targets they have been able to achieve. Karnataka, none. So while they are, like, as I said, clear, shining examples of renewable capacity deployment, but their preparedness of the grids, we have seen the most stranded capacity is now in Rajasthan, despite adding renewable energy capacity, but because of grid not being available, smart meters not being deployed, and even the solar rooftop, the distributed renewable energy is very, very minuscule in these states. Whereas if you might be surprised, but in Bihar, the smart meter deployment is really very impressive. They have achieved about 28% of the target. They have come up with green tariffs, time of day tariffs. So their foundation is very strong, and which in the coming years might lead to more renewable energy deployment. So there are different lessons from states to be learned. So some are performing well on certain areas, others on other. And that's where I think there is a need for improvement for many states on many grounds.
We've talked about the switch to electric vehicles, especially at a time when, over the last few years, especially at winter time, we are, at least in this part of the world, in northern India, very well accustomed to pollution and the, carbon emissions and so on. At the same time, the switch to EVs, while it's been welcome, at the same time, it has been rather slow, if you were to compare, and if you could just lay out what are the obstacles in terms of the physical infrastructure that's required for it, charging points. Even today, I think less than 10% of India's passenger vehicles are electric vehicles. At the same time, China, which too in the last decade or so has switched to EVs in a big way, I think almost half of their vehicle fleet, as it were, has switched to EVs. So how would you see that challenge, and what more can government do in terms of incentivizing purchase of electric vehicles, because the capital cost is high?
I think the first and foremost point here to note is today the EVs are also dependent on the grid as a source of power, where whether we like it or not, 70% of our grid is still being powered through non-fossil fuels. So one of the core things in India that is needed for any tech to succeed is the fact that right now capacity is being built, but there is little thought being put on where the capacity has to be built, right? So if the next wave of 200 or 250 gigawatts of renewable comes in, it's very important to plan where in this ecosystem should it come in, so that you can match the demand with the supply and can save the curtailment and all the other clauses that Vibhuti was talking about. It's almost like putting the demand in a mixture with the supply, defining where you put the storage points, and if you have that, get AI to churn that engine to say, how do I optimize this? As soon as that optimization engine is available, that's where the EV charging stations come in, because it is also a source of power, but it's also a storage point, right? And once it starts playing that dual role, one being a charge point, but also being a storage point, the economics of that changes. And my fundamental belief is that unless something is economically viable and makes returns for its investors, it will not scale beyond a point. So this is that step gap that can help you in scaling, which is where the technologies like DERMS, when you're talking about a demand energy response, where you can have a reverse flow, coming from the EV charging stations at the time when they are not in use to manage either a grid backdown or ancillary services or peak power supply. That's the kind of evolution the ecosystem needs. And that's when you will see these independent point chargers becoming economically feasible and also adding to the grid in terms of a stability and not just a load. And once you see that ecosystem coming up, it will grow. What this ecosystem needs is data. And I think that's where a lot of struggle and visibility is needed, because our systems have to get upgraded to a sense of digitization so that we can map this. And while smart meter is one big end of it at the customer side, we also need this at the utility side so that they can see the same network in a full basis and then accordingly define that this is where I need my EV points, this is where I need my storage points, this is where I need my renewable capacity to get added. And then the ecosystem can flourish.
Aarti, in terms of, as the Minister also said, the current installed capacity is a little over 1,000 gigawatts or so. But with the explosion now of AI data centers and GCCs, who of course will require a lot of power, some studies estimate over the next 10 years, India might even have to double its installed capacity. Are we prepared for such massive scale? Because the electricity requirement, the demand, is only peaking with each passing year. And it's likely to peak even further with the explosion of these AI centers.
The way we've come so far is a positive energy to tell. Are we prepared for the data center revolution? We could be, we could not be. It's pretty clear how the base of the data center / AI change in the world will be energy access, energy transition, water and land issues. On top of it comes everything in terms of what AI language models will do, whether AI will be good or bad, but just at the base of all of this just sits the story of energy and power. So I think there are just two ways to answer this question. One is, will we do it right or will we not do it right? If we do it right, we will make sure that AI data centers are actually made at places where renewable power can be evacuated properly, and data centers the first time and in the first instance can be powered by green. Because if data centers are not powered by green energy and start to compete with municipalities for energy supply, that's the place we already start to have it wrong. There are instances where, a first tender or order has been placed for how transmission is going to happen for a particular data center in India. And all these things will increase multifold. It's going to be a new technology. It's going to take over. Always new shiny toys are better than established projects, and therefore there is no grain of concern on how data centers will completely overtake our imagination. They're overtaking the imagination across the world, and India, the same story will be told. The point at which it will intersect is, we've come this far in terms of installing renewable energy. There are gaps that remain in terms of how grids can be established, how transmission of same renewables can happen. If we are going to expand, data centers will not be powered on renewable energy. You will have more competition with fossil power coming up. That itself is going to take India back, a couple of years. That I don't think is the trajectory we will follow, which is why there is a lot of recognition of data centers being powered by green, but also green manufacturing and domestic manufacturing coming up in states like Tamil Nadu already. The minister was talking about, our states and Karnataka. I mean, Karnataka is the size of United Kingdom in terms of population. And also in terms of fossil and non-fossil split, UK receives almost 70% of its energy through clean sources. So does Karnataka, about 60 to 70%. So we do have the basic principles in place. I think when it comes to AI and the speed and the scale at which AI will grow, we also need systems so that we are not just complying to what needs to be done. There is a certain amount of leadership in terms of how we are seeing both AI and energy transition, because otherwise it's very, very easy for those goals to collide with each other. The effort we have to make is that they should not collide. They should run in complementarity.
Just to take that thought forward, financing this will also mean that the markets will have to make that distinction between, models that can scale up based on clean energy and models that are already based on thermal assets. Is the market willing to make that distinction, or is the race and this crave for data centers overtaking the quality of the power that they are deriving?
The market is responding, but I would say it's responding more offshore rather than in the domestic space, having this distinction between thermal financing versus renewable energy financing. We are seeing positive trends. As per the RBI recent data, we did see decline of about 13% of investments towards gas or coal and nuclear, but increasingly 17% investment to renewable energy. So there is a shift. But what is more important also, we are seeing within the debt, raising finance, other than the equity finance, there is definitely in India, the bond market is still not as matured. Globally, in 2025, we had raised about $500 billion of bond issuances, but in India, it was minuscule. So I think that's where we need to kind of build more and more a mechanism so as to get more money raised through bond market as well. We are seeing how, if we look at corporate examples, NTPC Green and Adani Green are outperforming their own, counterparts, which are thermal-based energy or power sector companies. So there is definitely a more premium being attached to green companies, and they are able to access finance. But going forward, we do feel maybe RBI bringing in the transition plan into the disclosure framework, or even allocating more concessional finance, because it's, again, as I said, it's not just about renewable energy, but the whole ecosystem approach. And there are need to come up with more de-risking mechanisms to help get more investment and concessional rates to build the whole ecosystem approach. So, yeah.
So, one piece we haven't talked about is the switch to hydrogen. Just recently we saw the Prime Minister inaugurate India's first hydrogen train. Just speak to our audience about whether that switch can happen at scale and what are the impediments therein.
Sure. I think any technology as we start takes time to mature and scale. For the lack of a real data, I would say hydrogen is where solar was in its early eras of 2010 to 2013, right? There was immense potential that we could see, but we needed the deployment cycle, because only when the deployment happens can the cost curve keep coming down through experience and learning. I think that's the journey which we have started there on the hydrogen cycle. Having said that, I would like to pick one of the themes that we started talking in terms of the whole data centers and the energy need. I think the point right now is about how smartly can we use our power demand areas as also somewhere where it can participate as a marketplace on a two-way basis in a grid. So for eternity, we have looked at our grid as a one-way traffic from generation. It will go to the consumption. But I think that era is changing. Already with rooftop solars, DRE, you are seeing a reverse flow of traffic coming back. What happens tomorrow if you start building these data centers 100% backed by renewable, and when somebody is putting a $15 billion investment, a $1 billion on a renewable doesn't hurt the case. But these data centers sit with a lot of extra power when their compute is not at their peak. And what do they do with that power? Right now, our grid is not strong enough to take such a big load, come back to it. What if the grid was resilient? What if you could digitally figure out if this demand comes in, how will I use it? Can I store it at this right time? Imagine all that energy coming back to the grid. There is a study that has been done in the US Department of Energy that just the data centers that are being built there and being powered by renewable, if you can bring them back on grid, once the grid is resilient, you can reduce the cost of consumers by 10%. Imagine the same thing happening to India. What it needs is a grid modernization journey. It needs us to have ears and eyes on the ground to see how our demand and supply is being matched and not let it run on its own. And I think I can see steps happening there. Like, for example, for us at Global Energy Alliance, we are working in Jaipur to fully digitize that DISCOM. And we've digitized 4 million assets. And imagine this happening across India. How will it change the scale? So while you will get new energy sources to come in, where green hydrogen and other things are example, you will also need to optimize the existing sources you have so that you can use and match the supply with the demand, and the extra energy that you are generating, which is not being used, come back to the grid.
So my final question, 10 years ago, India was looking to the West, both for technology as well as for financing. What we've managed to do in these last 10 years, and we've now achieved more than half of our ambitious goal of 500 gigawatts. I mean, as the Minister said, we're going to get to 300 in the next few weeks. Is there an India model that can be exported abroad to countries of the global south, whether in Africa, whether in Latin America? I mean, China has made that case with EV batteries, etc. Is there an India model of renewable energies that can be adopted worldwide?
I think some of it is already happening, especially when it comes to India working with the African continent on how you can expand solar in some of the countries. There is a huge case to be made for reducing cost of capital and making projects less riskier and more palatable for investment in large parts of Africa. That's where the rubber hits the road. That's the heart of the matter. If India can make, can bring some wins in terms of reducing cost of capital for projects in African countries, and they can benefit from solar like we did, that is going to be absolutely game-changing. This is a year where we have the BRICS presidency. We all know that there is fractured geopolitics in all parts of the world, but certainly, this moment gives India a chance to bring forward its victories over the last 10 years, especially at a time where the West may not want to walk the talk and may want to further shift goalposts in terms of what #climate action means. We can base it in terms of work that we have done and show it as a measure of success. I also feel with all the good work that we have done on ramping up green manufacturing, etc., there is something to be done with Southeast Asian countries in showing what the model of energy transition is, so that just transition is not just a catch-all phrase which means everything, but there is comparable input that we can give to countries in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, on what does it actually mean when you have to turn your energy systems from fossils to non-fossil. So I actually feel that India is at a very, very right moment at the moment to influence some of the thinking when it comes to energy policy for many countries across the world, but we should seize that moment well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the conclusion of this first session, Scaling Energy for India 2035. Can we have a round of applause for Vibhuti, Tanya and for Aarti? Thank you.
Thanks everyone for that wonderful conversation, spearheaded by Zaka Jacob, Managing Editor, Times Now.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, from technology and capacity to the money that builds it, financing remains the single biggest determinant of how fast India's green transition actually happens. Joining us to discuss what is financing India's green economy are our esteemed speakers. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shalabh Tandon, South Asia Regional Head of Operations and Climate Change, International Finance Corporation, and Sri Baldev, Joint Secretary, ADB and Japan, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance.
And joining them to moderate this discussion is Archana Chaudhary, Associate Director of Climate Trends. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone.
So it's so good to see such an informed crowd here this morning, and the discussions since morning that we've been listening to have been extremely interesting and important. But I think we've come to the crux, the heart of what really will matter for India's transition. Because we're not just looking at an energy transition, a mobility transition. At the heart of it, it is a finance transition. Because all of it is going to need money. And the Iran war, as well as what has happened in the last couple of years, whether it has been the tariff tussles that we're seeing, the rising conflicts, and the changes in the way supply chains are being realigned, really does bring us back to India's policies of Atmanirbharta and how to become more self-sustained when it comes to climate finance. And so it's really a pleasure, gentlemen, to have both of you all here. I'd like to start actually first with Baldevji, with you, because... Okay, Purushot. Okay, Mr. Purushot. But if we can turn towards the policies that India is looking at when it comes to financing our transition, how has what is going on in the world and the transitions that we're seeing across trade, across our money, the taxonomy policies, how is India looking at financing of the transition as a whole across finance as well as our trade and money related policies, industrial policies? Can you give us a short overview?
I think, it's a question which is very, broad in nature. But I'll try to briefly answer that. So, financing to any sector, it's an ecosystem. It's not one short goal, but there are multiple initiatives being taken to finance the entire ecosystem. And it is not just one part of the system, but it's an end-to-end kind of, full supply chain financing kind of thing. So green transition itself is very vast in nature. And let me explain at the beginning, because sometimes I was hearing the first talk. Sometimes we do not differentiate between energy and power. So energy is the entire use of energy in the country, whereas power, when we talk of power, we are mainly talking of electricity. So these are two different things. What is happening in greening power is different from what is happening in greening the entire energy requirement. So for any sector, the policy has to based on three different parameters. One, of course, it has to be supported by the government budgetary support. And when we say whatever is being financed, it is mainly by three sources. One, who is paying for it? Either it is to be paid by the taxpayer in terms of budgetary support, or it is to be paid by the next generation when loans are being taken for financing that particular sector or particular aspect, and the loans are paid by next generation to come, or it is paid by the user charges. Whoever uses those facilities, etc., they are paying more for it. So it's a combined effort of touching all these 3 points. So if you see in last couple of years, in last decade you can take, there are a series of schemes and initiatives taken by Government of India to give more and more budgetary support to the renewable area, be it like green hydrogen mission, or it's like the PM Surya Ghar Yojana, or it's like giving infra status to battery storage, or announcing viability gap fund, infra status to battery storage, and announcing VGF for battery storage as well, giving PLI for advanced battery manufacturing. So there are a lot of initiatives where the money is pushed by Government of India itself through budgetary support resources. The second part is to encourage private investment to come in. And that private investment come in by making an ecosystem or providing an ecosystem where the investments are de-risked to the extent possible. And this de-risking is happening by various efforts and support system. For example, blended finance. It itself a big way of de-risking projects. And we have done successfully some large initiative of blended finance coupled with MDBs, especially the ADB, etc. And thirdly, to promote more and more private investment to come into it through PPP or through pure private initiative. I think 95% of our solar energy generation is through private investment. If you compare it with hydro, it would be upside down. 95% of the hydro is through government investment. So that gives you one idea of how things are happening on the financing front as far as renewable and energy transition is concerned.
So a mix of public-private, but also blended finance, which is a word that segues right into the way IFC thinks, because we've been hearing this word from IFC documents a lot. If you could, Mr. Tandon, take it from here and talk to us about since we're looking at an entire economy, how does blended finance then help to bring in more private sector investments, as well as which are the sectors that are more investable and which ones need to then step up a little bit more in India?
Okay, thank you. First of all, good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. As Baldev mentioned, blended finance or VGF is one of the key ways in which some of the difficult sectors can be financed. But let me unpack this a little more and take some myth out of blended finance. Blended finance is not the solution for all the problems on climate finance that India is facing or any country is facing. Blended finance should be used very selectively and judiciously, because when we talk about the amounts of blended finance needed, the capital that is available for that is very limited. Either we tap some of the global donor funds, and given the geopolitics, our access to the donor funds is declining. So there's a very finite amount of blended finance that is available. Or if we look at towards the government, they have so many different uses of their budgetary support. Where should they deploy it for blended finance? Where should they deploy it from VGF? I'm sure the policymakers constantly have that debate. Where is the bang for the buck? When IFC looks at blended finance and when we define it, we normally define it as a temporary subsidy concept. It's not permanent subsidy forever. It's a temporary subsidy given in the early phase of evolution of a sector. For example, when solar started in 2003-04, I remember I financed a demonstrable solar project in Tamil Nadu using just concessional blended finance. Today it's not required. Market can finance it. So the road to sustainability so that the market can easily finance it should be very clear when you deploy blended finance. I think even the policymakers should make it very clear that I'm giving this blended finance at this stage of the journey of that project or sector. But after 5 years or 7 years, this will not be required and the sector will take off on its own. So that is, I think, the key, the road to sustainability. Very recently, we have given blended finance for a hydrogen project in India. That was IFC's first foray in hydrogen in India. It's the same way as we did in solar many years ago, and side by side we are working with the policymakers to create the entire ecosystem. When you look at the constraints for any sector, they are either demand side constraints, so not enough demand available, so government and public policymakers can come in and step in to help create the demand at scale. There could be some supply side constraint. The capital is sitting on the sideline but not coming in due to many risks. Currency risk is one of them, project level risk, macro risk, and all. Those are supply side. And then there is the whole ecosystem. Ecosystem when applied to a sector, whether it's offtake risk, whether it's contractual risk, whether it is credit risk of a project, that's the ecosystem. So when we apply blended finance, we have to make sure that all these three risks are eventually taken care in the journey. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and for explaining what it will take for private sector then to step in more, which is something that we have been talking about across sectors, not just in transition, but also otherwise, the need for private capital to step in more for the Indian economy to flourish. In terms of our transition financing, where do you think, Mr. Purushottam, if you could help us understand where are the gaps in the public finance architecture, what can be done to make that more, the fund flow more easy from the private sector?
I think gaps is a difficult term. I mean, one can understand that policies are always in the mode of evaluation. So the evolution. So they evolve with time. they evolve with need, and as per need, there is always a tweaking in the policy. So rather than saying gap, I think it's better to understand the challenges, So what are the challenges? Now the number one challenge is, of course, we have to arrange private investment at a scale. Energy is, or for that matter, power is one thing where the need of more and more power will come with time. I mean, one of the way of, looking at any economy to understand how much power it consumes. So more power would be required. To get that power, more investment would be required. And to get that investment, you have to bring in private investment, otherwise only government resources, or for that matter, blended finance will not take care of that. Now, how to give that comfort to the private investor? So comfort, of course, it can come at various levels. One is to come up with good concession agreements. It has to be, the investment has to be de-risked. There has to be proper, elements of termination payments, etc. These are things at the project level. Second, at the policy level. Now, if you ensure that there is a policy stability to encourage more and more renewable energy to come in, then all the various elements of supporting this initiative will start coming. Like, again, in the first session it was asked, when, for battery storage we are more dependent on imports. Of course, because when more and more demand will start coming up, more and more domestic capacity will start getting developed. The issue is whether we do have a program or policy to support that or not. So, again I am saying it has to be at various levels. There is no one-shot goal that only by hitting that goal you will achieve everything. For example, to ensure, you might be aware about this strategic petroleum reserve. This is one initiative. In the first phase, we started strategic petroleum reserve only with the government investment. But in the second phase, we took a conscious call that it has to be a PPP initiative. And for making that PPP initiative successful, government has announced providing a substantial VGF to it. So that is one part. I'm just giving you anecdotes of various policy parameters, how it is evolved with time. Then similarly, as I said, today the solar generation is so standardized that 95% of it is happening with the private investment. And more private investment is coming in. Now it's still government need to support it to ensure that the cost of capital comes down. More and more global funds are being channelized to that. The concessional green finance is channelized to that. And thirdly, which is much more important, is to ensure that the path which we have taken, like, the net zero path, the capacity to be created by certain time period. I mean, one participant said that India, in that net zero path, they have undercommitted and overachieved. If you say it like so, then it appears like a trickery, that we tricked to showcase our overachievement. It's not like that. Achieving 50% of installed capacity, achieving 300 gigawatt of renewable is not an easy task. It has achieved with a lot of hard work, sweat, and persistent effort of the government. So, the third part, which is to ensure that there are policies which are amenable to attract investment into this sector. They are amenable to ensure a sustained demand, not only sustained, but an increasing demand as well. And there is a policy where commitments of the governments are being honored. I'll give you one example. In one state, I will not take name of that state, because the renewable cost is coming down, the generation cost is coming down. So some of the renewable agreements were a few years back, they were at a higher cost. So once the cost came down of the current bids, the government, state government became much more ambitious, and they tried to renegotiate it by not honoring the contract which they had signed a couple of years back. So ultimately, after a lot of fight, etc., ultimately concessionaire went to court and they won there. Now, this is a big challenge when I'm saying that you have to create that comfort in the mind of concessionaire. You have to honor the contracts, you have to honor the policy, you have to honor whatever ecosystem you have created. Then only investment will come at scale.
And that is an important thing that you've raised in terms of honoring contracts and ensuring that projects themselves are investable, which is where I'd like you to come in and tell us more about what will then or can make projects in India more investable. If global finance needs to come into India's transition projects, what needs to change for that money to flow in? Because that is one of the largest or biggest, most important debates even internationally in terms of having money flow into global south countries like India. What needs to get better?
So, global investors, just like any investor, would look at the risk return for any project. If the risk return that you are getting by investing in India is better than or comparable to what other options they have across the globe, then the capital will flow in. That has been the premise of finance. That will not change, and that is the way to drive it. So and let's also distinguish between risk capital, equity, and debt. When a bank or an institution within the country finances a project, it looks at the project risk and sees what is the risk return. An international global investor layers it and adds two additional risks to it. One is macro risk. Am I willing to take India risk? Do I have a better opportunity in another country? That's the country risk. I think given the scale of the markets and scale of the demand in the country, most global investors are happy to take the India risk and invest in India. The next is the currency risk, which has taken a big hit in the last 1.5 years. So the perception of global investors on currency has changed. So if they want to come into India as debt financiers, they are looking for hedging mechanisms or swap mechanisms so that they can take off the currency risk if they are coming as lenders. If they are coming in as equity investors, then the currency risk becomes even more important. So they are looking at their overall global portfolio book and seeing whether in US dollar terms or in a hard currency this makes sense and so on. I've seen the World Bank Group is working with the government and the regulators to see how we can play a role in managing this currency risk perception in a big way. Government has come out with big schemes and so on. When it comes to what will it take for global capital, it's already coming in depending on which of the sectors like renewable energy, standard, standalone, solar, wind, etc. is already attracting tons of global capital, pension funds, etc. Why is it attracting? Because all these three risks that I said, project level risk, macro risk, currency risk is being taken care of. Then there are a number of InvIT structures where the construction risk is over. You package it and then the risk is reduced. The projects are operational like we have seen it in the road sector. And then you attract global investors because the projects are already de-risked. They are functioning, they are operational, they are de-risked. You can attract global capital. So across the spectrum of climate projects, that's another model you can do for asset monetization and attracting global capital. Where the risks are very high, project risks are high, like whether in hydrogen or supply chain, where the government has come out with PLI scheme for ACC, battery, etc. That's where a lot of work needs to be done to attract global capital at scale at early stages. And that's what the role of the World Bank Group and IFC is. Our mandate is to attract that private capital by de-risking it at that stage.
Thank you. We have just about a minute left, and if I could trouble you, Mr. Prashad, for a quick, to let us know quickly, because there are a couple of very important finance policies that everybody is waiting for. One is our taxonomy, and the other is the carbon markets. Can you give us some idea of what kind of timelines we're expecting and how that will help bring in money?
It's difficult to give any timeline, but I can only say because green taxonomy, I know it is being, done in DA with the help of other concerned ministries, but that is in advanced stage. Capital market, yes, I think discussions are being going on, but there have been examples like we ourselves have gone for two in 2023 and 2025, two big tranches of green bonds, which we received good response. And innovators, again, they are unlocking a lot of potential in green or renewable market. So there are instruments in the capital market which are doing well, but it needs to be supported. Deepening bond market is again one big issue which we all are working in. One of the mandate was given to NAFED to come up with the credit enhancement initiative. They are already working with MDBs to come up in a big way in this sector. I think that will help a lot in deepening the bond market. But these are all evolving field, and very soon some of these things will come.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the overview, and thank you so much for being a good audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baldev Purshad, Mr. Shalabh Tandon, and Ms. Archana Chaudhary for this fascinating discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, India's agricultural economy depends highly on water. So naturally, the question arises about how sustainably that water is drawn, moved and managed and resourced. We are joined by Ramakrishna Sataluri, CEO and Director Shakti Pumps, who will share the importance of driving water security through sustainable pumping and smart irrigation solutions towards sustainable agriculture.
Let's give a big round of applause there for Mr. Sataluri. Please take a seat.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak on a topic which is extremely important, or dare I say, mandatory for all of us to be conscious about. Sustainability in agriculture is no longer a good to have kind of situation, but a must do kind of situation. Because sustainability in agriculture is the confluence of energy, water, as well as irrigation. I represent Shakti Pumps, and I can, with great pride, say that we are well equipped to talk on this subject, having spent 45 years just thinking about farmers, placing almost 5 lakh pumps with the farmers, so therefore we have fair amount of learnings from them. Also have a global perspective by installing pumps in more than 120 countries. It's a very interesting connection that we have between energy, water, and agriculture. The center of it obviously is the farmer. Farmer depends on irrigation to protect the crop, increase productivity. And in turn, irrigation requires pumping. Pumping, in turn, requires power. And any time when you have something which is unlimited given, you know there is going to be misuse. So this leads us to a very interesting situation. And dare I say, that's the elephant in the room. That's the challenge that we all are facing today, and which is a challenge for the environment as well. An inefficient pump consumes a lot of energy. And when energy is not reliable, as the Honorable Minister said, when the energy or the power is given in the night time, what happens is the farmer tends to pump water when there is electricity as against when the crop actually requires the water. So this leads to flood irrigation. Flood irrigation results in depletion of the water table, because if the extraction is greater than the recharge, then there is a depletion of the water level. And once the water level is lower, you dig deeper to get the water up for irrigation. And that leads to more power being utilized. With the subsidies given in the agriculture sector, we have the DISCOMs having issues related, the government having issues related to the subsidy, and the DISCOMs having issues related to load management. All in all, this really is the elephant in the room. So now how do we reverse it? What is the solution to that? It starts from where the whole problem has emanated, and that's from the inefficient pump. Once you replace it with an efficient pump, the amount of power consumed is lesser, there is better water utilization, and irrigation practices get better. And to top it, if these efficient pumps are solarized, then it is also one with the environment. Now, what this does to the farmer, as the Honorable Minister spoke of, is that it gives access to daytime power, dependence on diesel comes down, operating cost also comes down, and then it supports the transition to clean energy. But is that sufficient? No. There is a lot more to be done. Now, this solar pump needs to be integrated with efficient irrigation methods like using sprinklers, so that, or the drip irrigation, so that there is better utilization of the water. A very important aspect that needs to be added to this is that there is a lot of digitalization that is there. The digital controls ensures that the amount of water that is used is controlled well when the pump needs to be switched on, switched off. And finally, there is this option of the pump being grid connected as well, wherever suitable. Now, what this grid connected pump does is that the farmer utilizes the power that is being generated for all the irrigation purpose that is there, and then the excess power that is there is exported to the grid, and the farmer in turn gets some money. Because of this economic equation, the farmer tends to use the water exactly to the extent required, and there is conservation of water there. So in other words, we need an integrated approach. No single approach of either just managing water or electricity or energy is going to solve the problem. We need an integrated approach. So therefore, I put together a 5-point formula which I think is going to be very helpful to this sector. First, as we spoke of, it is efficient equipment, getting a well-designed pump, motor, controller, and the solar system. So that's the start point of a good solution. The second, as we just spoke, is that we need to have good irrigation practices, drip irrigation, sprinklers, or having pipelines. That's going to make the entire irrigation process more efficient as against flood irrigation. The third, which I believe is absolutely critical, we are at a nascent stage right now, is the digital intelligence. Digital intelligence, through monitoring, automation helps in remote diagnostics and analytics. And this helps us having a better utilization of the pump and also managing the water table. We just spoke about the importance of financing. If farmers have access to good financing, they can adopt new technologies without having too much of down payment. And there are a lot of instruments available right now in the market. And finally, one has to be conscious that all these pumps are installed in really remote villages, and ensuring that they have the best service is important, because this is the lifeline of the farmers. PM Kusum, as has been discussed in the morning, is a program which is helping the farmers in a big way. The first version has ensured that more than 28 lakh pumps have been solarized. PM Kusum 2 is on the anvil, and augurs to be very good for the agriculture sector. Farmers are really going to get benefited, as the Honorable Minister today and also the Secretary MNRE said that Kusum 2.0, like the new iPhone, is going to be a better version. So we are all awaiting the announcement of that. So, to conclude, we have everyone benefiting out of this. We have the farmer who gets improved income and reliability by looking at sustainable methods. The government, obviously the big win is reduction of the subsidy and the infrastructure pressure. For the DISCOMs, the agriculture power consumption comes low, and there is better load management. And most importantly, for the society, we are more environment friendly because of the clean energy usage. So to conclude, the vision that we have for the farmer specifically is that if they embrace, more and more farmers embrace clean energy based pumping systems along with the irrigation methods that we discussed about, there is going to be greater income for the farmer, and most importantly, improves the quality of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Satluri, for the informative session. Lots to learn there, how Shakti Pumps has grown from strength to strength. And meanwhile, our next guest has built one of India's largest clean energy companies listed on NASDAQ with a portfolio spanning solar, wind and battery storage as well.
And answering the question of whether clean energy can become India's biggest industrial policy, we are joined by Sumant Sinha, founder, chairman and CEO, Renew.
And I'd also like to welcome Senior Executive Editor, Times Now, Madhavdas Gopal Krishnan, to join Mr. Sinha on stage as they explore India's clean energy policy. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists here.
Thank you so much, Hina, as well as Ashish. And as we move on to, clean energy, we're talking about how India can have better energy sources, renewable energy sources. The focus also has to shift on how this can be done in an economically sustainable way and the economic impact of all of this, particularly in terms of creating jobs, creating new businesses. There are many aspects of this that we're going to be talking with Sumant Sinha, who's of course founder and chairman, as well as CEO of Renew, where Renew, of course, as we know, has multiple interests: solar, wind, battery storage, etc. Let me begin, Sumant, by asking you, with clean energy as a priority, are we now looking at it becoming an important cog as far as India's economic development is concerned because of the multiple areas where this is poised to grow in?
Hi, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. Pleasure to be here and sharing my thoughts with all of you. I think absolutely. It is very clear that if there are two things that are going to impact the future of any economy going forward, one is AI, we are all aware of that, and the second is energy. And for a country like India, that does not have a lot of its own energy supply. Energy security in today's geopolitical context is extremely important. And therefore, in that context, the thing that we can rely upon the most is clean energy, because we can make that within our borders. We can have the clean energy ecosystem and supply chain here. And so to me, it can become a very important part of India's economic development, and not just an important part, but a critical part driving the future of the country. And then if you think about different aspects of it, clean energy can become a sector where we can position ourselves in the global supply chain of clean tech as an alternative to China, right? So we don't have to just manufacture for ourselves. We can also manufacture for the rest of the world to some extent. And then secondly, we can use clean energy essentially to export energy. Now, what do I mean by that? We can export green fuels, which are made through clean energy. We can export compute capacity by setting up data centers, which export their compute capacity outside of the country as well. So there are many things that we can do through the clean energy transition that can really fundamentally differently drive India's economic growth than what we have seen in the last several years.
Right. And what are the major policy interventions that have had an impact, whether we're talking about hydrogen, whether we're talking about clean energy, battery storage, etc.? What are the important policy interventions that we've had so far, and what more is needed in coming years?
It's a very important issue that you've raised, which is the issue of policy making in our sector. Ours is a sector which is evolving as we go forward. Technology is changing, geopolitics is changing, the country's needs are changing, there's economic growth happening which is requiring demand for new energy to come in. And within that context, policy making therefore becomes extremely important. Now, the good news is that so far, we have mostly got it right. Okay? What are the things that we've got right? Number one, setting a big target for renewable energy at a time when renewables were still more expensive, which I think was a very gutsy thing on the part of the government, and it was driven directly by the Prime Minister, right? So full marks to the government for having driven that vision. The second thing is, what are the policy interventions that they came up with? Number one was they created a single national grid that allowed the movement of power from anywhere to anywhere, which allowed us to export power from places like Rajasthan, where it's cheap to produce solar, to places in eastern India where otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to generate clean energy, right? So creating a national grid was very important. Then providing access to renewables into the national grid free of cost until very recently. I think that was also a path-breaking change that the government did to incentivize renewables. Thirdly, they created the Solar Energy Corporation of India, which essentially removed us from the credit risk of the DISCOMs, right? And also brought in transparency in the bidding process, which was a very significant move forward. Otherwise, we were dealing with all the different DISCOMs separately. The fourth thing that they did is that they also brought in a lot of grid management issues which were favorable to renewables. For example, giving renewables must-run status, being easy on the DSM, which is the forecasting requirement for renewables. So a lot of those kinds of things were done as well. So I would say that across the board, there were a lot of very useful things that were done that allowed renewables to become cheap for the end customer, which in the most cases was the DISCOM. Also by fostering the C&I business through open access policies, allowing us to sell directly to end customers. The point is, the list is very long, and I can go on for a long time, but I won't do that. Suffice is to say that the government came out with a number of very positive steps that allowed renewables to grow substantially. Now, why do I say this is a very important issue that you've raised, and I'll take a little bit of time on this because it's very central, is because we are now again at an inflection point. The inflection point that we're at right now is twofold. Point number one is that renewables is already 15 to 20% in the grid. And when I say renewables, I mean wind and solar. Just to keep generating more renewable energy and dumping it into the grid is not going to work any longer because the grid is not able to absorb so much power. It's creating a lot of this duck curve problem where you have too much power in the daytime and too little in the evening. And therefore prices go up very high in the evening and collapse in the daytime. Now our power is mostly sold under long-term contracts, so prices don't matter to us that much, but it's not a good signal of the fact that there's surplus and there's deficiency of power. So this problem needs to be addressed. It can be done through batteries. It can be done through better management of the grid. There are many solutions, but they have to be implemented. They should have got implemented 2 years ago, because after all, the target was there, right? And suddenly, if 1 year India gets close to achieving the target and gets onto that right trajectory, it should not have caused this problem. But it did, which means that we should have probably tackled this problem a couple of years ago, or anticipated that this problem would happen. Right. So anyway, now we are moving at lightning pace to put in place batteries and storage, and all the right things are being done now. Right. So this is one inflection point. So we now start needing to look at the full cost of renewable energy in the grid, not just the cost of generation. That means include the cost of transmission, include the cost of storage.
Right.
Okay. That is very important. The good news, however, is that even when you do that, the cost of renewables with all of this done is still cheaper than the cost of thermal. So renewables, round-the-clock power, and all of those kinds of products, which by the way we pioneered, because we are the only company so far that has actually commissioned a round-the-clock power project and a peak power project, and we came up with this whole concept several years ago. You find that the cost is cheaper than coal. It's about 4.5 to 5 rupees.
Right.
Okay, so that's good news. But that is inflection point number one, that now we need to solve this legacy problem that has arisen, and for the future we need to do things very differently.
Right.
Okay, so for which we need policies to be rightly done and put in place quickly.
I have a question, because you mentioned battery and how important it is to ensure that there's seamless supply of power. You know, one of the things that you talk about, when you talk about EVs or you talk about batteries, generally speaking, we all know that China has a dominance over the entire supply chain as far as provision of these batteries are concerned. So how do we balance those Atmanirbharta concerns also, at the same time looking at our economy and also ensuring that we are competitive and we're able to cater to our own needs? What is the way future?
Yeah, so this is obviously leading to my second inflection point, which is exactly this point, that we cannot trade dependence on, let's say, the Middle East for oil to China for the clean energy supply chain. That is not going to work in today's geopolitics, right? That is very clear. And so therefore, the government has to find ways of fostering a clean energy supply chain in India, while at the same time making sure that installations don't fall off a cliff because now suddenly we're changing supply chains.
So how do we do that?
So now this is an important issue, because see, we've done it quite successfully in the case of solar modules and solar cells, and we're about to replicate that for wafers as well. And here, you see, you have to think about it the following way. The government has fundamentally two policy levers that they've used so far to encourage domestic manufacturing across sectors. One is PLI, which we are all familiar with, and the other is, in our sector, ALMM, Approved List of Models and Manufacturers, right? Which essentially, the ALMM really has meant a certification requirement, which has created a bit of a hard wall towards imports. Now, what that has resulted in is the fact that in solar modules, we now have almost 2.5 times the capacity that we require domestically. Because, you know, it was an attractive market, everybody came in, there was, you know, once the Chinese imports were stopped, it became attractive for domestic manufacturers. So it led to the creation of a lot of capacity, in fact, a lot of overcapacity now. The same thing is going to happen to cells, and eventually to wafers as well, because the government has given those timelines. And the way they've done it is by giving a 2-year notice period, saying 2 years from now, I'm going to stop this, imports, but I'm also going to grandfather everything that has been bid out until then. So at least the existing installations don't get impacted.
Right.
And that has worked very well.
Right.
So we have to do the same thing for different parts of the clean tech supply chain. We should have done it for batteries some time back. But I think the government is toggling between the PLI scheme and the LMM scheme. And I have specific views on which I think works better. But I think the government has to come to its own conclusion.
Do let us know which works better, in your experience.
Look, I think that for a variety of reasons, the LMM scheme works better, because it gives a better, clearer, more predictable signal to the corporate sector. It allows anybody and everybody to get in. And it creates a level playing field between domestic manufacturers. In a PLI scheme, there are necessarily winners of the PLI. And therefore, those necessary winners end up having an advantage over everybody else domestically. And it is also not clear that the PLI is sufficient to protect from Chinese imports. So very often, by the time you get to the PLI, it's the fact is that nobody is able to get it, or it is designed in a way that does not lead to final investments happening, because the Chinese have undercut prices even more. So those are things that ultimately the government has to do its own study. come to its own conclusion. And then for batteries, for example, is the question that you asked. That kind of a scheme, the ALMM kind of a scheme works better. And so I think those are the kinds of decisions that need to be taken to really create the supply chain in India. Now, it's never too late to do that. And I think the sooner we can get started, the better.
Now, specifically speaking, you've already spoken about how you sort of expect 47% of our fossil fuel, as a source of our energy to come down drastically. What makes you confident that we'll be able to achieve such a huge target? 47% is a huge number. And what are the specific areas through which we can achieve that kind of a target in your view?
See, there are two things that we have to do. One is today, electricity accounts for only 20% of energy in India. In the Western world, the number is about 28%. In China, it's getting close to 30%. The Western world, by the way, has tapped out at about 27, 28% of electricity as a function of energy for the last many years, right? So they seem to be hitting a wall. Now, first thing is we need to electrify everything. We need to electrify transportation, for example. Why don't we have more electric vehicles? If importing fossil fuels, every time there is a spike in oil prices, causes our rupee to fall and a lot of other inflationary consequences as a result, then we should have very clear policies to shift to electric vehicles or biofuel, vehicles as quickly as possible. So that transition, for example, needs to happen quickly. That will bring down the demand for fossil fuels, right? Two, on the electricity side, we need to decarbonize by moving forward on clean energy and battery-based solutions. Also things like nuclear. Also things like geothermal, for example, or it could be any other form of clean energy, right? So that we don't make our environment and climate problem worse than it is right now. So all of those have to be pursued, and they can be pursued. So if you look at Niti Aayog's roadmap to net zero by 2070, they are saying that electrification, which is currently 20%, needs to by 2050 go up to 40% and almost 70% by 2070. So they've created a roadmap to get there. So we need to electrify and we have to clean the electricity supply. If we can do both together, which now there are solutions that are possible, then we will start going down the pathway of reducing our fossil fuel consumption. The second thing we need to do is we need to really look at the areas where the hard-to-abate sectors, which are by definition called hard-to-abate for a reason because they are difficult to address. Those are areas that we need to address. We need to have more green hydrogen, green ammonia, instead of make more green urea, for example. Now, we are setting up a lot of steel. We are doubling our steel capacity in the next 10, 15 years. Right. Now, 2/3 of that steel capacity is meant to come from blast furnaces. Now, that consumes coal. That should not be allowed. We should be going for electric arc furnaces. So there are lots of things like that we need to do on the user industry side, so that we convert more and more energy into electricity or make it cleaner. Even if it's consuming fuels, we can make it green fuels. So on the demand side, we need to do a lot of work now. So I would say, if you ask me honestly, the easy lifting is done in the clean energy transition. The tougher job really starts now, where it goes from being a niche sector within electricity to becoming a much broader based sector which spans the entire economic paradigm of the country. Right. And it requires a whole of the government approach now, rather than the approach of only one or two ministries. Right. That is really the transition that we now need to make, and that is the inflection point that we're at. Right. We had Minister Prahlad Joshi here this morning, and he told us that we are at around 300 gigawatts in terms of capacity as far as renewable energy is concerned. We are third in the world after US and China. Now, I have two questions. You partially answered this, but I have two questions taking forward from the thoughts that you just expressed. What makes you confident, A, that we'll be able to quickly beat US and China? We clearly need to be number one if we have to anywhere achieve the targets that have been set. And what can we learn from their experiences as far as renewable energy is concerned? So, taking a step back, you mentioned USA and China. The US and China are taking fundamentally different approaches to the energy situation in the future. The reason is that the US has fossil fuels and they've become the world's biggest producer of fossil fuels. So they are doubling down, as we know, under Trump on fossil fuels. So they are saying we're going to do more and more fossil fuels, and they are trying to get other countries in the world to buy their fossil fuel from them, and they're going after Venezuela, Iran, etc., right, with a view to controlling the whole fossil fuels framework, right? China, on the other hand, prescient of them, but they probably saw their reliance on fossil fuels 25, 30 years ago. Okay, credit to them for that. And they decided to convert their economy as far as possible towards clean energy. And not just build clean energy capacity, but also build clean energy supply chains and further backward integrate into critical minerals and rare earths, and then get the capital equipment manufacturing industries as well, and get the R&D as well. So now they've got to a point where they've got the whole backward supply chain, right? And so they are going down the electricity future path, whereas the US is going down the fossil fuel path. Which path is India going to follow? We don't have fossil fuels. So there's no choice for us but to follow the China path. Unfortunately, China is already ahead of us by many, many decades in that path. So we need to play catch up, and we need to do that very, very, very smartly. And it requires a very collaborative approach between government and the corporate sector, because we need to do it together. Government needs to make policies, we need to make the investments, and the good news is that there is that collaboration that is happening. So I'm hopeful that even though we may not be able to catch up to China in the short sort of period of time, because they're far away ahead of us, but we can certainly be number 2 compared to anybody else in the world. And we are certainly almost there right now.
But our problems are very similar to China. We have extremely crowded city, density of population, we have pollution in our cities. All of these are things that we've seen China also sort of battle through and come through. So what's the way forward if we can't replicate China when it comes to electric vehicles or electric sources of energy and other clean sources? What exactly is the way for India's future when it comes to clean energy, particularly mobility?
No, we have to go down that same path because of all the reasons that you mentioned. We have bad pollution, environmental issues are pretty not great. So climate change, of course, is a problem for the whole world, as it is for India. We know that we're a vulnerable country as far as climate change is concerned. So, but leave all that aside. The fact is, we have to develop the supply chains on the clean energy side. We have to roll out on clean energy because as a country, we don't have a choice. We have to go down that path. And so what if China is ahead of us? We can certainly be the +1 to China. Right, and position ourselves as the alternative country, and we have to work on our trade policies with other countries to make sure that they buy clean tech equipment from us for diversification purposes for their own supply chains. So we need to do all of that, right? And if we do all of that, we'll address some of these environmental pollution issues as well, and we'll eventually be the second biggest country on the clean tech side.
Right.
So I think there's nothing wrong with that, just because another country is ahead of us.
No, absolutely. And if we can generate jobs, then definitely it's something we should encourage. But I want to take you up. We're almost out of time. On one of the things that you've been quoted as saying, you've talked about achieving zero solid waste to landfill by 2030. Now, is this really possible in India? Because we have something like 9 million tons of plastic waste that we generate annually. We are also called the world's biggest plastic polluter. We're sitting in the national capital region where there are, mountains of garbage sitting at our borders. How do we resolve all this? Is this really something that we can achieve in such a short time?
So look, I don't know, because time obviously is passing every day, and some of these issues need to get addressed almost immediately. Look, I think a lot of it depends ultimately on policy making and what incentives policymakers give to the corporate sector to solve some of these problems. I think a lot of issues can be solved if we all work together to do that. For example, as I was talking earlier about the supply chain, I mean, the fact that we have now 170, 180 gigawatts of module manufacturing capacity, who could have envisaged that literally 2 years ago? And by the way, we have the third or fourth largest manufacturing capacity as well in solar, as Renew, as a company.
Right. But this solid waste, how will it be managed in your view? What is the solution to this?
Look, there are technologies available where you can actually generate energy from solid waste, right? Through mechanisms of burning it in certain specially designed kilns and furnaces and so on. So solutions are there. As I said, they just have to be implemented. And the question is, again, what kind of tariff will you give to the guys who are going to do this? If they generate power from doing all of that, how will you buy their power, at what prices and so on?
Right. Suman Sinha, thank you so much for taking the time out and speaking to us over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, and thank you, Madhav, so much for the riveting conversation around clean energy. Now, moving on to our next session, from ambition to execution. Decarbonizing India's growth doesn't just happen in policy alone. It requires the right kind of policy, the right vision, and most importantly, the right leaders ensuring the application to impact entire industries, bringing not only carbon emissions down, but also India's manufacturing up. Joining us on our next panel to discuss decarbonizing India's growth engine, we welcome Vikas Bakshi, Head of Advanced Technology and Innovation, Blue Star India, Weber Singh, Head of Strategy, Tata Power, and Karthikey Haryani, Founder and CEO, Charge Zone. Moderating this distinguished panel is my colleague and co-host for today, Hina Gambhir, News Editor, Times Network. Let's give a big round of applause for all our panelists and for Hina.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us here today. We have a big target in front of us. India wants to become Viksit by 2047. Simultaneously, we have committed ourselves to net zero by 2070. So I want to begin by asking each one of you, can rapid economic growth, that's what we want, and decarbonization truly go hand in hand? Let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And congratulations to the team Times for this wonderful event. Well, when we talk about decarbonization, I think the time is up. And speaking about whether it goes hand in hand, I think it's no longer a choice or option. It's a must-do thing, whether you pick up energy sector or the industrial energy systems or even mobility for that matter. And as the recent geopolitical situation has already taught us, or a wake-up call given to us as a country, that you got to secure your own energy independence. And as we just heard Suman saying that we don't have fossil fuels. It is true, by the way. 89% of our energy needs are imported. Then what option do we have? The option as a country is to take the path of a carbon-free, sources of energy. That's only not an option, but that's the only source we have, right? So having said that, I think it's an initiative that's already been taken by the government, by the various stakeholders, industry players, policymakers, financing guys, everybody, to make the decarb happen. And I think we're seeing several sectors where we are seeing what you call as electrification of everything or many of the things around us. And I think the path is just getting clearer day by day. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for inviting me. So I would like to state very clearly that I think this is the time where India can really lead the innovation part also in the context of sustainability. So I'm coming from a sector which cools the whole India or the world. So in one way we can say that cooling maybe will deter the overall sustainability, but I would say like the developed countries, they already having many issues with the retrofitting and all those things. But India as a country where the penetration of air conditioners is just around 7 to 10%, and we have huge opportunity to really develop those sustainable cooling solutions which can not only help us to attain those targets which has been set by globally, but we can make efficient products which can be really helpful for the overall market. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for having me. So if we look at our oil dependence, import dependence has touched 90%. So it's not far-fetched to say that oil is India's biggest vulnerability from an energy security standpoint. And if we look at the Indian market, it's a growing economy. We have one of the fastest growth. We're clocking that, but that growth is accompanied by a commensurate demand for electricity and energy. And that's where sustainability comes in. So not just from the point of view of going green, but also from an affordability standpoint. And that is something we are seeing when we are injecting more and more renewable energy. And in the previous panel, we also heard views on that. It's the newer renewable energy sources, even clubbed with storage, it's cheaper than thermal. And anyways cheaper than oil. So which is why it's also an affordable transition. The good part is the developments we are seeing are all positive. So from an electricity standpoint, last year we saw a capacity addition of almost 55 gigawatt, highest ever. Solar addition was close to 44, double of what we saw or what we witnessed in the previous year. If we look at from a mobility standpoint also, last month, which is June 26, we saw an EV sales of 3 lakh, which has been the highest ever any month in India's history. And looking at 25 lakh vehicle sale, almost 12.6% of that penetration is now from electric vehicles. So we are seeing positive developments, and that's really comforting from a transition standpoint.
Interesting. So things are definitely looking better. There is an opportunity, but what do we do with that opportunity is the big question. Let's be more sector specific now, as far as Tata Power is concerned. Now, in one of the discussions that we had just now, the focus was that, India has got big storage ambitions, but grid modernization is something that's the need of the hour. So how do we really do that?
So there are two aspects to this question. First is how do we pump in electricity which the grid can absorb? So reducing that intermittency and then having a grid that's better prepared. So from that point of view, it's mostly renewable energy sources which are not just plain solar or wind directly generating, but clubbed with pumped storage or battery storage. And last year we have seen record high tendering for battery storage. PSP also, we have just seen one of the recent tenders closing in. So that way, increasingly, it's going to be more and more firm sources of energy injecting within that grid. At Tata Power, we are not doing anything specifically different. What we are doing is we are adapting with the sector needs. So the newer bids, the newer trajectory has been hybridization with multiple sources, firming up with battery storage. So we have a battery portfolio. We have a pumped storage. We have a couple of pumped storage projects actually coming up. So the intent is to supply that round-the-clock electricity or dispatchable electricity to not just utilities, but to also various commercial and industrial consumers. So, for example, to data centers, to various energy guzzlers. So that way, we were just trying to see what India is going to be needing and catering to that.
One argument was that our grid is not strong enough, and also renewable capacity, while it is growing rapidly, grid stability is also a big concern. Is that the next big challenge for you?
Looking at the science, I'll agree. We have close to 40 gigawatt unsigned capacity that's primarily stranded because of transmission that has not kept pace with the generation that's coming up. From the point of view of localization also, we are seeing that increasingly happening. For example, large capacity is coming up in Khavda. We saw tripping happening there. So almost 9 gigawatt was curtailed at that point. So I'll say grid happens to be one key constraint where a lot has to happen. The good part is we have a lot of battery energy storage capacity coming up at state level. So a lot of these states have carried out tenders, and a lot of that capacity is currently at various stages of implementation. So with that coming in, we believe it's going to be a much robust grid infrastructure that will be in place.
Okay. Vikas, now cooling demand in India is also expected to surge dramatically. That's what many reports are suggesting over the next decade specifically. How do we meet that demand without significantly compromising, on the emissions target that we have?
So the beauty is that I think we have already cost 10 million units, and in the next 5 years, I think we are going to double the demand for the air conditioners. But we had an India cooling action plan, which talks about that you have to reduce the cooling demand by 20 to 25%. You have to reduce the refrigerants from 25 to 30%, and then you have to reduce overall cooling efficiency, as in the product needs to be more efficient, from 25 to 40%. So I think all the air conditioning manufacturers along with us, we are on the targets, and we really feel that the era is for that we need to give sustainable cooling, and with this thing going on, all the companies are working on primarily 3 parameters. One is that you are working on more energy efficient products. Second is that you are using more on the AI side or the digitization side. And third is that you are just trying to see what could be the other ways of using different refrigerants which are having low global warming potential, so that the product becomes more efficient and it is more sustainable, and the duration or the life cycle of the product is much more than the expectation, so that you don't have that sustainability issues can be catered in that.
You spoke about sustainable cooling. Can energy efficient cooling, if I would like to call it that, become a business advantage rather than just an obligation?
No, it's not an obligation. Frankly speaking, whatever AC used to be there 10 years back, I think it has become almost 60% more efficient as on today. And the beauty is that the Bureau of Energy, BE, they just keep on upgrading those standards. They are publishing every 2 years. Our product has become more and more energy efficient. But the irony is that the 5-star product just 10 to 15 penetration of those products is there. But yeah, definitely energy efficient products are there in the market, and it's not mere obligation. We all are committed that we have to develop those products. But yeah, the market demand, as I told you, for the 5-star products is just around 15% or so.
Okay. Let's talk about the EV infrastructure in this country, because every time there is a conversation around somebody wanting to buy an electric vehicle, the argument is, where is the infrastructure really? So how will you like to respond to that argument? Consumers often say that EV charging infrastructure is still the biggest hurdle. Where are we and where do we plan to go?
So I think this is a subject like air conditioning. Touches our lives every day, either in corporate or at home. Speaking about e-mobility adoption, is largely a function of availability of products, and now you have probably more than 30 different electric cars available in the market, similarly in two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and also large format commercial vehicles as well. Now, speaking about the second function is the function of the availability of charging infrastructure, akin to what you call petrol pumps or gas stations. Now, to begin with, in the personal mobility segment or in electric car adoption, and one of the things, as Vaibhav just mentioned, last month, for the first time, more than 6% of cars sold in India have been electric. Now, all said and done, it's clear that if there is sufficient EV charging infrastructure per se, the adoption is likely to grow more. But on the personal mobility, I must say one thing, just go ahead, and this is for all the audience over here, just go and blindly buy an electric car if you wish to. And the reason is, you have better batteries coming up, so there are better range on a single charge, number one. Number two, India already has more than 30,000 charging points which are fast charging. Right? And I'm not referring to AC chargers which are at community workplaces or at corporate buildings or at home. I'm referring to public charging points which enables intercity mobility. Now, as my company ChargeZone, we are on the forefront in terms of enabling intercity mobility. That's how we started in 2019. And currently, we command a network of around 16,000 charging points. We serve roughly 500,000 customers on a monthly basis. And these 500,000 customers are actually 80% of the cars on the road as on date. And I'm talking about both personal mobility as well as the fleet operators. But having said that, let's speak about what government is doing in this here. And the best thing that government has honestly stayed away or stayed out of as far as the governance is concerned in terms of the guidelines, safety regulations. They had designed it in 2018-19, much ahead of time. And today, the only piece that MHI has brought in is another 2,000 crore of a subsidy, marginal subsidy, I would say, or viability gap funding on the upstream side, that is on the power infra side. But having said that, companies like us, ChargeZone, and there is Tata Power, there's GOBP and others as well, who have been rolling out charging points across the highways, across the cities and so on. But today, you can actually drive from Amritsar to Chennai. You can drive from Kolkata to Ahmedabad without any range anxiety.
Wow.
This is a reality.
This is new.
And we have customers driving 600, 700 kilometers in a day. It's a stretch without any range anxiety. The only thing we are now solving is the speed anxiety. In other words, moving from fast chargers to superchargers, which allows a user to charge his or her car within, let's say, 20 minutes or 15 minutes. Yeah. So charging infra is gradually picking up space, and well, still we need roughly at least $5 billion in terms of infra on the fast or superchargers network building as well. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you're saying that, now we are moving towards the next phase as far as charging infrastructure is concerned. But if I ask you what needs to immediately happen for EV charging to become as convenient and as reliable as, say, refueling a conventional, traditional way?
I think the immediate need is, as I said, superchargers. So supercharger definition is generally 240 kilowatt and above. It's called a supercharger, right? And the capex is obviously intense. Typically, doing a 7.4 AC charger at home will cost $40,000, while a 240 kilowatt charger is starts at 1 crore plus. And it is not the cost of charger, but also the upstream infrastructure, including the transformers, new load connection from Discom, the civil works you got to do, and then so on. However, with the supercharging network gradually increasing, will mean that you will still be spending roughly 15 to 20 minutes for charging on a highway, which coincides with, let's say, a break that you want to take for a coffee or for a masala dosa, for example. But at the end of the day, what we have seen is a shift in the use case. So on the personal mobility side, we have seen that a customer, once he buys an EV, we have seen that every 45th day, there is one EV owner visiting our public charging network, every 45th day. In other words, we don't use car for business purpose, or do we? I don't drive from Mumbai to Ahmedabad using a car. I take a flight or maybe a train at max. But generally, I will take a car for some personal visits or for some pilgrimage or for some touristy thing. So this is actually been the use case in our country, and EV kind of sweetly coincides with that. So in a way, personal mobility is largely solved, as I said, the better battery and better improved range as well. But now let's address the elephant in the room, and that's on the commercial fleet. And I'm not referring to taxis. I'm referring to electric buses for intercity applications as well as electric trucks. And as you have seen recently in some of the news channels, you will observe, or you will be coming across the adoption of electric trucks. And I'm not talking about 1 tonner or 2 tonner. I'm talking about a 55 tonner use case. My other venture, Billion Electric Mobility, we already have 150 electric trucks. All of them are 55 tonners running for various customers for steel applications, cement applications and all. And they do not have any use case doing home charging. They got to do a pit stop at a supercharging hub or super hub in a city or outside the city on a highway. Now, this is a very different ballgame that is coming across as a huge challenge in terms of electric mobility adoption for the country or for the market in general.
Okay. Vikas, what is, you spoke about opportunity in the beginning. What is that one policy intervention you think that's the need of the hour, given the times that we are in? There are global uncertainties, there are wars, conflicts, nobody really knows what is going to happen tomorrow. That also leads to supply chain disruptions. And then what happens to our overall targets and also the sustainability path that we would want to embark on?
Frankly speaking, government has already done on their part. So there is a QCO, Quality Council. So based on that, earlier most of the air conditioners used to be imported from China. So what they really did is that they asked that you need to get a BIS certificate in case you want to use that particular component in your product. So what has happened, I think the localization has almost reached around 80 to 85%, and it's maybe going towards 100%. So I think in the supply chain resilience, I think that point has been catered. There were few components like compressors and many other electronics things which were usually imported from China or so, but now those factories have also been established over here in India. So I think in the sustainability context, everything is fine. In the PLI scheme, basically, a lot of manufacturing hubs have come up in City City, primarily in the HVAC domain. I would suggest that one intervention which government can really do is in the context of 5-star, because on one hand, the manufacturers are asked to make an energy efficient product. Every 2 years, you have to make it more efficient. But ultimately, the buyers are not there who really, because ideally, if I have a 5-star air conditioner, almost the penetration should at least be 50% or so. So I think there is a huge opportunity of policy intervention in that. Secondly, as I told you, almost 60 to 70% of the products are more efficient, which it used to be 10 years or 8 years back. So there's a huge opportunity for the retrofitting of those products so that it can be really helpful and reduce the overall energy demand. So I think these are the three key aspects.
Vaibhav, now if I ask you to say identify one technology that could transform India's decarbonization journey by 2035 in your sector, what would that really be? So one policy intervention perhaps that you think is the need of the hour, because we want to embark on this journey of grid modernization as well. We've got ambitious targets for energy storage too that Honorable Minister spoke about in the morning. So how do we do that?
Yeah. So the answer to both, in my opinion, would be storage. And we have to also shift from a subsidy-based ecosystem or a subsidy-based support to an ecosystem-enabled growth. how that has to happen is, for example, if you look at mobility, we already have FAME that used to provide capital subsidy on the final product. We had vehicles that had some subsidy coming in through PLI. Batteries that go into, and we have a PLI for ACC or battery manufacturing as well. And at state level, there have been various incentives. So on that part, manufacturing has been coming up. What has to also happen is for that ecosystem to come up. So specifically for say battery storage, we are still reliant a lot on China for these batteries to get imported. Assembly has started to happen. We have various assemblers. However, the cell assembly is still lacking. So what has to happen is for that integration to happen, we also start manufacturing cells. Subsequently, even ancillaries have to start getting manufactured here in India. If we cover manufacturing, then there are other aspects to it. For example, say testing and standardization. If currently we are assembling a container, a battery packs, we would still have to send it to China for testing, because I mean that testing apparatus and that infrastructure is still missing. So the entire ecosystem has to come into place for us to be completely self-sufficient.
So what's the solution to that point that you made? How can we reduce reliance on China? Should we look at maybe diversifying the way we've done it for energy after West Asia crisis happened? I mean, what is the way forward in that?
So it has to be the entire value chain that has to happen, because even if there are certain vulnerabilities, we would still end up depending on China. So taking again the learnings from say solar. So we have solar modules that are being manufactured. We have solar cell that are starting to get manufactured a lot more. Wafer and ingot is starting to come up. We have announcements that have happened. For polysilicon would be the last stage left, which also would have to be covered. Same in terms of ancillary goods. You have glass, you have EVA, you have frames and a lot of that. So that has to start happening here completely. So that we will have to stop that dependence on China altogether. The second part is R&D, which has to keep pace. Right now what happens is predominantly China would lead that technology development, the commercialization part, and once something is proven, then eventually we'll get in the capital goods and machinery. The assembly lines would also get outrightly imported from China and other countries, but we would be assembling it here on a larger scale. And that's where we feel our specialization is, manufacturing on a larger scale with labor cost and everything coming into picture. And what has to happen is for that lead time to reduce. So if perovskites, for example, have to be happening, we should be right now actively investing into R&D so that the lead time from R&D till commercialization is going down. So that way we'll be a lot more up to date in the market in terms of say, efficiency, in terms of other aspects. And this can be replicated across technologies. So lithium ion, for example, that has to happen. Now sodium-based chemistries are coming in. We still have not started much R&D on that. So that way, all of these aspects would have to fall into place for us to be completely self-reliant.
A bigger focus on R&D is also something that's important. That's an important takeaway. Any thoughts on this, Karthikeyan?
I think, well, sometimes I think we got overwhelmed by solving this China problem, right? I think we are part of, and everybody's a part of a very large global industrial ecosystem now, right? I think it's more to do with innovation and localization. If I'm dependent upon gold for $72 billion of imports, then what are we talking about in terms of dependency or imports from China? Okay? However, speaking about e-mobility, there is certain thing on the rare earth for motors, or for that matter, the cells for the mobility batteries or automotive batteries. Now, the localization is one path, and on the other side, continuous R&D innovation of making, let's say, motors, which are the second most important part of all the components are important, but the motor is the second most in terms of value to be let's say free from rare earth. Now we have seen ANRF and many such initiatives by the government, which also has prioritized mobility or EV mobility as a topmost sector where innovation-led focus is now coming into being. Now having said that, let's see the all format of electric mobility in the country. We have seen a huge amount of localization under the PLI scheme and other things, which has led two-wheelers and three-wheelers in terms of demand and production volume going through the roof now. And we have seen cars, barring one or two OEM names, you see most of the models available, most of the OEMs have launched their electric cars in the country. And coming to the buses and trucks, well, it's all available if you want to buy one. But having said that, it's only limited to just a couple of components into the EV drivetrain, which is to be innovated. Because India has led, just like applied electrical engineering on the energy side, we have seen a huge innovation in automobile for the last 30-40 years. And 25 years ago, when a visitor from Europe will come, and when I say, well, this Toyota Innova is manufactured in India, they were surprised. Nobody was ready to believe 25 years ago. Today, I don't think there's even a conversation anymore. So same is applicable now to the modern age electric vehicle industry, especially the four-wheelers and above, where innovation will lead to self-reliance. But as I said, that we need not be worried to solve too many things about this Chinese angle. Instead, let's focus on what best products we can build, keeping in mind the global supply chains, as well as keeping in mind that one thing for sure, when I use diesel, it smokes out. If I use lithium-ion battery, the lithium stays back, correct? I don't smoke out lithium. You can recycle it and you can bring a lot of new ideas around a circular economy that we all know about. So if you lead if you actually start seeing from a different lens, I think the problems are more inherent. And innovation is more important, inherent to solve for, rather than thinking about more on the geopolitical side.
Interesting. I think we got some good ideas as well from people who are working in different sectors, because decarbonization is the need of the hour for us to become Viksit by 2047. Karthikeya, Vaibhav, Vikas, thank you very much for joining us here today.
What a wonderful panel. A big round of applause again for Hina and the panelists. This, of course, was the ground level view of the green transition that we are so widely talking about. Now, moving on, some of India's biggest industries like steel, aluminum, cement are also its hardest to decarbonize because they need constant and clean power. Our next presentation comes from a company that has built exactly that ecosystem for India's industries. Sharing Greenco's vision for a clean energy India and the rise of reliable renewable energy in decarbonizing industries, let's welcome with a big round of applause Mr. D. Nagendra Prasad, Director of the Greenco Group. Let's give a big round of applause there. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Times Network, for giving us this opportunity. We are delighted to be here and sharing our journey, our views with you. Firstly, I must acknowledge the few messages that the minister left with us, and he positioned the decarbonization as a new India's growth engine. And the previous panel discussed the complete decarbonizing the growth path of India. They talked about the decarbonizing mobility. They talked about decarbonizing cooling. They did talk about decarbonizing energy. And we, Greenco, we are a energy transition company, and we operate 10 plus gigawatt of renewable assets. And if you want to look at what India is, when India is talking about decarbonizing, what it is talking about, we are about 10 plus gigawatt today. By 2030, we want to be 50 gigawatt plus. So in another 4-5 years, we want to build 5 times the operating assets than what we have. So that is what is all India about. In one of the panels, it was also presented as an opportunity, and we also think it is an opportunity. most of India is still to be built. Hence, the kind of legacy that some of the developed world has, we fortunately do not have, and we can build the way that it needs to be built, and it could be a decarbonized path. And that is an opportunity for us, and the Green Co looks that also as an opportunity. So as a company, we began as a renewable energy asset building and operating company. We built up to something like 7.5 gigawatt of the renewable assets in all the technologies, solar, wind, and hydro. And we face the same problem as much of the renewable energy industry faces, that pushing in renewable energy into the grid is no solution. You need to have storage. Very early in the day, about 5 years ago, we realized the challenges of storage. One of the speakers also mentioned about one particular state trying to not pay, trying to play with the contracts, etc., etc. Something like that happened, but we didn't look at that as a political issue. We looked at that as an issue of the technology. So we also believe one thing, all the time the society accepts a solution, a green solution, when green becomes economically and socially acceptable. In fact, one of our annual report was titled, annual report or sustainability report was titled as Making Green Sustainable. Green is wonderful, but can you present with your innovation, can you make with your innovation green socially and economically acceptable? So that is precisely the point. So soon after, we didn't look at that as a political challenge. We looked at that as a technological challenge and innovation challenge. Then we thought about the storage, explored all kinds of storage solutions. But we zeroed in on Make in India. So the people were talking about the supply chains of the storage systems like batteries, etc., etc. We looked at that. Not that the battery is not a viable solution. It is a viable solution. It has a role to play. But we went for, pumped hydro storage is what we started about 4 years ago. And today we are very, very delighted to announce 1680 megawatt pumped storage capacity. The largest in the world, operating largest in the world, is not fully operational, but significantly operational. And we are ready to operate the 1680 megawatt pumped hydro storage capacity at Pinnapuram very soon. And we plan to build a storage capacity of 100 gigawatt hour per day by 2030. We want to build 50 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030. That is something like a 10% of India's target is what Greenco will be able to build, not only in the renewable assets, but also in the storages. So by building the storage assets and the renewable assets, largely we will be able to sort out the puzzle of that, storage puzzle of that equation, and will be able to provide a firm renewable energy. The moment I have firm renewable energy, I almost become like, I have an affordable, firm, reliable, renewable energy. So it is possible to displace as much as possible the fossil fuels. That also was discussed in some of the panels here. Another thing that Greenco's founders always look at it and think about and see through is that India, in its ambition, when it expresses its ambition that we will be energy independent by 2047, we will do Vikasit Bharat, and in both these ambitions are actually going parallel to each other, and we see that an ambition of the India to become an electro-state. Previously, it is the petro-states which have dominated the world for a significant amount of time, and it is an opportunity for both China is building as an electro-state and India is also building as an electro-state. What does that mean? That means, as some of the panelists has already emphasized, we make clean energy, and most of the energy applications, we turn that into electricity. So that is electrification, just like the mobility is getting electrified. Post that, Okay, most of the liquid fuels, oil and gas, etc., and many of the chemicals, we also displace it by electricity. How do you do that by electricity? Electricity to power to X, power to a molecule, power to hydrogen, power to ammonia, power to methanol, etc., and actually you can displace much of it. So we are building an electrostate. Just as much aluminum making was going towards the Middle East because the oil and gas was available. Similarly, as the electrostates get built up, the aluminum making, steel making, etc., global ones will come to India. Okay, Greenco is also putting up 0.5 million tons of aluminum making in India, along with Rio Tinto. So I'm talking about this raise of electrostate and that possibility of India and Greenco being an essential partner in building the foundations of Indian electrostate is what we are seeing forward. Okay. When we are becoming an electrostate and also having that ability to deliver reliable, firm and affordable electricity, okay, we have an excellent opportunity. As Sumant already pointed out, that there are two big things that are happening. One is the AI, the other is the decarbonization. So AI requires electricity and water majorly. And we have the electricity at a reasonable price, affordable price, and also a clean electricity. And that is the reason why Greenco is also in the business of powering these new growth engines, which are the AI compute hubs. You must have seen in the public domain that the Greenco has announced multiple investments, including the one investment in Noida and similar other investments in Andhra Pradesh of AI compute hubs. So, most important what I was saying is that the ability to generate affordable, firm energy comes from our building of long duration energy storage. And we are building, as I said before, such long duration energy storage capacities all across India. One in Andhra Pradesh, place called Pinnapuram near Kurnool, 1,680 megawatt of pumped hydro storage is already ready. But similar ones are being built and almost about to be ready, one in Madhya Pradesh, one in Karnataka and a few in Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, etc., all across the state, a network of pumped storage. So this, what does that do? It not only firms the electricity as much as it can, but also it avoids partly the other storage challenges with the battery. So battery has still a role to play, but it makes that role lesser and lesser, hence the problems lesser and lesser. We also believe to be able to sort out the storage equation, all of us need to look at other alternatives other than the alternatives where the supply chains are stuck and supply chains are not in our controls. So it is very, very important to look at that particular point also. So further to having the firm and affordable renewable energy, the firm and affordable renewable energy can be used to produce green hydrogen and then on to green molecules, so that this green hydrogen and green molecules, to begin with, to be able to scale up the viability gap that is there in making the green hydrogen and green molecules, possibly can be sorted out by exporting the green molecules outside the country and becoming for the first time in our history an energy exporter rather than always being an energy importer. Okay, so that possibility is very clearly there. Greenco's sister company, AM Green, is already exporting to Uniper in Germany, not already exporting, already has off-take contracts, which it will export next year, the green ammonia to Germany from India. Similarly, the green ammonia is likely to be exported out of our Kakinada plant, which is coming up, to Japan and Korea. So for the first time, we are also becoming an exporter. By doing that, what are we doing? We have a EU ready to pay a certain amount of premium on the decarbonized or for the green ammonia. We have a South Korea, we have a Japan, which is ready to pay another level of premium for the green molecules. So we are actually, our early stage investments, our early stage manufacturing experiments, let us say, are actually using that premium that they are ready to pay and scaling it up so that tomorrow when we want to go to net zero by 2070, okay, we can scale up and we can produce green ammonia, green hydrogen, green methanol, and for our own use we can do that. So we are using the ability for the developed world and their commitment to decarbonizing earlier than us, okay, to sell them the early manufactured capacities and then create ability to manufacture for the domestic supply. So this whole story of decarbonization, in the earlier panels also it was being discussed, okay, is it possible to decarbonize and also possible to achieve the economic growth that we have a great ambition to have and we must have. So important thing here is to understand is that both of them are no longer sort of in conflict with each other. In fact, they are parallel to each other. As I said, for the first time, by decarbonizing our energy value chain, we are able to actually becoming self-sufficient for our own energy needs and the growth in the energy needs that are going to be in the future. So the economic objective and the decarbonization objective are running hand in hand, and more so with the kind of geopolitical uncertainties that have come up. Okay, so each and every country wants to be as much self-sufficient as possible as far as the energy supplies are concerned. In that context, actually decarbonization is no longer the other goal. Actually, it is very well sort of consistent with the goal of the economic growth, and that is the reason why India's economic growth, okay, talks about Make in India, Vikasit Bharat, and also the energy independent India by 2047. All of them actually work towards this whole issue of the decarbonization. So we are very clear, as Greenco, we are building hardware for this new economic growth engine, which is decarbonized, which is climate resilient, which is green. However, we know that the hardware is not sufficient. The software needs to be built. The soft part of it needs to be built. So the whole issues of the green and the responsible, etc., has to be accepted by us as a community, and there has to be a buy-in for that. I think I look forward to the next session, wherein we will discuss in detail as to how to build that software component of the hardware that we are already building. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prasad, for all those insights, and of course not to forget the jaw-dropping piece of clean energy infrastructure Greenco has built in Kurnool of Andhra Pradesh, the world's first gigawatt-scale hybrid plant combining solar, wind, as well as hydro energy. Moving on, everyone. Today we also have with us one of the most versatile and compelling performers of her generation. Our next guest has used her platform on and off screen to bring impact, from undertaking a small afforestation project with her mother to bold choices on both OTT and film. Please give a big round of welcome to Shriya Pilgaonkar, actress and sustainability enthusiast, joining her for a chat on purpose, planet and pop culture. Redefining influence is Hina Gambhir. A big round of applause, everyone.
A bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Shreya joining us today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Waiting for the lunch break, that's why.
I
It can
completely
be a bit
understand.
louder.
I'll keep my conversation extremely short, even I'm hungry.
No, we have the timer running there, so
Oh,
we have to
perfect.
stick to
Okay,
that.
good. That helps me. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us here today. And I want to begin by asking you, what does the word sustainability mean to you?
To begin with, I must say that I'm not here as any kind of expert. I'm here as a very curious person who's started a journey to really understand what is the kind of awareness I want to build, what is the kind of impact at my level I want to create. A friend of mine, whose name is Amogh Varsha JS, who's made a film called Wild Karnataka, He spoke on a panel recently and he said it very beautifully that the word sustainability needs to be replaced by survivability. Because today, we tend to use the word sustainability so casually, but looking at what's happened with climate change in the past few years, I don't think we're fully able to comprehend how difficult things are going to get. I mean, just look at the rainfall deficit this year to begin with. So I would say for me, sustainability has become a far more grave issue, which we feel कि अभी हमें उसके effects immediately पता नहीं चल रहे हैं, छोटे-छोटे ways में. But there will be a time where we will be hit by it in a way where we can't escape. So I think that awareness is now coming in all industries, and I'm happy about that consciousness that's coming to the world.
That's a very interesting description you gave to us, because it is extremely important for us to understand that climate change is real and sustainability or survivability, as you said, has to be the mantra for life. Look at what's happening in Europe, heat wave. I don't think anybody ever imagined that Europe will have a situation like that.
I mean, not even Europe. I mean, recently I heard the rainfall in Bangalore has been like 50% less, and my friends who work in this industry have been telling me about it. And I realized that we go on with our lives knowing so little about this, whereas that truly impacts us in every single way, which is why I'm somebody who's even more curious now to understand that at our micro levels, what is it that each one of us can do?
So let's start by understanding how you are going about it, this entire journey of becoming a sustainability enthusiast. What does it mean in this day and age? And also, we keep talking about climate change, sustainability, etc., etc. Are we even serious about it? Because if we are not using it in our daily lives, then, I mean, nothing is going to really change.
I think for a lot of people, sustainability has ended up just being a cool word. So I, in fact, want to stay away from even labels like sustainability enthusiast, because I just want to do the action that's required. So something that I can share is that I give my mother complete credit for this, because she's the one who's kind of introduced me to this. But we bought a small piece of land in the Konkan belt, and there were no trees on it, and we'd heard that years ago, it used to be quite dense. So my mother did some research, and now we're doing like a Miyawaki method of building a forest, which is essentially growing small patches of indigenous species, which will take 2-3 years, and then eventually it's a quicker way to build a denser forest. So we are also in our way kind of trying to see what is it that we can do in the smaller scale that we have. And I do see a lot of people of our generation actually who are building also more consciously, even if it's homes. So these are the small ways, I think, in which we can think of change, because often change feels very intimidating. We think of it at only a global level. But if each one of us actually goes back to our homes and sees in what capacity we can do, whether it's a film set or whether it's your own house. So hopefully in a few years, we'll have a little mini forest on our land.
And how do you think you can also inspire others? Because when, like you spoke about how you got into this project with your mother, it was a small plantation drive that you did with your mother. Here's the thing about biodiversity. The videos do not really go viral as we see of climate change really going viral across the world via Instagram, etc. So what do you think people can do at a local level? How can they get inspiration from what you're doing at a local level that can help improve local biodiversity?
I'm not in a position to answer that question, because I don't think I've done enough to be an inspiring figure to anybody in this matter. But I will say that more than speaking about it, we think of being modern and progressive as only moving away from what was. But I think even if you go back and see traditionally, what was our land? What was our produce? Where was it coming from? How were people, what was their relationship with land? We are a culture that looks at mountains and rivers as sacred. So I think going back to that sentiment and realizing why, I mean, that is God essentially, isn't it? Jo hame itna kuch de raha hai. What is our responsibility towards it? So I will say that more than doing anything for virality, there's a lot we can get done in this world if we are not willing to take credit for it. You know? So for me right now, it's about just building my own knowledge and understanding what is it that I can do at my level, and also perhaps for a lot of people who are curious about it, it'll be nice to have more spaces where they can also have more information, right? Because when you say building a forest, I mean, that sounds very overwhelming, right? But our relationship with nature, but I do see a lot of this whole thing of farm to table has come back. I mean, it sounds really fancy, but farm to table is what? Like, it's like literally fresh produce that is not going through different mediums. So it's just educating yourself, and any kind of growth first starts with acceptance of where you are and calling yourself out.
You know, I asked that question specifically because whatever you do, your followers, people who've been watching your journey in cinema, etc., will also try and get some inspiration. So what you do becomes extremely important.
So which is why I did share it on social media, but I shared it in a way that we're starting on this journey. We don't know how successful it'll be, but it's just the attempt to try and see. We planted 1,500 saplings there. And I think because there is also so much negativity on social media that it's nice to share a lot of these positive things as well, where you can build your community. I think building communities is so important, because you'll be surprised how many people there are who are interested in understanding how they can create a certain ecosystem, right?
You spoke about negativity on social media. I mean, it is a reality. It is the hard fact. As an actor, as somebody who's curious about sustainability, how do you really look at negative comments? How do you deal with negativity?
The question didn't connect sustainability and...
No, you're trying to do something on sustainability. Like you said, you're curious. So I'm just trying to understand your perspective. How do you deal with people, who write random comments, etc. As an actor, how do you deal with it?
I think if you pretend to be somebody who you're not, or if you pretend to know more than you do, then people can call you out. If I already call myself out by saying that I'm not an expert and that I'm still learning, then I don't think there is any scope, because I myself am calling myself out in the process. I will say though that something that I find very powerful in my field of work are stories. The power of cinema, storytelling is so strong even in this field. I was part of the All Living Things Environmental Film Festival, which essentially has different films on different subjects related to nature, wildlife, environment, and you'll be surprised to see the incredible films that people have made. Instead of telling somebody, do this, do that, don't cut trees, don't kill wildlife, the power of a story to shake you and therefore for it to move you enough for you to reflect is so much that I realize that that's a space that more people can really explore to create an impact.
Is that something that drew you towards it, or is that something you learned after being a part of it?
So ages ago, before I started acting, I had made a small documentary about stray cows in Rajasthan. I mean, a very random topic, but it was a short documentary which was selected at TIFF Hot Dogs. And I realized that a good way to connect with people is through emotions. And over the years, the space of environmental filmmaking and storytelling, which sounds boring, but if you see the films, they're fantastic, they're entertaining. And a film festival like the All Living Things Environmental Film Festival, it really gives you such a great opportunity. So as I was on the jury of that film festival, and as a result, I learned so much about issues around the world, from endangered animals to what happens when the banyan tree in your, land which has been there for 200 years is cut down because something has been built. I mean, the emotional resonance of these decisions. So it caused a lot of awareness in me. So I felt like if the audience, if the public is open to it, then that would also be one small tool in making a difference.
And before we talk about your acting career journey and the niche that you've carved for yourself, I want to quickly ask you one more question on sustainability. Was there any impact or influence of your parents in this?
Of course, I think as basic values not to waste, and it's a very small thing, not to waste and to understand that you're a very small part of this earth. As human beings, we carry so much ego with us everywhere. We think we're the greatest thing that this planet has made. But nature humbles you, right? We have to have humility. So these value systems are what at this age are bringing me back to realize that it's not just the job of big industries and big corporations and big NGOs to do this. As citizens, what is it that we have to do? Whether it is a small thing like sorting your garbage, or your relationship with plastic, or your relationship with animals, nature, everything, right? And nobody's perfect, everybody's in their journey, but talking about it has to move beyond the cool word of sustainability is what I think.
Do you think Gen Z is more proactive in this?
I do think so. At least with the people I've interacted with, I think they're definitely much more conscious and much more in tune with nature, is what I feel.
Interesting. Let's also talk a little bit about your career in the film industry, in cinema. You've often chosen, very unconventional roles. Is there a larger purpose that guides what you pick?
I mean, I've picked scripts that excite me. Now, Mirzapur was something that I thought was very entertaining. Broken News, which was in the world of news reporting. I loved the story. I felt like it was a character that could create an impact. A show like Guilty Minds is in the world of, legal. It's a legal drama. So I've been fortunate to play characters that kind of will shake you, that have a point of view. And that's perhaps my little contribution to trying to make a difference. But I want to do everything. I want to be part of stories that stand for something, but also stories that entertain and make you forget your problems for some time.
You were fantastic in Broken News, by the way.
Thank you. I empathize with all you journalists after playing that part.
And I'm sure even the audience would agree to that. Is that a yes? No?
I don't know how many people have watched it. I see some nods.
Yeah. So, has there been any role that, maybe changed your view towards society?
The ones I mentioned, actually. I think the most beautiful part about being an actor is that you get to live many lives in one lifetime. You get to understand yourself so much better. Playing Radha Bhargav in The Broken News gave me a sense of the turmoil of wanting to make a difference, but what does that really mean in a society? How dirty do your hands have to really get to make a difference? What is the inner whirlwind you have to deal with? Or Kashaf Kaze in Guilty Minds, where I played a lawyer. These two women that I played, I felt really had a very strong impact on me. Besides that, I think it's a privilege to do this and to be able to connect with your audience. Sometimes I think we end up having a little bit of that power where we can make a difference by speaking about things that we are passionate about, and people will listen.
Something about journalism that shocked you after, doing Broken News? Or something that came as a revelation?
Oh man, a lot of things. Not everything is black and white, and you have to accept that. I think it's very easy for people who are not part of this world to say, oh, this is black and this is white, but the pressure is intense for you journalists, and I understand that so much. Also to kind of find your voice in all of that can also be a challenge, as my character had, but eventually, I think you just can't judge any industry until you're in it. So as an actor, when I get to do a little bit of these different things, my empathy as a person grows, I would say. So yeah, it's very stressful. So I feel you.
It's interesting how you say there's nothing black or white. Yeah. I mean, that's a wonderful way of putting out what one really goes through.
And
when
having
one is
empathy. I mean, since we're talking about sustainability, isn't that the core of it anyway? Empathy is the core of everything. It's not about being arrogant about what difference you want to make. We are all in a capitalistic world. We all want to progress in a certain way. But can we really give that much importance and that much, with that much humility can we deal with this planet? Because I feel like sometimes it's just our lack of humility and our ego as human beings that comes in the way for anything that we do.
You're returning to big screen after a gap of about 5 odd years. I mean, why did you take so much time?
Not returning. I think returning sounds like a very big word, like I was on an odyssey or something. I just invariably got more work in the OTT space. But this September, I'm excited that Mirzapur, the film, is releasing, and Hewan, which is directed by Priyadarshan sir. Both films on the big screen, something I don't take for granted at all. And I think it's going to be exciting because after a long time, I'm going to be able to do something on the big screen.
As an actor, what is better, a film or a series on OTT or big screen?
Whatever works and whatever the audience likes. At this point, whatever gets the audience to watch it is exciting. I mean, the story matters really. और आजकल content इतना ज़्यादा है, इतनी चीजें हैं in your face all the time. I think the aim is to do work that stays with you. You know, I've thought of my journey is not as a 5-year journey, 10-year journey, but you want to be in this in the long run. Lambi race ka ghoda banna hai. So eventually, even after 20 years, what is the work that people are going to remember you by? That's more important to me than one hit and one good run. So I want to do work that I'm proud of also.
Also, the point is that while you're doing films or series, etc., for OTT, you also have to keep your presence felt on social media as well. Do you think, as an actor now, it's too much to do? Acting is easier, keeping up with trends and all is little difficult, or is it like okay to juggle both?
See, the thing is, today social media has become like a bank account. Everybody has one. It's your relationship with it. Personally, I'm not a content creator as such. Yes, a lot of my work and the economics of my work is related to social media as well. I do it as much as I enjoy it. I like to travel. I like to tell stories about my grandfather. There'll be some, digital campaigns that I'll do about that. But I feel like my bread and butter is not completely coming from social media all the time, which is why maybe I'm not as stressed. But I think every actor wants to be seen and hide at the same time. It's that relationship. You want it, but not too much. It's hard. It can be a little hectic sometimes.
And you've also openly said that now you're choosing to be fearless and get out of your comfort zone. Was that a purely creative decision? And or did figuring out what you stand for off-screen change what you're willing to do on-screen?
Yeah, you answered my question. I'm trying to discover what I stand for right now. Moving forward, what is it that I want to build? And build being the key word. What are the principles I want to live life by? I think God has been kind, work has been good, but now is the time for me to look inwards and ask myself this question. And I think everybody has phases where they want to reinvent. So when I say out of my comfort zone, I mean, I'm willing to say, what is it that I want to learn? What is it that I've struggled with? What more do I want to do with my life beyond entertainment also? And sometimes that means saying no's. Sometimes that means trying things that you haven't done before. So I am in that space right now. I also want to tell stories. I would like to direct and produce as well. So that journey can be exciting, intimidating. So let's see where it goes, but I'm ready for it.
These days when we get press releases, sustainable production is used quite frequently.
Wow. Okay.
So I want to understand from you, since you have spent years on sets, is anyone actually counting the carbon footprint of a shoot, or is sustainable production just a line that's written in press release?
No, definitely. Actually, right now I'm filming with Veer Das on his horror comedy film, and I can immediately see the difference. There's no plastic on set. Earlier on shoots, they used to have mini bottles, and now you don't have that. You either have a dispenser or you have, bigger bottles. These are very small things. But for a film set, it's a very big deal because there can be a lot of wastage. So I feel like in whatever little way they are conscious about it, a lot of things go digital instead of, printing scripts, things like that. I won't say right now there may be any big monumental difference, but these are small changes that I see people naturally make,
We just have a minute and 20 seconds
Oh,
left.
yeah.
So let's wrap up with
Yes.
a quick rapid fire.
Oh my God, okay.
One film everyone should watch for its message.
I hate these one-word answers. I can't think suddenly. For its message.
Any one film.
Okay, I'll answer this question later. I'm thinking. You
Okay.
continue with the other films.
One habit you've adopted that's genuinely good for the planet.
One habit I've adopted which is genuinely good for the planet. Being very, very scared. And I'll tell you why I'm saying that. It's because
How is being scared good for the planet?
Because you do things more consciously then. You don't take things for granted. You don't take things for granted. Today, I think climate change is a bigger threat to the world than global terrorism. And I don't think people realize the intensity of it because it's not affecting us immediately. So if there is a change I've made is to be really, to understand the depths of the issues of the problem, I would say.
I think acknowledging a problem is usually the
Extremely, because that's why you start creating any kind of change by accepting that you don't know enough and that you need to know
Right.
enough.
One myth about sustainability you would like to bust.
That I would like to
bust.
One myth about sustainability, that sustainability is not just the responsibility of big corporations. Sustainability is also a household responsibility, what I truly believe.
A book or a creator who has, influenced your worldview.
A book or creator that has influenced. I would say that my worldview is largely influenced by the value system that my parents have given me. And it's that value system that grounds me to now. So,
one word that defines our future today. Hope, courage, innovation, or responsibility, and why?
All of it. Hope, courage, innovation, and responsibility. And also the wish is that beyond a social media algorithm, the wish is if all of us are able to look beyond our social media and really go into the depths of issues, think critically, and not just fall prey into what the world wants to tell us. And I think that's very important to have that neuroplasticity for anything that we care about and that we are passionate about. That beyond these conversations, if I really care about something, how easily swayed am I, or am I really going deep into understanding what the situation is or what the issue is about, doing my homework and then forming an opinion about those things.
Should we revisit that question? One film everyone should watch for its message?
Let me plug my work right now at this point and say that since I have 2 films coming out in September, please watch those 2 films, Mirzapur and Hewan.
Fantastic. We'll leave it there. Thank you very much,
Thank
Shreya.
you.
Wonderful speaking with you.
Thank you so
for
much.
joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shreya, and for the wonderful conversation. And as Shreya powerfully put it, sustainability has to move beyond labels. It has to translate into real life action as well. With that, a big round of applause for Shreya Pilgaonkar, who has been generous enough to grace the event here. And with that, delegates, please join us for lunch. Finally, we will reconvene for an evening packed with sessions that takes us to the front lines of India's climate story. Please don't forget, by the way, to share your favorite moments, thoughts, and pictures with the hashtag TN Sustainability Conclave 2026. See you soon.
Action, supporting policy frameworks, mobilizing investments. Action, supporting.
The tone for the day, shedding light on India's journey to sustainability.
And the questions begin. To get the full picture, every side matters. Watch Decoding Now, where every side of the story finally fits. 6:30 p.m. weekdays only on Times Now.
When power evades answers, when spin clouds the truth, one voice cuts through the noise.
Thank you. Thank you. With you. Firstly, I must acknowledge
when the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
Check, 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 check. Mic check. Mic check, check, check. Kamran, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Chalo.
Ah, so it's fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
अरे एक
Okay.
सेकंड रुक जा एक सेकंड रुक जा
हाँ.
मेरे को फुल फ्रेम करने दे
अभी बहुत क्लियर वॉइस है लेकिन
कामड़ा नेक्स्ट चीज बता अभी जूम में पहले जैसे फुल फ्रेम वीडियो होता था वो नहीं होता है
कौन वाला नहीं हो रहा फुल फ्रेम?
हाँ पहले जैसे बिल्कुल फुल फ्रेम होता था अभी होता है और
हाँ होता है
अच्छा ठीक है मिल गया हाँ आ गया एक सेकंड रुक जा मैं इसमें चेक कर लेता हूँ होल्ड कर एक सेकंड ना
हाँ होल्ड है यहाँ पे हो इंडस्ट्री साइड हाँ स्पीकर देख रहा हूँ
बोल कामड़ा
हाँ हेलो कैन यू हियर मी
यस ठीक है
आई कैन हियर यू
ओके
आवाज आ रही है
ठीक है ओके थैंक यू
News breaks that shake up the system. Join us for the biggest revelation on Blueprint Explosive Exclusive weekdays at 6 p.m. only on Times Now.
A twist and the narrative changes. A color aligns and the truth comes into focus. A mismatch and the questions begin. To get the full picture, every side matters. Watch Decoding Now, where every side of the story finally fits. 6:30 p.m. weekdays only on Times Now.
It is not just a question. It is the voice of a nation, a demand rising from millions. We connect the clues. We challenge every claim. We confront every contradiction. We ask what India wants to know.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions. Because when others play it safe, I go straight to the heart of the matter. It's not about left or right. It's about what's right for India. It's about holding the powerful accountable.
India Upfront with Pranesh Roy, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. No spin, no compromise, just the truth.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
The headline is only the start. The real story unfolds in the details. When noise takes over, precision matters most. We bring the facts into focus, so every big story makes sense. Context, credibility, clarity. Only on Times Now, Briefing Room.
खबरों की रणभूमि में यहाँ शोर नहीं, सोच लड़ती। जहाँ शब्द नहीं, फैक्ट्स वार करते हैं और हर सवाल खोलता है सच की नई परत।
चक्रव्यूह आपके अपने सुमित अवस्थी के साथ सोमवार से शुक्रवार शाम 6:57 पर टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
जिम्मेदारी उठाने की एक शर्त होती है कि फिर कदम पीछे नहीं जाएंगे। जिम्मेदारी को अपना टीचर समझो तो वो सिखाती है, आजमाती है, मुश्किल सवाल उठाती है। मन को मजबूत और इरादों को
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, and welcome to the Times Network Sustainability Conclave 2026. We are beginning the proceedings now. Request you to take your designated seats and switch your phones to the silent mode. Thank you. We encourage you to engage with the conclave on social media on the theme India 2035, a self-reliant nation, with the hashtag TN Sustainability Conclave 2026. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome your hosts for the day, Amita Vadva and Ashish Parikh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you've had a hearty lunch and now are back with us. So let's resume the program, the second half of the event. And the first half that we had mainly spoken about, Ashish, was there throughout, because this conclave that establishes the very scale of India's sustainability ambitions. And when we speak of the focus that is now shifting from ambition to execution, examining the policies, partnership, technologies and leadership that will actually shape India's sustainable future.
Absolutely, Amita. In fact, because the transition ahead is about more than just clean energy, it is about building a nation that is resilient, self-reliant, and also prepared for the opportunities of the decades ahead. In fact, moving ahead now, every national ambition, like I said, ultimately depends on effective execution. Our next discussion explores the institutions, financing mechanisms, collaborative frameworks that will define India's long-term energy security.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we all have been refreshed with food, and join us in welcoming Mr. Ashish Khanna, who is the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, and Sushant Kumar De, Executive Director Projects, Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, in conversation with Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan. Let's welcome our guests on stage, please. Madhav, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Amita, as well as Ashish, for joining us. Also, let me introduce our panelists who are with us as far as the panel discussion on building energy security for an Atmanirbhar Bharat is concerned. We have with us Ashish Khanna, who's the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, as well as Sushant Kumar De, who's the Executive Director of Projects of IREDA, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. And Ashish, there's a huge swath of areas that we're talking about. When we're talking about building energy security for an Atmanirbhar Bharat, from clean energy to newer technologies emerging, many challenges, battery storage capacity, so on and so forth. What, according to you, is the roadmap for the next 5 years? We've come a long way, but what needs to be done further to ensure that we're able to achieve that Atmanirbharta in energy security?
Thank you so much for having me, first of all. I will start off by saying that if some of you do not know what International Solar Alliance is, it was envisaged almost 10 years back by Honorable Prime Minister as an aggregator of all countries, especially from Global South, who want to come together on a shared journey of solar. And at that time, when a target of 1,000 gigawatt or $1 trillion was done, there was a question, it sounds quite implausible. Today in 2026, as we sit, 600 gigawatts is getting added every year. More than 2,000 gigawatts are already commissioned just in developing countries. So that just first of all tells you that solar is right now the mainstay of more and more developing countries. One final fact, 80% of all power plants done last year globally were renewables, and 80% of that was solar. That just tells you the predominance. Now, your question in terms of what the next 5 years look like, the next 5 years will not only be about the targets of how much capacity on solar has been added, but it will be a lot about quality. It will be a lot about the digitization and the flexibility in the system. What do I mean by that? For example, I believe India will be doing a lot more of decentralized renewable energy. What does that mean? We all know about PM Surya Ghar. Almost 40 lakh people have solar rooftop. Target is 1 crore. My assumption is at least double of that will happen over the next 5 years, because solar by nature is very empowering and inclusive, where everybody can have that. We have 3 million solar pumps done. I believe through PM Kusum, this is going to be a game changer. At least double or triple of that is going to happen. Now, when you have so much of decentralized renewable energy, the distribution company does not know how to manage my grid, because millions like you and me may become prosumer of both consuming and selling electricity. The power systems were designed for one-time flow. Somebody generates, transmits, distributes, consumes. But now it's a more vibrant system. So the system will by nature need to become very intelligent in understanding who's producing, who's generating, how the grid should be managed. This will be one of the key imperatives in the states to absorb a lot more energy, but also empowering a lot more people. Finally, the world is also going towards a lot of flexibility in how the grids will be managed, which are manufactured more and more locally. So the next 5 years will also see Atmanirbharta, both in terms of manufacturing, but also in terms of managing the grids with as little dependence on outside, both on the software part as well as the minerals part.
Mr. Day, I want to come in on this because this is very important. Earlier we were looking at a situation, and of course the West Asia, what has happened has shown us the risks of being too dependent on importing energy from outside. How strong are we in terms of the trajectory that we are currently on, in terms of achieving this goal of actually being a net exporter of energy, or at least the systems by which one can manufacture all of these various sources of energy?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me in this conclave. If I say that IREDA's journey, which started about almost 39 years back, IREDA was started as a niche financial institution to provide funding for a renewable energy project, because the lenders were resistant. There was a lot of resistance from the lenders to fund these kind of projects. So our journey started from that point of time, and we started as a lender, specialist lender, then financer, then the ecosystem developer in the financial market. So to answer your question that how this energy storage going to be developed in future and how we can export if we require this energy to be exported. The main important point here is that whatever energy we are generating, there is a lot of curtailment, particularly the solar energy. So to cater the need of India first, we should have a storage system in place, and then it comes to the exporting or importing of any energy. So in India, the demand is so much that we need not to think about export at this moment, but we have to consume ourselves whatever we are generating. So there are a lot of curtailments, and to cater this, the best energy system which we are going to develop, and the policy already is in place. So IREDA is financing those storage system in a big way, and though there are some policy issues, but those are being addressed by government time to time, and already the systems are in place, and over the period of 1 year or so, you will find that this curtailment will not be there, and that will be a answer to the energy storage which we require at this moment. But of course, as a long-term measure, we require PSP to develop as a storage system which will cater the need of long-term requirement of energy storage system.
Right. Ashish would like to come in on that, because when we talk about, the decentralized sort of model, one obvious thing would be you need battery capacity to have that storage. And one of the risks with that is that then we'll go from being dependent on West Asia to being dependent on China, is what a lot of people have observed, because they have complete dominance when it comes to battery and manufacturing technologies. So what needs to be done? Is it huge amount of private investment? What is the roadmap, policy initiatives, perhaps encouragements, incentives on part of the government to try and ensure that we also have our domestic manufacturing capacity as far as such storage facilities are concerned, which are enhanced for the future?
Yes, this is, I think, one of the most important questions, that the duck curve that stands today in terms of a huge surplus in the day and deficit in the evening requires a comprehensive storage framework. 3 or 4 elements. First element, our markets and regulatory frameworks must evolve from having today markets that just pay for the energy services to a range of services that potentially a battery storage provides. It includes frequency, it includes ancillary, some reactive power, voltage stability. In most countries, they have gone through advanced economies, gone through and evolved market structures in which these services are priced to. I think there's a discussion happening in India that needs to be accelerated. Second, storage is not only needed at generation end, where all the PPAs also have storage, it will increasingly be needed at distribution, like in Delhi we have Kilokri and Maharashtra is doing it, and then behind the meter, where people who are putting solar rooftop may actually put batteries as well. So this is a framework by which each element of storage will need to be promoted. And the third and final element is you need to invest in new technologies on which today you're not able to compete with China. But if you invest in those storage technologies today, in 5-10 years from now, when they become commercially viable, you have alternate supply chains by which you can control.
What are these technologies? Can you describe that for us?
So, for example, sodium ion. I think there are different ways by which battery storage can be done. India is already doing pump storage hydro, which I think is great, 100 gigawatts. And then a lot of technologies are much more at experimental stage in which startups need to invest in making them commercially viable.
Right. How do you look at the role, for instance, Mr. Day, of artificial intelligence and future technologies, for speaking about battery technology specifically, but the future technologies, in fact, accelerating India's growth, and how we can quickly adopt that to build at scale? Because many are looking at this not just as, the provision of clean energy, saving of cost, saving of the environment, but also as a huge generator of jobs and employment in the future as well.
Particularly the artificial intelligence, if we talk about, it can be used as a tool to forecast the energy which we are going to generate in future. Like solar and wind power, there is always doubt that whether tomorrow or day after tomorrow, what kind of generation we can achieve from solar or wind. So probably the AI can be used as a tool which can predict the generation ahead of, let us assume, one day, 2 day, or even 7 day. So in that area, probably AI can be used in a big way. That is the requirement at this moment as well. Though the experiment and progress is in work is in progress, but nevertheless, it will come from the data what we are accumulating, because ultimately AI is based on data. So more and more data we will get, more and more refinement we will get into the systems, and that will help in producing lot more of renewable energy ahead of time, and it will be available to us. It will be available to us as a prediction that at particular time what kind of energy we can produce, and at the same time the storage system where we can put this storage system into the grid. It will provide that how much time and what time we should store the energy, and when it is going to be supplied to the grid as per the requirements. So AI has a big role to play in future for the sustainability of the energy requirement.
Right. Mr. Dale, let me also ask you one question. When you look at, various regions or markets or areas that are underserved at this point of time, when you're looking at it from the perspective of financing projects there, how do you focus and prioritize on those areas where there is a lot more potential for growth?
You see, in India, there are 5 or 6 states which are more, you can say, they are very fast and forward in terms of deployment of renewable energy. But there are some states, they are lagging. Particularly, their lag is because of the policy initiatives not taken by that state particularly. And second, the grid availability. But recently, the initiatives taken by the government of India in terms of PM Kusum and the rooftop solar as well as the solarization of pump, it has created a lot of awareness in the rural area across India, and there's a lot of traction in terms of implementation of PM Kusum as well as deployment of solar pumps, where as a financier we found a lot of opportunity. And I tell you, in IREDA, last 3 years we have sanctioned around 10,000 crores of loan for PM Kusum and more than 820 crore for rooftop solar. So we are for that, and we are committed for financing those kind of projects in future as well as the solarization of pump. We have almost funded for solarization of pumps, more than 12,000 pumps we have already provided funding for that. So with that perspective, we are open to finance those kind of projects in rural area as well and across India, because that is the requirement at this moment, because the decentralization of power is very, very important in terms of solarization and sustainability of the power availability in India.
Yeah. When we're talking, Ashish, of renewable energy, the Minister was telling us this morning that we're already at around 300 gigawatts, which makes us the third largest, such a provider of renewable energy in the world. But looking at our future projections, our targets, we would have to beat US and China in terms of achieving, more power generation in renewable energy than them. What makes you confident that we can do that?
Let me tell you, flip it from the side, that what outside world is looking for in India. The first question everybody's asking me, I have people from Indonesia, Vietnam, South Africa, all approaching me. We want to match the price of sub 2.5 rupees in India, because they are not able to get it. And when they are told that solar plus storage is less than 3.5 rupees, they're even more surprised. So first of all, the world is really looking at very competitive solar and solar plus storage bids that India is able to do. Second, as IREDA was just mentioning, the solarization of agriculture. India is the largest, not the third, the largest field of solarization agriculture anywhere in the world. This is something that Africa is very interested in, because only 4% of arable land is irrigated in Africa. So when I meet the heads of state in Africa, they say number one problem is food. Number one problem on food is how to get irrigation, and I need solar pumps. What can I learn from India? That leads to the answer that India has developed an ecosystem where we started with a very strong political will, policy regulatory framework, local financing, huge capability of regulators, financiers, procurement, technicians, and now looking at manufacturing. This ecosystem that exists in India, where the country now is unanimous after the Hormuz crisis that nobody takes the sun away from you, but the gas and oil, you'll have to be dependent on others. That will ensure that India will continue to meet its energy needs in an affordable and energy secure way, where solar will be the key.
That's very important, because, in terms of actually adoption of this technology, Mr. D, I'd like you to come in on this. What exactly is the government's focus now to push for solar and other renewable energies? Across the country, you've told us how you're trying to fill the gaps whether it's not there. But going forward, what are going to be some of the thrust areas? Because when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to clean energy, there are a lot of other efforts as well that are being pushed for as far as the government is concerned. So can you take us through what the vision is, what the plan is for the government?
You see, when this program was started in India, the focus was the installation of clean energy projects in terms of capacity. But now the time has come, we have to think beyond that. Not just by installation of solar energy or wind energy, any capacity addition will not help us, unless we are sure that at what time we are supplying power and what time our client will require the power. That is the most important thing, and that is the focus area where the India and Indian government is putting more efforts. And to that, for that, we require a solar power with battery storage system. That is the focus area. And almost all the projects which are now coming up, it is with solar with BESS. So that is the focus area where we are also doing financing. because plain solar or wind, vanilla type of projects will not be very good or suitable for our grids. So to maintain the grid stability, we require the storage in terms of battery or in terms of PSP. So in short term, we will immediately require the BESS system, because it can be immediately integrated with the grid system. But PSP, it requires a lot of time to implement, at least 4 to 5 years to implement the project. So that is a long-term goal. So short-term goal is that BESS system with solar or wind, along with PSP, it will be a long-term goal, which is set by Government of India. And it will be a game changer in next 3 to 4 years, when we see that our energy is going to be produced from renewable energy. Now today we are talking about the capacity addition is 50% of what we are producing, but there will be a generation, 50% generation after 3 to 4 years. It will be from the renewable energy. So that is the focus area for Government of India.
Ashish, I have to ask you a question. At a time when we're all talking about EVs, we've seen solar cars that have been, in the works. So we've seen photos, prototypes for the last 10, 20 years. Is that a reality, or is it just science fiction?
Sorry?
Solar vehicles, solar-powered vehicles.
Oh,
we've
yes.
seen prototypes of various auto manufacturers last 10, 15, 20 years. But none of that has come in the market. Why is that?
Because today, the solar power that is generated, first of all, is not generated in the entire time period. And the model for using the solar power to run an EV is not, but it's happening. There are some prototypes that are happening. I'll tell you some very interesting application that's actually happening on ferries. So in all the eco resorts, if you are restricting the boat ride to less than 30 minutes, now solar powered and EV powered boats are now completely possible.
Okay.
So this is also an innovation more and more coming. I have African countries who have millions of fishermen running on diesel boats. They're saying, is solar small boats really a possibility? So this is a conversation that's happened, and you'll see a lot of innovation on that.
All right. Ashish, as well as Mr. Day, I'd like to thank both of you for joining us. A very interesting session. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, gentlemen, for that engaging discussion. A big round of applause again for our panelists. Discussion, of course, around solar energy. It's also very important to remember that we also have the 4th largest installed wind energy capacity globally as well. So India doing all-round work when it comes to sustainable development. Meanwhile, as India continues to become a developed nation, the question is no longer whether growth and sustainability can coexist. The real challenge is ensuring that progress is both inclusive and climate resilient. And to help us navigate this crucial conversation, we have a prominent environmentalist and also the Director General of the Center for Science and Environment, Sunita Narain. She's joining us virtually today and will be in conversation with Hina Gambhir. Let's give a big round of applause to Hina.
Ms. Sunita Narain, always a pleasure to have a conversation with you. I wish you were here with all of us, but good to have you today. We'll just get the audio sorted there.
Sorry, my bad.
Yes.
I had myself on mute. I just was saying thank you so much for having me, and I'm so sorry I'm not with you, but I have fever and I just did, and I'm really grateful that you accommodated me like this. Happy to have a conversation with you.
Wish you a speedy recovery, ma'am, and I was really looking forward to meeting you in person, maybe some other day.
Next time.
Ma'am, you're somebody who has worked relentlessly on environment, on climate-related issues. And when you say something about climate and environment, the world really pays attention. So that is why what you tell us today is going to be extremely important. So let me begin by asking you, we're here to discuss building a climate-ready India. Firstly, help us understand, what do we mean by climate-ready India?
That's a very good question. I think what is
unmute
important for us
yourself,
to
ma'am?
understand. I have unmuted. Are you not able to hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Let's just boost the audio a little bit.
Maybe if you can.
Perfect.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I think that's an excellent question. So what do we first mean by climate change? Let's understand it, how it is emerging in our world. So climate change today is happening. When I say this often, Hina, because, when we started the conversation on climate change, I was in Rio in 1992, we talked about climate change, we talked about a framework convention, but it was all about the future. Something would happen in the future. And there were models that were predicting things. Today, reality is happening and we see climate impacts. How do we see it? If you take the data for last year for India, from the Indian Meteorological Department, IMD, collated by my colleagues, you find that there is one extreme weather event a day, one a day, happening across India. Now just think of the impact of this on farmers, on laborers, on construction workers, when heat levels increase, when there is too much rain, when there is too little rain, when it becomes too cold because you have a bad cold wave. So that is what we are seeing in terms of climate change. And we definitely know today that climate change is here. Climate change impacts are real, and we need to do something about it. Now, your question to me is, what do we do? What does this climate-friendly, climate-resilient India mean? In my view, what it means is getting our priorities right to get local development, local environmental management right. For us, climate change will not be the first reason to act. For us, the reason to act will be local air pollution. But if we do something to fix local air pollution, we also will fix climate change. If we do something to fix the need for reliable, affordable energy in the hands of the poor, the conversation you just had with Ashish and the gentleman from IREDA, then you fix energy security in India, but you also fix climate change. And I think I can go on like this. I mean, let me give you one favorite example of mine. We live in Delhi. It's so hot in Delhi we now have the monsoons, of course, but we remember the heat that has preceded this. Now, we know this is a double whammy. We know on one hand, temperatures are increasing. On the other hand, we're doing everything wrong to exacerbate temperature increase. We are doing more concrete. We are doing more air conditioners. We are cutting down trees. We are destroying our water bodies. We are building our cities so that they become more vulnerable to heat. We are making buildings with glass, without windows, no ventilation, without fans, so that they become more intolerable when the heat levels go up. Thermal discomfort goes up. So, to me, what we need to do is to fix this. If we fix this, we build our buildings in a way that they are designed for thermal comfort. We will make sure that our air conditioning needs go down. We are able to cope with climate change, and we have a more livable city. So we'll discuss this, I know, but I just wanted to give you a glimpse of why climate change is compatible with sustainable development. And that sustainable development in turn requires us to have affordable and inclusive growth, which then means it's sustainable. So it's a question of reimagining the future. Right. And as I'm here and I can see a lot of young people in the room, I have the courage to say this to them. It's about reimagining. It's about having the courage to think differently and not to follow the same route to energy security or water security, to think about an India which is resilient, which is green, and most importantly works for the poorest in our country.
Right. Since you spoke about air pollution, you spoke about the weather in Delhi. So before I move on in my discussion, one suggestion that you will like to give the Chief Minister of the national capital, because winters will come very soon. We'll again be struggling with the air pollution issue, which we've discussed for years, for decades now. One thing that you want her to do right now, so that at least this year, we are not sneezing and coughing and wearing masks when winter arrives.
I don't think she can do anything right now, and this is the problem. We don't have quick fix solutions, because if I suggest a quick fix solution, it'll become the usual gizmos that every government tries. If you remember, last year we tried cloud seeding, it did not work. The year before we tried a soil decomposer, it did not work. The year before that we thought of a smog tower, it did not work. Those are the quick fixes which will not work. So my only advice to the government is, don't bank on another quick fix. Get your act together. We need 3 things to happen for clean air in India, in Delhi, and of course across other cities of India. 1, we need to make sure that we can get people out of cars and into public transport. Now, electric vehicles are not the answer. It is going to be massive augmentation of public transport. I really think that the government of Delhi has done a fantastic job in putting out a very good electric vehicle policy, in which it focuses on buses, it focuses on scrappage of old 3-wheelers and on a replacement of new 2-wheelers to electric. We need to make sure this happens, and happens fast. We need to make sure that the buses that come onto the road today, buses are there, but ridership is going down. And that clearly is not going to work. We're going to need people in buses, which means that you need last mile connectivity. If you can't cross a road, you can't walk to a bus station, your paratransit system becomes so unaffordable, you're not going to be able to get it to work. So my request to the Chief Minister is, this is not something that is going to be solved overnight, but it has to be solved overnight, which means let's get our act together, let's put together a proper plan for public transport and work on it and get it done this year, next year, and the year next. Every year will make a difference.
Right.
And the next big thing is to make sure that we get electricity for industry so that they do not have to use any other source of fuel. Again, something that can be done. No quick fixes is my only suggestion. Let's make sure our right to breathe becomes non-negotiable, because we take hard and decisive action.
Fantastic. Government says we have the intention. You've given us a solution. Now it's only about implementation. So let's go back to that larger issue that we are discussing here, climate change. Are we on track to achieve net zero target? Any policy intervention that you will like to recommend? I mean, we have ambition of becoming Viksit by 2047. Economic growth is our ambition, but then we are also looking at reducing carbon emissions.
So I think India is very much on track, and we are doing a really good job on two accounts, which are the biggest issues when it comes to climate change. One is on energy, and the other is on what is called the hard-to-abate sectors, which is your steel, aluminium, fertilizer, your industrial sectors. And let me sort of unpack it a little bit. On energy, the Government of India's strategy, which you also heard from the speakers before me, is something that I really believe is been a very mature strategy, in which we know that we are completely dependent on coal today. 70% of our electricity comes from coal. Now, the entire world was all about giving away coal, and it was very clear that we could not do that overnight. So what we came up with a strategy was to say that we will not replace coal, but we will displace coal. Now, what does that mean? It means that we will increase our energy between now and 2030. We need to double. We are an energy poor country, but that doubling will happen on clean energy sources, renewable energy sources, which is why India has really invested in upgrading its renewable energy sector. But today the challenges, as very correctly said by the speakers before I spoke, is that there's a new generation of challenges, how to fit intermittent renewable energy, which comes when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing, into a grid. And our grid is a coal grid, and the coal grid is known to be inflexible as compared to a gas grid or a hydel grid. Now that means fitting it in through storage systems, through other systems in which you can make sure that coal and your renewable energy can work together. And you can make sure that you become more and more dependent on renewable, not just for daytime needs, but also for evening needs, which also means changing the way we do our energy consumption. Now, those are new challenges, but I think we're on track to learn, evolve, and keep growing. The good thing is in the renewable energy sector is that we keep learning and moving ahead. And I think that's the hallmark of net zero. There is no formula on net zero. Nobody has a guidebook that do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the planet will be saved. The guidebook simply says, keep working on this, keep learning, and keep improving, because no nation in the world has got this right. And you will have to do it at your own cost. The other on the hard to abate sector, we're also doing reasonably well. Okay. But I think where we really need to now focus is on our mobility systems. Okay. We are not doing enough there. Okay. And it's a package, because it's not just about, it's about railways being at the center of the transformation as we move on. Electric vehicles we talk about, but electric mobility has to be at the center of our conversation. Wonderful. The second part is going to be agriculture, where India has a particularly difficult issue, where I believe we must focus on agriculture only in a way that we can benefit our farmers. Our farmers are already victims. They are already hit because of extreme weather events. So to go to an Indian farmer and say, oh, you know, you're the problem and you are the cause of methane emissions, that is completely immoral. They need to be assisted to find a way to be able to move our agricultural system so that it's good for the planet, but also good for them. Okay. And I think that is going to be the huge opportunity that we have, because today agriculture all over the world is seeking to be reinvented. Okay, you spoke about two issues, electric mobility and agriculture. Do you think it's time for the government to bite the bullet and perhaps embark on this reform express for agriculture sector as well, the long due agricultural reforms? Well, I think that's an important issue, but I would hesitate to say yes, because I think the vision of what we mean by that is going to be different. Today, agriculture, has been defined all over the world as I add productivity by adding inputs, and we are getting to now precision inputs, but all that costs money. For today's agriculture, we need to think about an agriculture system which is good for the soil, which is good for farmer productivity, and good for their income, and good for our nutrition. Joining the dots between soil health and gut biome. You know what's fascinating today, and let me digress a little bit here, but just to explain this is where the new thinking will need to come into our agricultural system. The fact is, if you look at today, knowledge is coming that instead of adding productivity above the ground, talk about how you can improve the health of the soil. But it's not about chemical agriculture. It's really about the multiple crops you grow on soil, which then feed the multiple organisms that live below the soil. And that's what the soil biome and the productivity of soil is getting to be understood in the best of science across the world. Okay. But what is equally clear is that for our health, we need a gut biome to be improved. And gut biome will also get improved if we have a multiple crops that we eat and not ultra-processed food. So we are also getting to a point where we are joining the soil biome with our gut biome. And I think that is the kind of knowledge that we need to infuse Indian agriculture with, so that we can bring about a different agricultural system, not one in which farmers are at our doorstep today demanding that they are not getting enough, because they are not getting enough out of this agriculture system.
Okay.
Look at what's happening in Europe. French farmers are saying we're not getting enough, and this is in Europe when European Union subsidizes farmers to such an extent that 100% of that income comes out of subsidy.
Okay.
Even they are crying.
Ma'am, the time allotted to us is up, but I have to ask you one question, because that's the most important thing that people today are talking about, and that is about the AI revolution, the data centers that are coming up in different parts of the world, and the concerns around water consumption, electricity. How worried are you about this development, about this AI revolution, and the impact on our natural resources?
I'm very worried. I'll tell you why. Not because of the data centers per se. I know the data centers are going to use huge amount of energy, huge amount of water. I'm worried because we are following once again the race to the bottom, which is every state is attracting data centers, giving them every concession possible, and doing that in a way that you discount the price of environment, the price of energy. Fact is, we need a national policy. We do need data centers, and there is a way out of it. I mean, if you need data centers, need energy, we should make sure that all data centers are required to buy renewable energy. They should become buyers and purchasers of clean power. If you look at water, they should be required to recycle and reuse every drop of water. It is possible to do, Hina, but the fact is, if you have a race to the bottom where every state says, oh, come to my state and I will give you even greater tax concession, and that concession is, you don't have to pay the price of electricity, I'll give you free water, you don't have to treat your water, you basically are creating a crisis. So the crisis is regulatory. The crisis is one in which we have a national policy which is driving data centers as it must, so that we don't have a future problem.
Ma'am, I said that was going to be my last question, but let me slip in one more very quickly. You began your environmental journey in the early 80s. Looking back, what inspired your commitment to environmental advocacy? And after decades of working on these issues, what continues to give you hope and keep you motivated?
So my journey started a long, long time ago, Hina, and I can only tell you it was, and I'm again talking to the young in the room, that my journey started actually when I was in school, and just, and what really got me to understand environment was when I met a lot of people and I traveled to the Himalayas, met the women of Chipko, and I understood from them, why do the poor people of India care about, why do these poor women care about the forest? Not for reasons that an urban Delhi person, elite school person cared about the trees, but for them, trees were their survival, gave them the fodder they needed, the protection to the soil. For them, environment was their subsistence. And that has motivated me all my life. Those words have changed who I am. And that learning has continued to stay with me. But what gives me hope today is just the sense that the crisis is too big. We're just going to have to make a difference. And what gives me hope is a sense that there are solutions there. When the last oil crisis happened, we didn't have solutions. Today, when you look at the Hormuz crisis, you have a solution there. You have countries which are beginning to disengage and say we can definitely move we don't have to first move to fossil and then move to renewables. It's the same thing when it comes to vehicles. You don't have to first get onto a car and then get onto a bicycle. You're already on a bicycle, and let's celebrate that. So I think it is The crisis is the opportunity that we have and the solutions. But my only point is, and I think that's what I'm stressing more and more today, don't look for small solutions to such a large existential crisis.
Right.
The answers also have to be big, which is why when you asked me what my advice to the Chief Minister is, I hesitated because it would have been easy for me to give her a one-point solution, but I cannot, because we have to keep showing the mirror to what really needs to happen, because if we don't do so, we fall into the trap of these very genteel, polite conversations which don't shift the envelope.
Absolutely. This is the time for action, and some tough measures also need to be implemented. Ms. Sunita Narayan, always a pleasure to, talk to you. Please get well soon, and hope to see you here with us, on the stage next time when we have this conclave.
Absolutely. Promise.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful conversation, reminding us, in fact, that sustainable development is not just about choosing between growth and the environment. It is about strengthening both of these aspects together. All right, so moving on, India's clean energy. We've spoken a lot about it today. India's clean energy ambitions will not just be realized through national policy. That's the reality. It will be realized through leadership on the ground. Maharashtra, in fact, has emerged as a key driver of this transformation, demonstrating how scale, innovation, governance can all work in tandem to build a resilient energy infrastructure. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome Ava Shukla, Additional Chief Secretary, Energy, Government of Maharashtra, in conversation with Amita Wadhwa, Senior News Anchor, Times Now. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's great to have you with us. And when we speak of Sustainability Conclave, ma'am, welcome. And when we speak about the state of Maharashtra, big strides that have been made by the state. I mean, something that we have to take an example with what Maharashtra seems to be leading with. When we speak of the $1 trillion green grid, what does it mean and how are we looking as Maharashtra setting an example?
So thank you very much. You have invited me here. This is a wonderful forum where I can express my views as well as highlight what Maharashtra has done till now in this journey of renewable energy and environment improvement. So in fact, Maharashtra has always been a leader in industrial development and in energy sector as well. As you know that Maharashtra and Mumbai especially is the financial capital of India, and we have been working on improving our energy landscape. But as all of us know that Honorable Prime Minister in COP26, he gave the core vision of energy sector where he said that we have to reach 500 gigawatt of renewables by 2030. Where he said that all these states are supposed to source 50% of energy from renewable sources by the year 2030, which is a Herculean task, no doubt about it. And as all of us know that all the energy-related projects are long gestation projects, and you have to really move quick. And since we have been, historically, we have been leaders in industrial development and energy sector, we thought that this is the right time when we should move fast and we should do something in the energy space. So that is how we have started defining our journey for the next 7 years in 2023. When we finalized our blueprint of energy transition, it is not all about just resource adequacy. Undoubtedly, Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra has given this target of achieving $1 trillion economy by the year 2030, but it means that there will be industrial growth, Data, as the earlier speaker told us, that a large number of data centers are coming in India, and especially in Maharashtra, New Mumbai area. So we have to be prepared for that, and hence the blueprint was in place by 2023 and 24, and we started rolling out this renewable energy quest in Maharashtra.
I want to speak on the Mahavitran demerger. When we speak of the agri-business, how are you making it more farmer inclusive?
So as I told you that in 2023, we decided that by the year 2030, we have to reach 50% renewable energy. And that was a big task because 3 years back, 74% of energy was being sourced from thermal sources. And agriculture is one sector. I think Maharashtra is one state where the energy demand for agriculture sector is the largest demand. 30% of our energy demand is from agriculture sector. So when we talk about the IPO of our DISCOM, in order to create robust institutions, because DISCOM has a lot of responsibility, universal service obligation is on DISCOM, and therefore we have to strengthen that utility. Since agriculture sector was one sector which was really the cause of financial status of DISCOM, where it was a really difficult time, because in agriculture sector what was happening, that although we are supplying energy, but recovery was very less. 30% energy we are giving to agriculture sector, whereas our recovery was just 2%. And obviously it was showing up in the balance sheet of DISCOM. So we decided that let us do something for the agriculture sector. And let me tell you, when we talk about the green energy, I think solar energy, for solar energy, agriculture is the best use case. See, what was happening in Maharashtra, as I told you, that energy demand is huge in agriculture sector. We were unable to give energy during the daytime to 100% farmers. So it was given on a rotational basis. 50% of energy was given in the night time. And all the farmers were asking for daytime power supply. And hence we started our distributed solar program in 23. Before we spoke about IPO, because we knew that ultimate goal is bringing some financial discipline in DISCOM, but it could be done only through ensuring green energy for the agriculture sector. And since it takes time, we thought let us first roll out the distributed energy program for agriculture sector. Solar energy is generated when it is required in the fields. Farmer is asking for daytime power supply. Honorable Prime Minister always speaks about transforming Annadata into Urja Data, and therefore we created a separate company for agriculture. That is basically the idea was that all the green energy will be provided to agriculture sector. So by greening the agriculture sector, we decided that once we achieve some target as per our requirement, then we are going to segregate the business of agriculture and the distribution company, which is otherwise working for all other consumers. And in Maharashtra, in fact, because the agriculture recovery was very less, we had to cross-subsidize the agriculture sector from industries. And eventually, the industrial tariffs were going up. So industry was also asking for reduction in tariffs.
I think this is what I was about to ask you, because when you say financial discipline, so when you have corporate and infrastructure as well in it, does it become a risk, a greater challenge, or does it in a way also help with the green agriculture?
In fact, we don't see any risk in that, Because when we talk about renewable, the only risk is that we have to talk about RTC, round the clock power. We have to strengthen our systems in such a way that our systems are ready for injection of renewables. As all of us know that renewable power is informed power. During the daytime, solar is available. During the evenings, wind power is available. But the real challenge was to convert this informed energy into firm energy, which is available round the clock. So we decided that we will also promote battery energy storage systems. We will promote pump storage systems in Maharashtra. And we have tied up all these systems so that we can convert this informed energy into firm energy. Because whenever we talk about renewables, I think this is the only challenge which all these states are facing. That during the daytime, power supply curve is very high, but then you have to also bring in some policy changes. For example, today in Maharashtra, there is excess power during the daytime. Now the challenge is how to promote utilization of energy during the daytime. So in fact, some policy and regulatory mechanisms need to be put in place. For example, we have now promulgated this time of day tariff so that people get some incentives for energy usage during the daytime. So it is not only that we have to go for renewables and we have to install projects, but at the same time, we also have to bring in necessary policy and regulatory changes so that the power is utilized as per the availability.
Let's talk about some numbers that I have as far as data. When we talk about reaching 4,000 megawatts of decentralized solar on the way to 16,000 megawatts, that is being touted. Do you believe that this is a revolution in the agri sector?
Undoubtedly, this is a revolution. And just a few days back, I think 4,000 figure was shared. But today, it is 6,000 megawatt, which we have installed. So let me tell you that decentralized solar power is basically the core vision of Honorable Prime Minister, where he started PM Kusum program. And similarly, in rooftop solar program also, Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Yojana, all these are based on this core principle that we have to strengthen the rural systems, rural economy. We have to strengthen the consumers. They should become prosumers. So, in fact, when I said that Maharashtra has always been leader in energy sector, in fact, before PM Kusum was launched in 2019, we started our distributed solar program in 2017. But as Ms. Sunita Narayan rightly said, that renewable energy space is one space where you have to try, you have to learn your lessons, and you have to go ahead. So in 2017, when we started putting up solar plants for agriculture sector, so the idea is where the agriculture is, a solar plant is there as per the requirement of the local farmers. So 2017 journey, when it ended in 2022, we could install only 450 megawatt. And we realized that we have to give some scalable and sustainable solutions. And therefore, we had a long round of stakeholder consultation. We tried to understand what are the problems in implementation of the program, what are the challenges, how those challenges could be met. And in 2022, we redesigned the whole program. We decided that in Maharashtra, 100% agriculture will be solarized. And when we talk about 100% agriculture solarization, that means 16,000 megawatt of connected load, which is actually huge. And moreover, all over the country with distributed solar program, I think there were not many success stories. But when we redesigned the program as per the local requirements of our state, there was overwhelming response from developers. In fact, initially we put a target of just 7,000 megawatt in front of us. We thought by 2028 we will be solarizing minimum 40-50% of agriculture. But with this redesigning of program, there was overwhelming response from developers. There was a response for 9,000 megawatt. And then we decided why not to scale it up to 16,000, which is 100% agriculture solarization. But let me tell you, for that, we had to bring in some actual policy changes. Innovative policies were brought in. There is a risk mitigation mechanism, risk mitigation funds. There is a digitized data room, because when we talk about renewable energy, I think we have to work on, parallelly we have to work on a number of pieces. There is transmission system, we have to strengthen distribution systems. We have to also ensure that there is proper financing mechanism for these projects. And at the same time, the developer should also have a comfort for working on these projects. So in fact, in our designing of the program for agriculture solarization, there were many things which were very attractive for developers. There was a ready-made data room. And for ease of doing business, we reduced the number of NOCs which are required for any project. We gave advanced connectivity. We created a wonderful digitized land portal for helping the developers. And because of all these efforts and the incentive mechanisms which were included in the design of the scheme, we tagged it with PM Kusum, where the developer gets 30% central financial assistance for completing the project within the timelines as defined by MNRE. And also we brought in some state incentives, because we wanted developers to complete these projects before timelines. So we said we are going to give early commissioning incentives from the state government. So because of all these efforts, I'm very happy to say that which looked a big challenge in 2023, it is a very, very
achievable?
Yes, we have already completed, we have commissioned 6,000 megawatt of projects. So out of 16,000, halfway we are almost achieving our targets, and I'm sure in the next 1 year or so, we will be able to achieve our dreams of solarizing 100% agriculture in Maharashtra, and Maharashtra will be the first state to achieve that target.
That's revolutionary indeed. Please give a big round of applause as we speak of, Maharashtra, that seems to be leading with example. But when we speak of reducing dependency, when we talk of non-fossil capacity, hydrogen storage, so this is something which India seems to be moving faster in several of the fronts. And also, India is talking about 500 gigawatts. So how are we now looking at, as far as Maharashtra there, putting up a front?
Okay. So, in fact, in 23, when we were given these targets and this vision by the government of India, every state was working on resource adequacy plans. And we very clearly knew, there are two things. Number one, in Maharashtra, our energy requirement is very high. We can compare the requirement of energy in Maharashtra with some countries like Turkey, Spain, Italy, France. And by the year 2030, we are going to, overshoot that level as well. So our requirement of energy will be more than these countries. We are running the second largest DISCOM of Asia. And the kind of industrial development which is taking place in Maharashtra and the number of data centers which are showing interest in coming to Maharashtra. Similarly, the requirement of rolling out EV program in a number of cities across Maharashtra, we realized that our peak demand as well as our aggregate demand was growing exponentially. So in the last decade, our demand growth rate was somewhere around 5%, because normally the energy demand is always commensurate with the economic growth rate. And economy was growing at 5 to 6%, and similarly, the energy demand was also growing at 4 to 5%. Whereas when we talk about $1 trillion economy by 2030 and a number of industries coming to us, we know that by 2030, our energy demand is going to grow at a rate of 6.5%. As well as the peak is also going to grow to 45 gigawatt, which is now around 32 gigawatt. Per year, the peak demand is growing by 2 gigawatt, whereas our historical capacity addition was around 1 gigawatt. So we realized that there will be gaps, and more so when we have to depend on renewable sources. I mean, there were two targets. Number one, we have to achieve the resource adequacy as per the requirement of the state. On the other hand, we have to source 50% of energy from renewable sources, and therefore we prepared a energy blueprint for Maharashtra. In fact, we examined and analyzed the load curves, earlier load curves and future load curves which are expected to be there in the coming years. And accordingly, we also realized that cost optimization is very important. When it's all right that we talk about energy efficiency and resource adequacy, but at the same time, affordability is a major challenge. And therefore, we decided that we are going to go ahead with high RTC power with moderate storage capacity. And I'm very happy to tell you that our energy mix and commissioned energy was around 40 gigawatts in the year 23. And for next 7 years, we have not only prepared our blueprint and resource adequacy plan, but we have tied up 42.5 gigawatt of energy. So our energy basket today is of 82 gigawatts. And we are very sure that we are not going to only meet the energy requirement of Maharashtra, but we are also going to achieve the vision given by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Ma'am, when we speak of solar pumps and farmers, so everybody seems to be speaking on them, but nobody is talking about feeders, control rooms, and substations.
This is a very pertinent question. In fact, when we talk about renewable energy, I think the biggest challenge is the grid. So, number one, the grid should be ready to get this energy injected in the grid. And grid stability is another challenge. But, in my opinion, these challenges can be met through a proper mix of solutions. So, for example, today there are solutions available to make this, to convert this energy into RTC. So, as I told you that when we worked on resource adequacy plan, we had different types of solutions for Maharashtra. So, 16,000 megawatt of distributed solar. At the same time, we are also working on distributed storage systems. Then we are also sourcing almost 9.5 gigawatt from grid-connected solar projects. We have finalized some hybrid projects, where this is hybrid of thermal and solar and wind. We have tied up somewhere around 28 gigawatt hour of pump storage projects, which are going to balance this energy, because ultimately we have to depend on storage systems. And we have to, very thoughtfully, we have to plan our systems where these battery storage systems and PSPs are supporting the grid. And therefore, we decided to go ahead with distributed solar program. So in my opinion, there is no doubt about it that grid stability is a big challenge when we talk about renewable energy. But yes, if we roll out our energy adequacy plan thoughtfully, then I don't think that we cannot overcome these challenges.
So, ma'am, in your concluding remarks, would you like to talk about, the political conversation having actually shifted from power at any cost to reliable green daytime power that actually survives droughts and heat waves? I mean, there has been a rainfall deficit that the country has been facing.
Absolutely. I think when we talk about renewables and different sources of renewable energy, we have to understand that development should be sustainable. I mean, today everyone talks about sustainable development, and sustainable development, economic development and technology, they can go hand in hand. Honorable Prime Minister always talks about rural empowerment, farmers' empowerment, women's empowerment. And when we talk about that, I think we can find out solutions in form of distributed renewable energy programs and increasing the renewable energy in the overall energy basket. And let me tell you that if we are integrating renewable energy, it is not that it is costly. In fact, let me tell you, since we have now increased the renewables in our total energy basket, Maharashtra is the only state where we are reducing tariffs of different category of consumers in the coming years. Because with rolling out these distributed solar programs or other solar programs or other renewable programs, in fact, our energy power purchase cost has come down. And it has shown a good impact because we could reduce the subsidy burden on the government. We could do away with the cross-subsidy burden on industries, whereas we are providing, now we are going to provide power to our consumers on a lesser price in the coming 5 years. So that is something, I mean, we could ensure that our power will not only be green, but it will be affordable as well. Even we are talking about green data centers, where, as Sunita Narayan rightly mentioned, that we talk about data centers, but data centers are energy guzzlers. There is a lot of requirement for water. So if our data centers could depend on green energy, I think that will be solution, because ultimately all of us need data centers. And therefore I think that is one direction where all these states can go.
So from green energy to grid revolution, this is something which Maharashtra seems to be achieving for and aiming for $1 trillion. Green blueprint is something which Maharashtra now seems to be leading with an example. Thank you very much, Abhaji, for joining us here on stage and for being a part of the Sustainability Conclave. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thank you so much, Abhaji and Amita, for highlighting how visionary governance and decisive policy can actually accelerate the transition towards a cleaner, more secure and a self-reliant energy future. And we continue to talk about not just initiatives, solutions in terms of sustainability, but also change makers, the ones that are making all the difference, not just on a policy level, but also on the ground, Amita.
Absolutely, and this is something we're going to talk about, because today we acknowledge the people who are behind India's green energy ecosystem, whose vision, innovation and commitment continue to strengthen nation's power structure. So we honor one such leader today, and through his stewardship of Maharashtra
State Electricity Distribution Company Limited, he has championed renewable energy adoption, accelerated large-scale solar initiatives, and has also strengthened power distribution with a clear focus on sustainability, innovation, and also consumer-centric governance.
And before that, I would first like to invite Rajesh Madampad, the Chief Business Officer, Branded Content Activation and Government Affiliations for Times Network, to kindly present the recognition for outstanding leadership in power distribution to Mr. Lokesh Chandra, Additional Chief Secretary to the Honorable Chief Minister Maharashtra and the Chairman and Managing Director of the Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company Limited. Let's keep the applause going, everyone. Mr. Chandra walks to the center stage here for the recognition. Let me also tell you an interesting fact about Mr. Lokesh Chandra. He has a Guinness World Record for installing nearly 46,000 solar water pumps in a single month.
Well, congratulations, sir. Well deserved. Thank you very much, and thanking you for your exemplary leadership and for your continued contribution towards strengthening India's power distribution ecosystem.
And now, moving forward, let's talk about innovation, which doesn't always begin in boardrooms or laboratories. Sometimes it begins with young minds. You heard the biggest names from across the nation speak here on the stage today. Let's try and talk to some young minds who are willing to challenge everyday problems with fresh ideas.
Well, the idea is all about the youth, isn't it? And that seems to be the talking point, because our next set of presentators are the young blood that embody that very spirit. Through creativity, through curiosity, and also commitment to sustainability, they have developed an innovative solution that demonstrates the power of ideas to create a real impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming on stage. We have Vivan joining us here on stage. Vivan Chaucharya, please on stage. We have Ariana Agarwal, Avyana Mehta from Jayashree Parival International School, Earth Prize winners of 2026, as they present their unique innovation all about plastic.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here at the Times Network Sustainability Conclave. We are Vivan Chaucharya, Ariana Agarwal, and Avyana Mehta, the co-founders of Plastic. Plastic began with a moment that was deeply uncomfortable to us. We were at an educational visit in a rural site near Jaipur, where we saw a young child walk up to a shared water container, fill up a glass, and drink from it. The water seemed perfectly clear. There was no visible discoloration, and that's the exact problem with microplastics. They're invisible. So the person drinking them has no idea that the water may be contaminated. That question
led us to think about what a microplastic solution, low cost, no infrastructure, no complex energy systems would look like.
But before I talk about what plastic is, I want to talk about another problem, agricultural waste. Did you know that every year 800,000 tons of tamarind seeds, imli, are thrown away? They have almost no value. Almost. It is either discarded, left to rot, or burnt. So we thought, why? Why aren't there other uses of this? Scientists have discovered a property called xyloglucan in every tamarind seed out there. They have researched it for food science and pharmaceuticals. So we thought, why not incorporate this property into another solution? That is plastic. Plastic is a low-cost biomagnetic powder made from waste tamarind seeds that removes microplastics from water quickly, safely, and without electricity or complex infrastructure. Now, we know there are already existing solutions out there for microplastics, whether it may be ultrafiltration, cell membrane filtration, or even, something as basic as your RO. But we thought it requires expensive infrastructure. It requires money. It requires, resources that a lot of communities out there don't have. So that was exactly what we wanted to build Plastic on. So say, for example, for something like a rural school or a government body or a disaster relief camp. Not only that, Plastic also follows a circular approach. Once our tamarind seed, which is the plastic powder it is made of, has pulled the microplastics out of it, we are exploring about how we could remove those microplastics and fill them into tiles and coasters. So say for example, anything that could be composite, that could be separated from the plastic that we have already taken out, because we want to make sure that the plastic we do take out does not make its way back into your nearest water body. So Araina, I talked about what it is. Can you tell me a little bit more, can you tell us a little bit more about how it works?
Sure. So the process is actually quite simple and it can be explained in 3 simple steps. You can also look at a few pictures onto the next slide of how it works. So essentially the first step is measuring like a dosage of how much of a powder you need for your particular drinking water, putting it in, stirring it for 3 minutes because it needs to disperse evenly. The second step would be letting the magnetic flocculants essentially come together and clump and let that sit for 30 minutes because it will take some time. And the third would be retrieving it with a handheld magnet, which is essentially you can put it near the particular drinking water glass, as you can see here, and you can just take it out because the eventual clump is magnetic in nature and it is FDA approved. We really struggled in the start when we were experimenting because it's difficult to sort of create a product that can work outside the lab as well, right? So it was a long process of unsuccessful trials, some things that didn't go our way, but eventually we reached 87% efficiency under optimized lab conditions, that is. And we also made our product quite cost effective because it only essentially stands at $1, less than $1 per 1,000 liters, and it is reusable across 3 usage cycles at 75% efficiency rate. We also went in the field because we wanted to sort of discuss this problem with the communities that we're aiming it for. So you can see a few pictures here of the interactions that we've had. So eventually, I think to us, plastic is all about usability, accessibility, and communication, because we believe that science is not the tough part, making it visible to people who don't understand it is. So, Vivan, on to you now. How did it feel for us when we took plastic at the global stage with the Earth Prize?
So the Earth Prize completely changed the scales around plastic. Over 6,500 teams across 169 countries entered the 2026 competition. We were awarded the Asia Regionals, one of the 7 regional winners of the competition, and then through a public vote of over 23,000 voters, we were the global winner. After the announcement of the global winner, we actually found out that we were the first team from India to do so. That moment was surreal. I mean, 3 friends who met in a classroom had developed this over numerous experiments over 8 months, and now reached the global stage, which was quite huge. We also received a $12,500 grant, but the grant was never the goal. It was fuel for further implementation, further recognition, and further deployments in rural sites across to you.
Sure. And not only that, we had also received media recognition from around 100 plus media houses, including CNN, BBC, Reuters, and more. So it was never just about the Earth Prize. It is about the platform that it provided us. Raina, please take over.
So the next few days for us are going to look essentially at 4 different things, which is validation, production, implementation, and partnerships. So as for validation, we're looking at independent third-party validation to test this product across different water types and different microplastics, because what we used was a model, but to make our solution genuinely accessible across different regions, seasons, we need to test it in different conditions. The second would be production. We want to look into how we can sort of build local micro-production hubs that are decentralized and close to tamarind production factories, because we want to build this product with and for the community that we kept in mind throughout. The third would be implementation, expanding from just a few deployments to actually the whole world is what we're looking at. And the fourth would be partnerships. We want to integrate our product into existing systems. We don't want to replace what we already have, like NGO water programs, municipal access initiatives, and CSR pipelines. So that's how the next few days are going to look like for us.
So, when people ask us what plastic really meant, it was never just about the product. It wasn't even about the waste and the innovation. It was what stood behind it. So we describe microplastics as something too difficult to see, too hard to solve, too complicated for 3 school students to even think about. And there's often an assumption regarding solutions like these, which talks about how, advanced scientific solutions only come from people with large budgets and advanced scientific laboratories. But for us, it started in our school's chemistry lab with 3 students and an uncomfortable idea. So when we talk about plastic, we want to say that clean water from a seed that the world throws away, built from waste, designed for water. That is plastic. Thank you so much for being part of the solution.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. I just have a few questions. So if you can tell us, Vihan, Avyana, and also Ariana, what practical things that we can do, embody in our day-to-day life. Maybe we are doing it subconsciously. Everyone wants to be, thinking for the preservation of our climate, of our earth, of our surroundings as well. But subconsciously, if we tend to make mistakes, can you tell us that what we can embody almost in our day-to-day basis?
So talking a little bit about day-to-day basis, I think the farthest I can think of is how we were introduced to sustainability as a concept. So we had no waste traditions at home. I remember my dadi telling me not to waste even a single grain. I think we need to bring that back into modern life. Say, for example, carrying something as simple as a steel bottle instead of a plastic bottle. In fact, to the conclave, I've brought my own glass bottle and not realizing that they had glass bottles here as well. And say, for example, wearing cotton instead of polyester, like how our ancestors described it, like Ayurvastra. And just general sustainability tips, like even the most slightest things, no matter what field you're in, if you're in economics, finance, or something which is not even remotely related to sustainability. Small aspects, like say, for example, the steel bottle or the replacement of plastic in your day-to-day life, from your toothbrush to your floss. I think general habits.
So do you believe that there are certain misconceptions that people have when it comes to saving the environment? Invariably, maybe we are consuming millions of microplastics almost on a daily basis. So what should we do?
Sure. So beginning with misconceptions and myths, I think there are just too many. The first one would probably be we have to start something big. We need to start with an innovation. That's not how it works. For us, this journey began way before plastic. We were always environmentally cautious people, and that is exactly why we started this, So the first misconception would be we need to start with innovation. Not really. You can start by maybe just not turning your AC on at such low temperature maybe, and
but it's humid.
Yeah.
But it's humid. What to do?
But other than that, I think other misconceptions would be believing that this is too difficult to solve and that just one person doing it won't change anything. I think that's not true. With microplastics, for example, we understood that the problem was very small, but the scale was very big. So we need to start one by one, and every problem is big, I think.
So Vihan, I just want to take one question from Vihan. So what do you do incorporating, what all you have said over here? Of course, it's easy to preach, but what do you do practically in your life?
So can you repeat your question?
What do you do practically in your life? How do you begin your day?
I think something I really appreciate about this conclave that Avyana mentioned was there weren't any plastic bottles.
Yes.
I think following that, I'm in a school, I'm 16, I'm still in school. I see people around me eating chips, eating cookies, and just leaving the wrappers around. I think doing the little things by just putting it, our school does a wonderful thing by segregating the bins, the plastic from the other waste. I think just putting it in the correct bin and recycling, that school handles that. I think just doing the little things matter. I think that's what I do. And I think that's what makes me feel like an environmentally responsible person.
These little things matter. So you start at home, you build it at school, and then you spread it with the community. Thank you very much, all three of you. It's been wonderful and very, enriching speaking to you and with your experiences. Have a wonderful future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our future looks
We're
bright.
honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us here on stage. All right, after that quick photo op, let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. This evening, when we speak of every enduring movement that is shaped by not only policy, but also by people, and the transition to a sustainable future will ultimately depend on our ability to make sustainability a shared value and then embedded in the choices that we make every day. And that seems to be the biggest challenge before us. Now, building a culture of sustainability, which means transforming awareness into action and also an individual responsibility, turning that into a collective movement. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put up and invite our next panelists on stage, and joining us here would be 3 change makers who have actually inspired communities. They have championed environmental action, and they have also demonstrated the power of citizen participation. Please join us here on stage in welcoming Dhiman Parekh, who is the co-founder, The Better India. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause to Dr. Govind Singh, who is the director, Delhi Greens. And we also have Prachi Shivgankar, who is the founder and CEO, Cool the Globe and UNICEF Climate Advocate. So the panel discussion is about to begin. Let me also invite our moderator on stage, my colleague Ashish. The stage is yours.
Sorry about that. All right, welcome everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure being here at the Sustainability Conclave, and throughout the day we've had some really wonderful conversations regarding sustainability, some of the solutions, including young innovators that we just saw now. But one of the most interesting things about this conversation and the pattern that I observed was when we start talking about sustainability, we immediately start talking about policy, about infrastructure, about ground solutions, but not much of a conversation is centered around creating a culture. And when you create a culture, you also end up creating a lasting impact. And that exactly is the essence of this conversation, creating a culture of sustainability. Let me start with the gentleman right next to me, Mr. Govind. Let's assume it's 2035. We're talking a lot about sustainability now. Let's assume it's 2035. As our theme also says, we've already created a culture of sustainability. What will it mean for a common man? Yes, it will help companies reach their ESG goals. It will help some of the brands also sell a lot more sustainable products. But for a common man, once you create a culture of sustainability in this country, what does it mean?
Thank you and good afternoon to all of you. I think that's a wonderful question put across. What does it really mean when it comes to being sustainable, feeling that sustainability is around us? I think that's what the key word is. I think to begin with, I can say that we come from a country where we've had the ethos of sustainability ingrained in us. Right? Very often we end up saying that, the very DNA of the country has sustainability inside us. So therefore, it is something that we relate to. It's something that we all understand. But to think that what does it mean when we say, we are sustainable, I think the first thing that comes to mind is that it must go beyond just compliance, right? It shouldn't be that, companies are doing things because they have to do what they have to do with respect to environmental compliance, that people are just following and, doing what needs to be done because the law says so and so forth. I think a culture of sustainability would entail a system of, corporate governance, a system of citizens, kind of governing themselves, with systems with, kind of thinking, that sustainability is not something out there, sustainability is not something that has to be done, but our very own actions should entail sustainability. So I think a system of governance, a system of corporate performance where we are looking at making environment the mainstay and not just that environment is something which we have to comply to. I think that's the key step when it comes to mind when we say what culture of sustainability will be all about.
All right. A quick follow-up question there. You have, of course, been involved with the entire movement for a while now. I think it was 2007 when you started Delhi Greens, one of the first digital initiatives to get young participants towards environmental activism, if I may call it. Now, when you look at it, how has the journey been towards training youngsters to actually come out on the streets? You've been in a phase where you used to protest against cutting off trees on campuses. Now you've, of course, been part of larger movements as well. So how difficult is it to get young people on the streets for an issue like environment?
So when we began, some 18 years ago, right, environment was still something in the country we were not talking about much, right? Today, that has changed significantly. We've seen, young people today are much better informed. They know, that environment is not something which is, again, something that they have to just think about, but they breathe and they live the environment, right? That knowledge has, I think, percolated. And of course, there are many factors that have, resulted in doing this. One, I think some of you may already be aware, the Supreme Court has, a good role to play. 30 years ago, I think, they had a, decision that all young people must be taught about environment in schools and colleges, right? And at that point in time, some people contested saying, what has the Supreme Court got to do with environment? Why, talk about, teaching education in the Supreme Court. But today we know what they did has brought justice to the country, right? Which is what their job is. So they've actually empowered young people by explaining them through education, what is the environmental crisis all about, and more importantly, what solutions exist that they can, adopt and implement at their end. So I think that's one big change that I've seen over the last 18 years of working. Thanks to, like I said, education being mainstream with respect to environmental education, that's something that's contributed to that. But also, I think, as we've developed, as we've, worked, as we've progressed, we've, to add this concept here, we've always, in the beginning, seen environment opposed to development, right? That's been a thought process in the country. We've always wondered why this happened. Perhaps it's a colonial mindset, that when you develop, you are taking away from the country, etc. That change we are seeing now has happened, where people have learned that environment is part of development, right? That young people today, I think, have understood that development without environment really does not mean anything. So that's also a positive change we've seen.
Right. And anyone who's used the internet in India has come across the month's website, portal, The Better India. I mean, the repository of stories that you have, the change makers that you put spotlight on. And, I love behavioral science. And one of the things that I have read somewhere is the fact that when you continue focusing on positive stories, it tends to create more civic participation and tends to actually lead towards sustainable solutions than actually putting across stories that create anxiety or create fear mongering. How important is it in your experience, because you've been in this for so long, creating stories, individual stories, highlighting them in a manner that it actually goes beyond just being an individual impact story and into a broader movement?
Thanks, firstly, for having me here. For the last 15 odd years of covering stories at The Better India, I think one thing has really stood out for me, which is that people copy behaviors, people don't copy a government manual. So if there's a policy on environment, people don't sit and follow that and execute. But if they see that the neighbor has put in a solar panel and has cut down her bill by 50%, it's a great incentive. People start copying. So if you ask me, sustainability isn't really an environmental problem, but it's more a cultural thing. And the way we kind of should try and solve it is through showcasing as many success stories around sustainability as possible, keeping in mind that people don't become sustainable because we preach about it, but people become sustainable because there is economic benefit that leads to living more sustainably. What does that mean? It means that if you figured out rainwater harvesting in your apartment complex, you are having a steady supply of water all year round. Not because you want to save the planet, but you say, hey, look, it makes my life easier. You get off the grid because you get to install solar panels. You do waste segregation because you have cleaner neighborhoods, all of that stuff. How does someone even envisage that these are the benefits? And to me, I think that's when the power of stories comes in. If I'm able to consistently keep showcasing that there are huge success stories of people living sustainably and benefiting from it, and here's how you can do it. And that's the part that's very important, right? At The Better India, we've always focused on how an ordinary citizen that you can relate to, if they are able to do it, why can't you do it, firm believer in the fact that it will be stories that will change behavior.
Right. So just building on that, because it's a very interesting point you made, that the more you focus on, and again, like I said, the behavioral science, the more you focus on positive stories, the more likely do we see positive results as well. And speaking about that, let me go across to Prachi as well. Prachi, everyone talks about global warming, but that's the problem. Your app is called Cool the Globe. right there you're talking about the solution. You're not talking about the problem. Just help me understand the work you do with the app. How's your experience been? And what is your motivation that went into creating it?
Absolutely. So, like you rightly asked, we keep hearing about climate change. As a young girl, I wanted to have a career that was making some kind of a difference. And I remember doing a Google search on what is the biggest problem in the world right now, and global warming and climate change popped up. And I remember being surprised because scientists, organizations, people around the world were talking about how climate change is the biggest issue in front of us. Nobody around me was really talking about it. So as I read more about it and the role I played in it, it bothered me. And I remember going to my father and asking him, what can an ordinary girl like me do about a big problem like climate change? It seemed too overwhelming. So we decided to start from our own home. We took a challenge that year to reduce our carbon footprint by 10%. But how? Which activities of mine are leading to most emissions? How do I reduce them? So I started reading up on that, started taking a few simple actions at home. We put up a solar panel, started recycling. Then I realized that if I had to continue on this journey, I needed to be able to measure the impact of my actions. Just the way we track the calories in our food, can I know the emissions behind my actions and the emissions I'm saving with my sustainable actions? So we started tracking that. Now, as soon as we started doing that, something very interesting happened, which is that I started having fun. We began to enjoy it. It felt like a fun game we were playing at home, and it felt good that at least at my own level, I was doing something. And maybe because I was enjoying it so much, my friends, neighbors, people around me started to take notice, and they would come to me and they'd ask, you're doing something interesting and we'd like to join you in this challenge. And that's when I started thinking, how can I take this individual quest I've taken to solve climate change at my own level and get global citizens to join me on it? From this Cool the Globe app was born. So I started building it from my dorm room. And when we first built it, I remember my mother teasing me that only you and your father are going to be the two users of this app, because who wants to make changes in their own behavior for global warming? But when we started throwing out our sustainable challenges and campaigns, we were very surprised to know that, like you said, people liked being a part of the solution. People do want to do something, we just don't know what. So we would see that people would come on the app, record a climate action that makes sense in their life, like a 9-year-old girl who asked me, what change can I make in my life to fight climate change? So she started going to a school on a cycle and recorded saving 60 kilograms of carbon emissions by doing that, which was 3 times her weight. Another 80-year-old woman called me and said, I can't move around much. It's not like I can walk or take public transport, but I still want to be a part of the solution. So her granddaughter was getting married, and for the wedding, instead of buying her own new clothes, she decided to reuse her own sari from her wedding, recorded saving 15 kilograms of emissions by doing that. So we saw how one action inspired 10 others and created a ripple effect. Now it's been 7 years to that. We have reached over 25 million people, and we have users from 150 countries being a part of the solution and fighting climate change in their own lives on Cool the Globe app.
That's a brilliant point you made, that the fact of that, we've always been a sustainable society. The reusing of sari was a brilliant example. And Dr. Govind, traditionally as well, like I said, we've always been a sustainable society, but there seems to be a weird obsession with conferring to Western standards, Western frameworks when it comes to sustainability. Maybe they work in Europe, maybe they work in America, doesn't mean they have to work in India. And maybe that also doesn't mean that people are not able to relate to it and they're not able to adopt to it in India. Do you think we need to go back and come up with better frameworks that suit our agenda and our society better?
Well, I think you used a good phrase, go back. So I think it's time we do that. Go back not because we must go back to the past, etc., for the sake of it, but go back because the past has some good, useful lessons that we need to bring forward. And I think I agree. A good part of our governance for a long time has, of course, been in the colonial mindsets, something that we need to get away from, something that we need to, think about with respect to what sustainability really means. So India has been sustainable long before even the word sustainability was coined, right? That's something we have to keep in mind. We've had the father of a nation who talked about, what is it when it comes to, having a good life. And he says, be the change you wish to see in the world. But he also reminded us, that a simple living, is basically what really sustainability is all about, and also about good living. That's all related. So from that perspective, I think we've had the roots of sustainability ingrained into us. But it's time that we bring those aspects forward. And like I said, not because for the sake of it, but because it's needed now for us to, if we want to really protect our rivers, if we really want to protect, our landscapes, our animals, our biodiversity and wildlife, we need to go back into the connections that once existed that we are losing very soon. If you pick up just the Vedas, for example, they highlight again and again one simple message which says, Jiyo or Jeene do, right? Live yourself a good life, but also let others live a good life as well. And when it says Jeene do, it's not just talking about other human beings, but also about animals, also about plants, also about rivers. So I think that is something we need to now, go back to. I mean, that's the phrase that you mentioned. And bring it forward and see how sustainability is something that India can teach to the world and not the other way around. I think that's something very important.
Right. And of course, we're talking about culture of sustainability here. How do you define culture? Culture, Hemant, is essentially behaviors or habits that you keep repeating again and again. As a society, we all adopt it and it becomes a culture. In India, in your experience, what's the sort of behavior or habit do we need to fundamentally work on, and how important is the role of media, let's say portal like The Better India, in making sure that we break down these habits and we actually move towards a sustainable future?
I think what I'll start with is, for too long, conversation around climate and environment has been led from a guilt lens perspective, guilt tripping people, saying the planet is getting warmer, you need to stop using plastics. The planet is getting dirtier, you need to stop, traveling. I think the moment we do that, and the moment we kind of keep barraging people with a doomsday scenario coming in, kind of eventually switches off people, right? It's very normal. You just tune out. Which is what happens when you read newspapers and you see all of the stuff that's there. Eventually you kind of become numb. Which is why I think in climate, in sustainability, the conversations should lead with solutions. That's one big part. Culture happens when you see people wanting to come forward to adopt. And that want to adopt will come in if we are showing solutions, we're showing the way for people to kind of come forward. The second thing is, like I said earlier, tying it all up to economic or social benefits is an important aspect for any culture. People don't do it because it's the norm or someone has mandated to do it. No, we can draft the best of policies, but if it is not something that is suitable to the population, nobody's going to kind of use it. I mean, I think we have some of the best policies in the world when it comes to traffic violations. If you look at the number of laws we have, the enforcement and the way people kind of go about it, the incentives are not there. So how do we ensure, for instance, right? Like, how do we bring out the fact that implementing any of these things is actually economically benefiting you? The more we start working on building those aspects.
Just to interrupt you there, Hemant, there's an interesting paradox about climate crisis. Those with the fewest resources, those who are on the lower side of the society, actually have the least contribution to climate crisis. And eventually, at the end of the day, they're the biggest sufferers of it. So there needs to be a conversation. We talk about climate action. We talk about climate crisis. We also need to talk about climate justice. How do we bring about that?
So, yeah, I mean, that's if you talk about that, I don't think it's related to climate alone. If you just look at taxes, the biggest burden is borne by the lower strata of society. You pay 18% GST on that pack of biscuit, and even that person pays 18% GST on that pack of biscuit. And that 18% is a larger share of his or her income than it is for you. So I think that remains as a systemic challenge on how do you kind of solve it. And it's going to be harder to first solve it at an economic level and then move on to the sort of the climate level, especially considering where India is as a low-income economy, and we are still on the phase of moving ahead. So I do think that is a larger question for us to sort of solve for before we even move to the climate question there.
Absolutely. And Prachi, you yourself are a UNICEF climate advocate. Beyond protests and beyond awareness campaigns, where do you think young Indians, like we, for example, saw innovators here, where do you think young Indians are making the most impact when it comes to climate solutions?
I mean, I've been in climate for about 10 years now, and I've spoken with all kinds of stakeholders, from policymakers to scientists to ministers. And having done that, today I believe that of all the stakeholders in this space, young people are perhaps the most important ones. And what's even more important than young people is that we all become a little young when we look at sustainability. So we've been talking a bit about creating a culture of sustainability. And I want to bring a little bit of, since you asked about youth, I want to bring a little bit of young energy to that. So I want to do that by doing a small experiment with all of you. And I want to create a culture of sustainability right here in this room today. And we're going to do that by being a little energetic about the climate actions we take. So you have to do a little something with me over the next minute. You're going to be a part of that experiment with me. We're going to create a culture of sustainability in this room right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start taking names of sustainable actions. And if you've taken that action this month, all you have to do is stand up with me. Okay? Ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to do this. Okay, perfect. So if you have traveled by public transport this week or this month, then please stand up and keep standing. If you have segregated waste this month, then stand up and keep standing. If you've carried your own water bottle, then stand up and please keep standing. If you have recycled plastic this month, then stand up and keep standing. If you have made sustainability a part of your work, then stand up and keep standing. If you took notes digitally today, then stand up and keep standing. If you've taken a sustainable takeaway from this event together, then stand up. Okay, perfect. So we have the entire room standing up. All of us are here today standing up for sustainability. Keep standing. Now all I want you to do is give the person next to you a hug and tell them, I'm proud of you for the sustainable action you've taken. Just give the person next to you a nice hug and say, I'm proud of you for the action you took. Amazing. So this is the culture of sustainability, and this is the youth and energy we need to bring to it. The role we play is that in the rooms that sustainability is spoken about, yes, now you can sit. In the rooms we speak about sustainability, it's always boring and you always see a few people dozing off. We need to change that by bringing a bit of young energy and zeal to this environment where sustainability is not boring anymore. It's something fun and energetic we do together.
Absolutely. I mean, it definitely was fun and energetic, but the problem, Doctor, is the fact that when we talk about sustainability or climate action, the conversation usually is very negative. Like Dhiman pointed out, they talk about dharti khatam ho jayegi, ye ho jayega, wo. So it's a very negative tone that we attach to it. And in a way, do you think that is something that keeps youngsters a little far away from these conversations? It just adds that undertone of despair, anxiety to the whole conversation around climate action. And if we need to make a change, like she just did right now, everyone's just suddenly much more awake. Do we need to add that extra layer to get in youngsters to participate more actively towards climate action?
Well, certainly, I think this was an excellent attempt at, reawakening the crowd, certainly very much required. At that same, in the same thought process, I think environment is something which is a very lively, kind of a discipline or a subject or a thing that we talk about. Climate change is about, the earth itself. And the earth is full of energy. We all know that, right? So therefore, to talk about these issues in a mundane tone, etc., is not going to help the cause for sure. That I can say for sure. So I think that's a very well put exercise to, remind us that, this is what environment is all about. It's really something which is lively. It includes wildlife. It includes, trees, running, gushing rivers, and whatnot. To talk about the aspect with respect to, the now emerging sometimes questioned field of eco-anxiety, is that something that young people are facing? To some extent, yes, but I think that's because we're not teaching them the solutions that exist. We are focusing more on the problem, which is an approach that needs to change. There are now myriad of solutions to, overcome the challenges we are facing, right? It's just that they're not being adopted, they're not being promoted. But if you just, do a simple Google search, if you just talk to people, even talk to ChatGPT for that matter, and just say, give me a list of environmental, sustainability, climate solutions, you'll find lots and lots of them, right? The list just goes on and on. So therefore, I think it's not really something that, we need to be worried about with respect to the fact that there's a doomsday scenario. What we must worry for sure, which is something we tell young people, is that not many people are adopting these solutions. The governments are often not looking in the solutions way. That is something that needs to be done for sure. Something to quickly conclude on, I also often share with students, interns, all the people who come, saying, it's not the world or the earth which is in trouble, right? The earth is very happily doing what it's doing. It'll just, shake off once and shake off the human species if we become very, troublesome for them. It's the human beings which are in trouble. It's us who are in trouble. So therefore, what we are doing is basically to, save human beings and not so much to save the planet. So therefore, I think that is the message when we, get across to people. It really kind of gets home the message that A, we need to definitely do something about, our own carbon footprint, ecological footprint, and B, solutions exist. They're out there. They just need to be adopted. Of course, young people need to, be more vocal about them, find them, tell the governments that this is what we want, because that's the approach that needs to be taken into. And again, like I said, it's something we have also, always highlighted, that it's a country where we call rivers sacred. We go and bow our heads to rivers, to trees, to animals, right? And therefore, the culture of sustainability is very much, here. It just needs something we need to go back to our own roots and remind ourselves of what we need to do to, just protecting the environment once again.
All right, I can squeeze in a minute and a half more in the conversation. Before we wrap, quick word from all three of you on one thing all our listeners today can take home with them, one habit that they can change, which will eventually create a culture of sustainability. Starting with you, Dimant.
I think I would say, lead with an optimistic lens. There's a lot of solutions around that we have here. Very quickly, the water that you guys see here, right, which is actually coming in from atmospheric air. And what I learned when I dug in deeper is that the amount of fresh water in the atmosphere is 6 times more than the fresh water available in all the rivers of the world. Great, right? That we have a solution. We have that, and that's the sort of lens that I want you all to kind of see, that it's not doomsday, they were running out of all water, but then we've figured out a way to do this.
All right, so I won't complain about humidity the next time. Prachi?
I mean, since we have a room full of senior leaders, I think I would say we need to stop looking at sustainability as a responsibility and look at it as an opportunity. And then the second thing we need to change is we need to show off more. We need to show off the sustainable actions we're already taking and the work you're already doing. And we'd realize that when we tell it to 10 people, they tell it to 10 more, and our action inspires others and creates a ripple effect for even the larger systemic changes that are needed. So just show off for climate action.
Doctor?
Right, so at Delhi Greens, we carried out research to find out that if every human being plants 7 trees in their lifetime and makes sure they become trees, right, you've balanced your life. You've balanced your ecological footprint, your carbon footprint. So I'll encourage all of you to plant 7 trees in your lifetime. Make sure you planted those trees. Of course, you can plant many more, but minimum 7, and ensure they go on to become big trees as well.
All right, thank you everyone. A big round of applause here for all our panelists. Creating a culture of sustainability, that was the conversation. I think we have started doing that a little bit through this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashish. Thank you to the distinguished panelists as well for engaging in this discussion. And of course, if there is one takeaway from this conversation, it is about the journey towards having a sustainable future that begins not just with visionary policies, but also with the people who actually choose to make sustainability a way of life. So make this better. Thank you very much to the team, to the panelists, our esteemed panelists. Ashish, require you to still be there on stage, because we are going to move on to the next set of our panel, and we're going to talk about development today, which no longer seems to be measured by growth alone, because it is now equally measured by resilience, resource efficiency, and also the ability to create value without compromising our future. So our next panel that explores how responsible design and long-term thinking can actually help build Viksit Bharat that is resilient, inclusive, and also future-ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Kriti Tula, who is from Dudlage, Swati Tiwari of CII-ITC, Center of Excellence, and Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Dean, School of Planning and Architecture, and Ashish Parekh will continue to host this discussion as well. Ashish, over to you.
Thank you, Amita. We continue conversations about sustainability, but this is a different aspect. Last conversation was about creating a culture. This is about designing our ecosystem in a way that sustainability is at the heart of it. Let me start with Dr. Rao here. When we talk about sustainability in India, it usually is a conversation, or even, for example, let's talk about Viksit Bharat, which is the buzzword now. The conversation is usually about the numbers, facts, figures, GDP numbers per capita. But then for you to be Viksit, you need to be sustainable. And for you to be sustainable, you need to redesign your ecosystem in a way which essentially changes how you live, how you build, how you consume. Do you think that's happening in India?
Good evening. I think sustainability is something that's extremely important. The last session we heard about being optimistic. Of course, we need to be optimistic, no doubt about it, but then the facts are actually scary. If you look at the way in which India is urbanizing, when India became independent, we were hardly about 14 to 15% urban. But today, we find that we are almost 40% urban. The census figures are yet to come, but then probably you will find that very soon our level of urbanization is very, very high. So what does this mean? More and more people are moving from the rural areas into the urban areas. So you can't live the way you were living in your villages or in your small towns when you come to the urban areas, because land is very, very expensive, and you can't go to the well and take your water, you can't take water from the river, you can't sit below the shade of a tree, and so on and so forth. You can't lose the local biomass to build your houses, which are really, in fact, if you have ever gone into a hut, probably you'll find that it's really very, very cool inside a hut, you know, like the fishermen's huts and so on. You can't do all of that if you are living in a city. So more and more people are coming into cities because that's the way in which the world is moving. And if that is Vikasit Bharat, then that is throwing up its own challenges. You need to bring a lot of water into your city. You need to bring a lot of electricity into your city, because we are an electricity consuming society. Increasingly more, for every activity in our kitchen, we need some electrical gadget there, and for a variety of things. So therefore, this is a very serious challenge, and we need to take it seriously. Of course, we need to be positive, but then can we solve this? I think that is necessary. Development is not just increase in incomes. It is not getting only jobs, but also doing it the right way and not disturbing the environment. So therefore, you need to look at sustainability very seriously. There are ways, probably not everybody is aware of it, but there are ways. There's a lot of research being done in the way in which you can build in a more sustainable manner. So by 2047, if we have to become a Viksit Bharat, it's not just more employment, more vehicles, more people living in cities, more gadgetry, more highways, more airports and so on, but also in using our resources in a very clever manner, if I may say so that we consume the resources to the minimal extent possible, and there is little damage to the environment as such.
Right. So that's the buzzword there. It's not what we build, it's how we build it. And I think that's the core of redesigning the world to be much more sustainable. Kriti, coming to you now in terms of waste that is recycled, upcycled. I was just going through an interesting figure, and I think that will interest a lot of people here. India, I read somewhere, correct me if I'm wrong, generates 70 lakh tons of textile waste every single year. And to put that into context of how massive that is literally the size of 700 Eiffel Towers every single year. And globally, less than 1% of that is recycled. So one wonders what happens to all that waste. So you work in this space of recycling, upcycling, and you're trying to now help larger organizations build a circular system as well. In your experience, what's been the biggest challenge? Is it the infrastructure? Is it the mindset? What's the biggest challenge?
For me, I think after spending 15 years in the space of sustainability, I think the largest challenge is the intent to make a change. Most organizations, especially when we talk to other organizations and using the supply chain that we've explored in the last decade, with so many solutions that are currently available to resolve for textile waste. And India, mind you, not only produces garment wastages, that is ours, we also take global garment wastages into our country. And we are a garment and a textile producer, so we also have textile wastages from production. So there are several layers of garment and textile waste that are currently available within the country. In the last 10 years, there have been so many recycled raw materials, so many cottage industries that are super skilled to work with upcycling, and the need to make thrifting a alternate culture that is more acceptable. So all of these solutions are available. But the intent for larger organization to go beyond a marketing activity or a gesture to bring a systematic change within their own structure is extremely important. And that, I feel, is the largest challenge, especially when we work with other organizations. People who are, building niche brands, like we were a niche brand, who have been working with wastages for a very, very long time, and we see it as a massive resource. We also understood that there are so many solutions that are available, all of which we can't consume or we can't create something out of. Now there are so many organizations. You have uniform waste, you have linen waste, you have all kinds of textile waste in so many industries that solutions that we've worked for can be used and product with design intervention could be created, which is where we come in. But if you don't see it as a resource and you don't have an intent to make a real change, then we're also restricted to apply for a very small solution.
So, from what I understand, both the infrastructure as well as the mindset is the problem. It's not or, it's and. All right. So, building on that, Swati, I've spoken to a lot of corporate leaders, and suddenly there's a huge buzz about ESG compliance, and you see in all the brochures, all the slides, the decks, the presentations. But when you speak to them off record, they often say that it feels very mechanical. The people doing it are not that interested. It's just a compliance that they have to do. Do you think that's because we are, in a way, importing a Western metric into India, where in a market where informal economy even today dominates? Do you think it's time now that we sit down and create a sustainability framework that actually applies and is curated to the Indian market?
That's a great question, and I think I have been answering this question in a lot of recent forums that I have attended. So thank you for that. Just very briefly, I work in the ESG space for almost 15 years now. So ESG as a buzzword, yes, it is a buzzword right now, and it is used interchangeably with a lot of other things. But the way ESG has to be understood is more from the investor perspective. Coming to the question that you have put in, see, India is, when we look at India as a country and when we look at ESG standards, ESG frameworks, India is quite mature in that. I think let's accept that fact. And that is why for India to adopt what is happening at the global level on its own will not make sense. And India has not done that. So adopting the global sustainability standards is not what India is going to do. Creating its own standard, should India do that? No, not at all, because India is part of the global value chain and we have to align with the requirements of global value chain as a stakeholder there. But so what is it that India should do? So one thing is that it should align the global standards with the local and the domestic requirements and the realities. So when I say that, for example, we are talking about sustainability, climate change, biodiversity, nature, human rights. These are all global issues that we talk about in every forum, and it is impacting all geographies in, I would not say similar manner, in different manner. Now, as a geography, how do you respond to that depends on your local needs and your development priorities. So when climate change impact India, how does India respond to that will be based on the development priorities that India has, the industrial landscape that India has, keeping in mind also the requirements of global north, sustainability standards. So I think my take on this is that while India has matured a lot in the ESG space, but keeping its domestic and local priorities in mind, it should align with the requirements of global north. Don't create its own standard, but bring in more interoperability. That is what is required.
I think along with metric, the communication also has to change. For example, if you go and tell someone, Antarctica mein ice pighal raha hai, so he's like, to main kya karu? You can't make a common man understand. You need to have the communication and the metric that he understands, that the companies understand, to actually push forward that agenda and that narrative, like you mentioned. Mr. Rao, I'm a civil engineer myself, and one of the reports I was seeing last year, I think it was by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and they made a very interesting observation. The fact that 2/3 of all the infrastructure that will be built in India by 2047 has not yet been built, which means that what we are seeing today is not even 2/3 of what we'll see in 2047. Do you identify a fundamental flaw in the urban design that we see today? The urban governance mismanagement everyone knows about, but in terms of sustainability, what's the biggest flaw that you see?
See, I would look at this statistics that you just now given in a very positive manner, in the sense that unlike other parts of the world where things have already been built, so you can't really undo what mistakes that you've done. In India, we are yet to build a lot. For example, housing alone, there are several millions of houses yet to be built. We are, as I said, only about 40% urban. So a large number of people are still living in the villages, and we need to build a lot. So therefore, there is a great opportunity for us to actually incorporate all the good practices and not commit the same mistakes which the West has committed, if I may say so. So therefore, for example, green concrete is one thing, which is a very recent concept. Porous concrete is another thing. Use of alternatives to the conventional burnt clay brick, for example. There is a lot of literature available on why one should not use burnt clay brick, and so on. So there are many alternatives. There are industrial slag wastes. There are so many other wastes from which you can manufacture bricks, and they can be used in the construction industry. So there is a great opportunity for us, because there is still much more for us to build. So we can actually do it right now as compared to other parts of the world where probably you'll have to do a retrofitting. One of the most important things is that most buildings in India are actually not insulated. Most cities in India are, because our geography is like that, it is extremely hot, and therefore you need methods by which you need to cool your building. We are a tropical country, basically. So what we are doing, we are just plugging in the air conditioners everywhere. That's the only way we think that we can cool the building. But then there are so many other passive ways by which you build right, so that your air conditioning load can be drastically reduced. So there is a great opportunity for us to do that here. Similarly, if you look at the floor to ceiling height within buildings, for example, in the olden days, we used to have houses, even in residential buildings, very high ceilings. We brought it down, and then our houses are like matchboxes, and then you put an air conditioner. So electrical load. So there are so many ways in which we can actually make our lives more sustainable. We can build sustainable buildings, whether it is saving energy, saving materials, using less material, using better material, filling up the earth back with the water, rainwater harvesting. Our roads can be the places where you can create the sponges in cities. Today we are talking about why is there so much of urban flooding? Because of climate change. But then how are you going to tackle it? You can go in for porous concrete, you can create sponges within your urban areas, because there is so much yet to be done in cities. Urban development, there's hardly any urban development that has actually happened. We are just starting, we are beginning on that path. So there is a great opportunity, technologies are available, and I think we are on that roadway. The only problem is that awareness is not there. And thanks to CII and other such initiatives by other organizations, if people are educated, if you make people aware that this is the way in which you can do it, you need to change those practices.
Absolutely.
Because we are completely under the shadow of the Western ways of doing things in the built environment. So we need to change that.
Absolutely. It's interesting you spoke about porous concrete. That was actually my project in my final year of engineering as well. I replaced it with fly ash, but more on that later. Kriti, coming back to you, in terms of, you spoke about recycling and upcycling. India is one of the largest textile producers in the world, and even then, today, circularity still seems to be a very niche concept in India. Why do you think it's not picked up?
I don't know, man. But See, we're a massive textile consumer, producer. For the longest time, most rooms, the conversation has always been that India doesn't produce waste. We are so judicial about the wastage that we do. So it's ignoring the problem that has not led to, and it's not even awareness. It's just ignoring that problem and not seeing that in the space of impact at all. That connection has been broken with so much marketing that we have to progress more, we have to produce more, and we have to be a growing economy without understanding the implication of how to manage your waste better. And we are producing waste with textile at every stage. So I feel understanding the problem while it's happening and resolving for the wastage that is happening is extremely important. And for the longest time, we have spent time in disconnecting fashion and pollution. It's always seen as that, for consumers also as a frivolous thing. Fashion industry. It's glamorous, but doesn't have that kind of an impact on pollution. So even when we speak to impact investors for circularity needs impact investment, it's still not happening. Because they don't see it as an impact space to invest in. And for circularity to happen and to grow, it's important to understand that waste is a great resource for bringing it back to textile value chain. Till now, wo cottage industry mein hi ja raha hai. All of that waste is just going back to cottage industry or burning as a solution, while there are so many solutions that already exist. So mindset change among who's going to tell the consumer that your clothes are creating pollution when you want consumers to come back and buy more. And that is how they'll be able to sell more. Because your clothes don't go away. So that over 100 years of time, we have spent so much money to tell consumers that you have to go buy more, when there's absolutely no need to buy more. You can still, especially men's, for the longest time, menswear has been this 5 colors of shirts, that's it. But to tell that consumer ki now you have to buy prints also, you have to buy shorter dresses, longer dresses, and create that want among consumer has been very important. So now you have to disconnect that consumer to say that, oh, that's also creating pollution. So that mindset change, understanding ki fashion is a problem, creating textile waste is a problem. Textile waste doesn't go away. Most of it is non-biodegradable. It will sit in your landfills forever. It will create pollution at all levels, right from fiber manufacturing, from cotton production, which is one of the largest consumer of fertilizers and pesticides, which creates pollution, soil pollution at every level, from food systems to clothing systems, to looking at what happens at the end of the clothing line. What happens to the clothes that you wear? Who is collecting them? So we've spent money in building circular systems as well. So there are sorting and collection systems super weak in India. Rest of the world is sorting and collecting and pushing it to countries like India, China, Vietnam, Bangladesh. But within our own country, you can't name collection systems which go beyond, go beyond charity.
I think that's where the conversation around redesigning the entire ecosystem also comes in. And picking on that point, I've just got a minute left on the conversation. Swati, how do you design a structural framework where sustainability, compliance doesn't just end up, in the company brochure or just another initiative by the company? It actually becomes an actionable initiative on ground. How do you design a framework like that?
So I think one is that the mindset has to move beyond compliance. For businesses. When they look at sustainability, it is something which is of value to them, something which gives them market access, something which makes them resilient, and also something which is innovative. That's one thing. Second is that I think sustainability, if we have to look at sustainability from design and everything angle, we have to make sure that sustainability is not operating in a silo. There are too many stakeholders involved. I think the previous, panel which was there was a millennial person sitting, a founder sitting. I think all stakeholders have to come together and have to be synced together, right? So when we are looking at sustainability, the ecosystem include not just corporate, the large ones, but even the MSMEs, the startups who have bright ideas, the government, the regulator, they all have to sink in to come together to create an ecosystem which is of value to everyone. And the third point is that when we look at this ecosystem, there are areas which need to come together: training and capacity building, awareness, peer learning, transitioning to a low carbon economy, and third is finance for all this work. So all of that has to come together. Right now we are at a stage where everything is existing, but it is existing at a very individualistic and a silo level. And I think as a country also we are evolving. So ideally next couple of years we should reach a stage where the ecosystem is, looking like a system which is breathing, and each entity is talking to each other. So that's how I see it.
Right. Interesting. I think that's where we come to the point which Kriti also mentioned, the fact that on multiple level, there's no real understanding about sustainability. And even when you somehow spend money and create an understanding, there's ignorance. So it's an ecosystem that needs a redesign, and hopefully we were able to shed light on some of those issues during this panel. Thank you so much for joining us. A big round of applause, everyone, for all our panelists here.
Thank you very much, Ashish. Thank you very much to all our esteemed panelists as well for joining us here. And our sincere thank to our panelists. Of course, today's discussion that has reaffirmed that a truly developed India will be defined not just by what we build, but how responsibly and sustainability we build it. So, Ashish, welcome back to the podium.
Thank you.
So when we speak of policies that can actually set direction, technology that can actually enable progress, but lasting change that can happen only when people understand, connect with, and also embrace the journey. So that is where the power of storytelling becomes indispensable.
Absolutely. Please join me in welcoming Srishti Kukreja, co-founder of Gen E, sharing the importance of storytelling in climate and sustainability.
Can we have Srishti on stage, please?
Yeah, I could do with a round of applause. I know that was a little bit of a wait. Once again, hi everyone, we are Jenny. We tell sustainable stories. I'm not sure if any of you have seen a Jenny video, so can I have a raise of hands if anybody has seen a Jenny video, has seen me on screen? Okay, I think I'm at the right group. I'm going to get a lot of followers today, so I am going to give you a little bit of a snippet, but before that, let me tell you who we are. So I'm Srishti. I'm the co-founder of Jenny. It's a media brand that tells stories of sustainability. Along with me is also my co-founder Femi, who's sitting in the audience. We are mainstream journalists and we have about 4 decades of media experience. Most of it is him though. And here's a video.
Nobody wants. Hi, we are Jenny, and they tell sustainable stories.
Hi Jenny, I'm Anish, the founder of Without.
Without wants this waste that nobody else wants.
Like this chips packet that's made up of multiple layers stuck together.
But we came up with this patented tech to separate the layers and turn them into pellets.
We started off by making sunglasses from packets of chips.
And now they can make high-quality products like shampoo bottles, buttons, and even signboards.
And this material is so good it can be recycled 10 times.
This tech is also solving the problem of dirty, unusable textile waste.
We chemomechanically extract high-quality raw materials from it.
And here's the best part. Without empowers its workers.
We paid 3 times more for this waste, hiring many of them in our factories, doubling their incomes.
They get contracts, stock options, health insurance, and most importantly, dignity.
We're trying to prove that recycling can be profitable and ethical.
Share this video and let's show the world how India is fixing its waste problem. Follow Jenny and be a part of
Generation Earth.
Can I get some help in going back a few slides, please? Okay, so Jenny is a media brand, a digital media brand that says stories on sustainability. We have over 1.5 million followers across platforms. We are on all major social media. Okay, but why climate storytelling? Why do we only tell sustainable stories? Well, the numbers are in front of you and they don't paint a pretty picture, right? India ranks 176 out of 177 actually countries. We are last but one. And today, sustainable storytelling is the need of the hour. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so Jenny was started, the journey started with a coconut straw, right? So Femi and I, in our previous organization, were given an assignment to do a sustainable story. We came across the story of a professor who makes coconut straws. We reported that story. It went viral. But numbers is one thing, right? What it did was create a lot of interest in that product, and a major 5-star hotel chain actually switched from paper straws to coconut straws. And that's where we realized that with good storytelling, we can create a really huge impact. And today, that impact continues. We did a story on Udupi saris, which are hand-woven. The video went viral, but most importantly, the saris sold out. We did a story on STP water being turned into potable water. Now, water is a subject that most see as very boring, so it didn't get as many views as it should have. However, Nitin Kamath saw that video and he tweeted it, and the founders got 300 calls in a day, and they made headlines in mainstream media. Right? We did a story on El Sita. It was covered by Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, and it started a conversation about how the Bangalore Development Authority should proceed with its doings. And finally, we did a story on bamboo, which was about bamboo packaging. And we saw in the comment section that many people were tagging e-commerce websites and asking them to make a switch to sustainable packaging. So climate storytelling, when it's made relatable, when it's made engaging, it won't just help us kind of go viral, but it also helps us create impact on the ground and start conversations amongst people who are young and old. Can I get the next slide, please?
These guys from Hyderabad built an aircraft that...
Can we go back? And play the video, please.
These guys from Hyderabad built an aircraft that needs no petrol, no pilots.
And no runways.
You see, air transport is expensive because of aviation fuel and airport infrastructure.
And aircrafts can't take off and land just anywhere.
So they found a solution that's like Uber or Porter in the air.
It's taken off and ready to hit the market in the next 1 year.
But how does this aircraft work? Hi, we are Jenny. We tell sustainable stories, and we came across this story at T-Hub, the world's largest home for startups.
Hi Jenny, I'm Amar.
I'm Uttam, and we are the founders of Blue Jay Aerospace.
Blue Jay is making vertical takeoff and landing, or VTOLs, that will run on hydrogen, causing zero emissions.
Hydrogen goes into a fuel cell, generates electricity, and powers the rotors.
And the only thing that comes out on the other end is water.
It takes off and lands vertically, which means all it needs is a vertiport,
which are 10 by 10 square meter spaces that are smaller than a tennis court.
This can go from Hyderabad to Amravati in just over 60 minutes and is autonomous, which means no pilot on board.
You just input the location and it goes there by itself.
The best part, it's made and assembled fully in Hyderabad.
We are currently building a cargo aircraft for short distance logistics.
Blue Jay is the first in India to fly a VTOL prototype.
They're also developing a passenger version called Blue Jay Hawk.
So people can travel easily between lesser connected cities and towns.
Share this video and let's show the world that India is taking off into the future. From Hyderabad, follow Jenny and be a part of
Generation Earth.
So as you can see that our videos were not just tweeted by investors, by IT professionals, by Bollywood stars, but by also a union minister. And again, what this did is started a conversation about how the Indian ecosystem is evolving, and when backed with credibility that this can be the real future, the sustainable future that we are really looking for. Can I have the next slide, please? So what we've learned at Jenny so far is that people care. I think all of you are sitting here today because you care, as long as we tell them how to care. So we've had Anand Mahendra, we've had Vijay Shekhar Sharma, we've had Nitin Kamath, and many more share all of our videos, which is so pertinent to starting conversations about sustainability. Next slide, please. And what we've learned is that when conversations can start around sustainability, it can become mainstream. It's not going to be a far-off problem, of a problem of non-accessibility. Because what we've realized in sustainability is that there are three major problems, right? One, people think that sustainability is not accessible and that it's privileged. Two, that the sustainability ecosystem is broken and that it's very, very fragmented. And three, that there are great eco-innovations in this country, but they're just not able to reach the right audiences. And I think that's where good storytelling can come in. Next slide, please. So here's what we've learned, and this is how we approach our stories. We like to keep it simple. We like to focus on the solutions. We like to talk about today and not tomorrow. So the problem of melting glaciers in the Arctic is a far-off problem, but what about today? What about the heat that we are facing? What about the water problems that we are facing? What about the garbage problems in our area? We like to talk about those problems. And finally, and the most important aspect of Jenny is that we are trying to build a community that we can act, whether it's that one like, one share, one comment, or that one peer-to-peer connect that we can start because our DMs are flooded with people who want to connect with these entrepreneurs. Final slide, please. So I would like to end this with a quote by Mr. Sonam Wangchuk. I believe that education should be about healing the earth and dealing with the crisis that we are in. And ladies and gentlemen, I think storytelling can play a part in educating these people. With that awkward conversation and that awkwardness, thank you so much. That's my cue to end this. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Srishti, for reminding us that meaningful change that begins when important ideas connect with the people.
All right, moving on now, creating an eco-conscious society like we've discussed throughout multiple fireside chats, panel discussions here. All of that calls for more than sound environmental policy. It demands leadership that can inspire collective action, influence behavior, and also make sustainability an integral part of everyday governance. A short tea break. Please join us after a short break for the last leg of today's sessions, including three-time Grammy awardee Ricky Cage, actress Ara Sharma, and Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Mohan Yadav. Lots lined up. Join us soon, and don't forget to share your favorite moments throughout this conclave with pictures with the hashtag Tea and Sustainability Conclave 2026.
See you in a short time, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy the tea break.
And the narrative changes. A color aligns and the truth comes into focus. A mismatch and the questions begin. To get the full picture, every side matters. Watch Decoding Now, where every side of the story finally fits. 6:30 p.m. weekdays only on Times Now.
It is not just a question. It is the voice of a nation, a demand rising from millions. We connect the clues. We challenge every claim. We confront every contradiction. We ask what India wants to know.
When the stakes are high and the answers are elusive, there's one voice unafraid to challenge the status quo.
At 8 p.m., I am not here to sugarcoat the truth. I am here to ask the hard questions.
To elect, Mahatransco is transforming the state's power grid. Through advanced drone technology and a massive 5,300-kilometer fiber optic network, Mahatransco is building a smart, future-ready infrastructure. For Mahatransco, the future moves beyond energy. Through dedicated CSR initiatives, it is creating lasting social value by advancing education, healthcare, skill development, women's empowerment, rural development, farmer welfare, and community well-being. For a hazard-free tomorrow, Mahatransco, through various public awareness initiatives, urges every citizen to prioritize safety. The awareness drives encourage citizens to follow safe practices around high-voltage transmission infrastructure. With innovation, responsibility, and an unwavering commitment to people, Mahatransco is energizing a greener, smarter, and more resilient Maharashtra.
From the legacy of the Times Group, part of India's leading news and entertainment network, presenting ET Now, India's most holistic business news channel, empowering Indians to rise with India. From the currents in the stock market to the winds of India Inc., from waves in policy making to the tides of global change, we cover everything that impacts the economy. Trusted by decision makers, followed by the ambitions, we are viewed across platforms, watched by the world, where your brand meets its audience and everyone rises with India.
सुकून पाने लोग घूमने जाते हैं और जब ये घूमना उनके लिए आसान हो जाए तो मनोरंजन दोगुना हो जाता है। देश में बेहतर पर्यटन सेवाओं से अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत करने की पहल की है प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने। पर्यटन से अर्थव्यवस्था सुदृढ़ हो और रोजगार सृजित हो सके, इसके लिए मध्य प्रदेश में मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ने शुरुआत की पीएम श्री हेली पर्यटन सेवा।
टूरिज्म के माध्यम से मध्य प्रदेश को देश के नक्शे पर लाते हुए दुनिया के सामने मध्य प्रदेश का मॉडल आदर्श बन रहा है।
इस नई सेवा से अब श्रद्धालु एक ही दिन में कर सकेंगे दोनों।
चालू होने वाला है।
Ladies and gentlemen, request you to take your designated seats. We are about to beginning the proceedings shortly.
to substations, Mahatransco is transforming the state's power grid. Through advanced drone technology and a massive 5,300-kilometer fiber optic network, Mahatransco is building a smart, future-ready infrastructure. For Mahatransco, the future moves beyond energy. Through dedicated CSR initiatives, it is creating lasting social value by advancing education, healthcare, skill development,
Ladies and gentlemen, request you to please take your seats. We hope you enjoyed the refreshments. Once again, making the announcement.
And all right, looks like we're all settled in. We're still settling. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Times Network Sustainability Conclave 2026, brought to you by presenting partner Adani, co-powered by Mahatransco, state partner Madhya Pradesh, tourism partner Delhi Tourism, innovation partner Shakti Pumps,
Growth partner Greenco Group. We also have energy partner, which is Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, International Solar Alliance, Solar Energy Corporation of India. Research partners are Climate Trends, education partner Bennett University. We hope that you had a refreshing break, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your designated seats. And as we enter the final segment of this power-packed day, well, we encourage you to engage in dialogue as the panelists today have done so too, sharing your ideas, your thoughts, and your favorite quotes on the theme India 2035, a self-reliant nation, and please use the hashtag TN Sustainability Conclave 2026 while you post on social media. So when we speak of sustainability, ladies and gentlemen, it is not just about any national conversation. It is playing out state by state, and a few states that have already moved decisively, such as Madhya Pradesh.
Absolutely. And joining us virtually, we have Dr. Mohan Yadav, the Honorable Chief Minister, Madhya Pradesh, for an address. Let's take a look.
विशिष्ट अतिथियों, नीति निर्माताओं, उद्योग जगत के सभी नेताओं, विशेषज्ञ और प्रतिभागियों को मेरा पुनः हार्दिक अभिनंदन। आज जब पूरी दुनिया जलवायु परिवर्तन, पर्यावरण संरक्षण और सतत विकास जैसी चुनौतियों का सामना कर रही है, तब भारत ने इन चुनौतियों को परिवर्तन के रूप में देखने का मार्ग चुना है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में हमारा देश ऐसे भविष्य की ओर लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है, जहां आर्थिक प्रगति और पर्यावरणीय जिम्मेदारी साथ साथ चल रही है। मिशन लाइफ जैसी पहलों के माध्यम से सतत विकास को जन आंदोलन का रूप भी दिया गया है, जिससे हर नागरिक को अपने ग्रह की रक्षा में योगदान देने के लिए प्रेरित किया जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से एक पेड़ मां के नाम जैसी पहल में हर साल 1.1 लाख हेक्टेयर वन क्षेत्र में जोड़ने की हमें सफलता मिल रही है। बीते वर्ष 140 करोड़ पौधारोपण की उपलब्धि हासिल की है। आज सतत विकास केवल एक नीति उद्देश्य नहीं है, इसका एहसास करते हुए, बल्कि हमारी सभी पीढ़ियों के प्रति हमारी सामूहिक जवाबदारी है। समय की आवश्यकता है। सरकार, उद्योग जगत, शिक्षण संस्थान और समाज मिलकर ऐसे समाधान विकसित करे जो विकास और पर्यावरण संरक्षण के बीच सही संतुलन स्थापित करे। मध्य प्रदेश में जल संरक्षण को भी बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। जलगंगा संरक्षण अभियान के माध्यम से मध्य प्रदेश ने नया इतिहास रचा है। प्रदेश में गत 3 वर्षों में 5 लाख से अधिक कुओं, बावड़ियों और जलाशयों के निर्माण और जल संरक्षण के कई कार्य किए हैं। राज्य भूजल भंडारण को प्रोत्साहित करके स्वच्छ ऊर्जा की दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ता हुआ सोलर पार्कों के नेटवर्क का भी विस्तार करके सतत विकास के प्रति अपनी प्रतिबद्धता साबित कर रहा है। दुनिया भर में ग्रीन इकोनॉमी, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी और जलवायु संबंधी गंभीर विमर्श भविष्य की विकास यात्रा को दिशा दे रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत इन क्षेत्रों में वैश्विक नेतृत्व की भूमिका निभाता रहेगा। टाइम्स नेटवर्क की यह सराहनीय पहल है। इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर विचार विमर्श के लिए प्रमुख नीति निर्माताओं और उद्योग विशेषज्ञों को एक मंच पर एकत्रित करने का अनुपम प्रयास है। इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता के लिए मेरी अपनी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामना। आशा है टाइम्स नेटवर्क के इस कॉन्क्लेव में होने वाले विचार विमर्श से हमारे देश और पूरी दुनिया के लिए सार्थक परिणाम आएंगे। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister Saab, for your assurance and also that encouragement, much needed.
And now we hear from a young voice of the nation, an actress, an advocate for animal welfare and wildlife conservation, from being an influential female lead across several Bollywood movies to now being named PETA's Person of the Year in 2024. Our next guest has built an influence that reaches an audience who are the biggest proponents for the next decade, the Gen Z.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We are getting you the best of the evening. Ada Sharma is joining us here on stage and in conversation with Hina Kambir. I'm sure we're all refreshed having that much needed chai. Please put your hands together in a big way in welcoming Ada on stage. Ada, good evening.
A bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Ada Sharma here. Thank you very much for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me.
For this Sustainability Conclave. Millions know you as an actor, but behind the screen, who is Ada Sharma and what causes genuinely matter to you?
You all, yes, know me as my characters and sometimes I enjoy that. मुझे अच्छा लगता है अगर आप character के हिसाब से, मुझे प्यार देते हो. And as a person, I think मैं बहुत अलग हूँ from what you've seen me on screen. ना मेरे अंदर भूत है, जैसे मेरे पहली फिल्म में था. और I think I'm very, very different from all my roles, but मैं इतनी fortunate हूँ that I get to play all these characters on screen. And in real life, I'm just like everybody else. मैं भी यहाँ actually सीखने आई हूँ. I'll tell you कि ये जो chat हम लोग कर रहे हैं, मैं किसी को lecture नहीं दे रही हूँ. मैं भी सीख रही हूँ. मैं यहाँ पे आई हूँ, मेरी गाड़ी में AC था. And I have flown by aeroplane and come here. So I'm not perfect either, but हम लोग try कर रहे हैं. Exactly, but I think we're all trying in our small way to contribute to save the environment and to be kinder to the earth, I think.
You're actually making a difference, and that's the reason why in 2024 you were named PETA India's Person of the Year. You are a prominent animal rights advocate as well. What really drew you to this particular cause? Was there any incident? Is it something that's, close to your heart? What's the reason? What has been the inspiration behind it?
I think मैं जब छोटी थी, I was always told to be nice to animals. So it was never a cause. It was always a natural thing कि it's normal. जैसे आप अपने friend की मम्मी को आप खाओगे नहीं, वैसे आप किसी जानवर की मम्मी को नहीं खाओगे. It was like that. And I think everybody teaches their children be good to animals. But I think कुछ जहाँ पे selective compassion है. And, you're kind to dogs and cats, but you're not kind to chickens and the other animals that you eat. But I think मुझे सिखाया गया कि सब equal है. जितनी important एक इंसान का जान है, उतनी ही important एक जानवर का भी है. So I just grew up learning that from my parents, and I actually think human beings बहुत kind है और सब people want to be kind to the environment. कोई ऐसे नहीं है who says I want to destroy the earth. Maybe लोग जानते नहीं हैं, or maybe they have not बचपन से वो empathy they have not put in their system for others. It's like my friends and my people and that जानवर and that जानवर's people. So वो तो मैं खा सकती हूँ. I think it is that. So मेरे लिए actually cause नहीं था. It was just a way of life that I grew up with, I think.
I think something, if you're very passionate about, then you're able to present it in a better way. Like you said, आपके लिए cause नहीं था ये. This is something that you grew up with.
Yes.
Can you also tell us a little bit about, the PETA campaigns on leather and vegan fashion, another thing that you've been very vocal about?
I have actually, and I really believe, and I hope that, as actors, आप लोगों को, I hope, inspire करते हो. बहुत सारे लोग आपके fashion choices या आपके hair color से भी छोटी चीजें like this, उससे भी inspire होते हैं. So I hope कुछ लोग देख के, like the साड़ी that I'm wearing now, मैं repeat करती हूँ कपड़े. I make it a conscious choice. ये मेरी नानी की साड़ी है, and I've worn it publicly and got photographed in it like 4-5 times.
Wow.
Also,
It's
I've worn
beautiful.
it. Thank you. But I want people to know कि आप repeat कर सकते हो. गुनाह नहीं है. And I feel when you see an actor do it, sometimes we think, oh, वो actor कर रहा है तो शायद मैं भी करूँ तो गलत नहीं है. I think बिल्कुल गलत नहीं है. You should repeat your clothes. And I don't know, I think alternatives of leather, there are so many now. जो, again, you're taking an animal's life for a belt or a shoe. मुझे तो काफी tacky लगता है, I think. आप किसी का जान ले रहे हो for a belt. I mean, उसकी जान की कीमत एक belt है. It's, and you get alternatives now जो, which are very, very, I mean, they look and they feel exactly like leather and they are cruelty free.
एक आपका campaign भी था, wherein you were there behind bars. What was the message? How did it come about?
I think मैंने बहुत सारे campaigns किए हैं because I'm a convenient person for them to use. मैं बहुत safe हूँ. They also know because they won't find me somewhere in a restaurant कि मेरी photo आ रही है, मैं कुछ non-veg खा रही हूँ because मैं पैदाइशी से मैं खाई नहीं हूँ. So I've done a lot of campaigns. I've done one for animals in cages. I've done one for elephants also because मैं बहुत closely linked हूँ with some elephant organizations also. And of course this leather campaign and sustainable fashion also.
Okay. Today, celebs are expected to have an opinion or voice on everything, social issues, environmental issues. Is that expectation fair, or do you think there's too much of pressure? Let people choice. If they want to have an opinion, okay. If they don't, it's okay.
No, I think it's fair because अगर मैं एक celebrity हूँ and I have an opinion of some things and then some things I conveniently don't, people would expect me to have an opinion on those. I don't think that's wrong. That is not incorrect at all. सही है because आप एक actor को देख रहे हो, वो अपनी personal life में, like मैं animals के बारे में कुछ बोल रही हूँ, इसके बारे में बोल रही हूँ. And then suddenly I say, now इसके बारे में मैं नहीं बोलूँगी, तो अगर लोगों को अजीब लगे तो सही है. लेकिन I also feel कि अगर आपको पूरी knowledge नहीं है कोई situation के बारे में, तो it's better कि आप अगर opinion रखें, अपने मन में रखें, gather the whole knowledge और फिर आप publicly कुछ जाके बोलो. Because I think और भी अजीब है अगर आप बिना पूरी knowledge का आप लेके speeches दे रहे हो और आपको कुछ पता नहीं कि क्या है, but just because trend है या सब लोग बोल रहे तो मैं भी बोल देती हूँ. तो I feel वो नहीं होना चाहिए. But as audience, of course, expectations तो लोग करेंगे. You are expecting the audience to go and watch your film. You are expecting the audience to support you. You are expecting the audience कि जब आपकी फिल्म थिएटर में रिलीज हो तो वो जाके देखे. तो I think जायज है, उनके expectations होने ही चाहिए.
Okay, very interesting. हम जहाँ पे हैं थोड़ी ही दूर एक प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है. आपने Instagram पे एक स्टोरी भी I think पोस्ट की है in support of students.
मैंने पोस्ट
What do you make of it? In your opinion, what is happening?
In my opinion, that there is a protest happening, and like I put on my Instagram post as well, I stand with the students, and I think it starts from a classroom, your journey for the future. I put a post with the students जो classroom में है, and I definitely stand with the students. I definitely stand with the students जो इतना, I mean, you're putting in so much hard work for an exam. आप इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हो, and then if it goes to, you're like, your entire aspirations, your entire future is dependent on that. So, of course, my heart goes to all those students, all the parents. About the protest, again, like I said, I don't have entire knowledge. I saw people saying a lot of slogans, I'm not one with those. read a lot of things this side and that side, so I don't know. मैं politician नहीं हूँ, तो मुझे political knowledge नहीं है. इसलिए मैं sustainability conclave में आई हूँ, where you're asking me about clothes, I'll tell you. अगर आप खाने के बारे में पूछ रहे हो, what I've done my research on, I'll tell you. जिन चीजों के बारे में मैं नहीं जानती हूँ, I will tell you. मैं उतनी honest हूँ कि मैं बोलूँगी मुझे full knowledge नहीं है.
मैंने सिर्फ इसलिए पूछा क्योंकि आपने कहा कि अगर celebrities से opinion मांगा जाए किसी चीज के बारे में, social issue, environmental issue, तो definitely मांग सकते हैं, because you and your thoughts, your actions will influence people, those who follow you, because of the films that you do, and because you had posted something on this. So that's why I asked you. With your permission, do you think maybe more dialogue from the government side is needed?
I think dialogue from everybody is needed. We are a democracy. Like, since we are sitting here, it's not just me. I would like to ask you, what do you think? Because this is the knowledge I had. I shared with you. This is how much I know. Maybe I don't have the entire knowledge about the thing. And some people will say, why you should know everything. But I don't know everything about everything. So what I know about, I'll tell you. And like I said, the students I stand with, what do you think? Like, what do you think is...
No, I completely feel that there should be dialogue, and that's what we are also talking about, and we've been covering on Times Now as well, all sides of the story, because it's important for people to form an informed opinion. That's why it's important for us also to show all sides of the story. So that's what we are doing. That's what we do here on Times Now as well. Now, coming back to sustainability, do you think that it's something that we all talk about, but not many are able to make it a part of their life consciously, because one makes it sound as if it's some kind of a sacrifice that one has to make?
Maybe that could be a possibility. It depends how it's sold also to you. Like even for food, if I tell you ये बहुत ही bland सा खाना मैं आपको दे रही हूँ जिसमें बिल्कुल taste है ही नहीं, अच्छा ही नहीं है, आप खाओगे? So you might say, no, I don't want to eat it, this is horrible. But if I give you something and I say कि ये actually बहुत healthy है, इसमें nutrients भरे हैं, there's B612 and B12 and vitamin D3 and it's very high and there's collagen infused in it and all, you say, really? I'll say, yeah, your skin will glow, your hair will shine, आप taste करेंगे? So you will say, yeah, I would love to taste it. I want my hair to glow and shine and, to look. I think it's how it's sold. I think, like you said, both sides are there. दोनों alternatives है लोगों के लिए. And people are free to choose. I also think कि लोग बहुत intelligent है. सबको पता है कि क्या सही है, क्या गलत है. I have a lot of friends who eat non-veg or who live a very, a life that is not very sustainable, and they know that it's not the right thing. They also feel guilty. Like when I've shown them a video, they say, don't show me this. I don't want to see this. I don't want to know anything about this. And then they do it. So I don't think insan bure hai. It's just that fully informed maybe nahi hai, or they just choose to not.
Apart from deciding to repeat your outfits, any other lifestyle changes that you have made because you feel it's good for the planet, so I should do it?
मैं बहुत vocal हूँ about using plastic actually, and my cloth bags.
Not using plastic.
About people who use, I vocally tell them, please don't. Again, who are you telling? I don't go lecture in the middle of a market, but my friends who are, I have friends who are very well-to-do, who have cars and who travel with cars and drivers. So you have your car, you can keep a few cloth bags in the car. So if you purchase vegetables and fruits, you don't need to take a plastic bag from there. These small things you can inculcate in your life. So I do. I'm like that annoying friend who says, try to karo na, try to karo na, try to karo na, try to karo na. So that I do with plastic, with my friends. And I feel, a forest is, the trees didn't just come up overnight. It started with seeds. Aapka आप decision loge, it can just become a whole movement. I think you can inspire like that. And ek jan be like, from this whole entire thing, maybe one person would think today, oh yeah, she said, let me try. And maybe it'll work for that person, or unki behan unko dekhegi and she'll say, oh wow, unki maa dekhegi. And I think it's pressed like that. We can just try to sow the seeds.
You've already given us 2 ideas. One message to the people sitting here that you would like to give, small things maybe that they can start from today itself in their lives to help the planet, for bringing sustainability a part of their lifestyle.
I think अगेन मैं लेक्चर देने नहीं आई हूँ, मैं भी सीखने ही आई हूँ, बट आई फील वन थिंग यू कैन डू इज ट्राई टू बी काइंडर. इवन जब कोई आपको नहीं देख रहा हो, बी काइंड देन. I think that will really make the planet a better place. And ask questions, I guess. Don't believe anything that celebrities say. You just heard somebody say. Even me, whatever I've said, ask questions to each thing that I've said. Don't believe anything I said just like that because she said. तो मैं ये definitely करूँ. Ask questions for everything. Find out both sides of it and then make an informed decision. But I think the kindness thing is everyone everywhere can use it. Blanket statement hai, you can always be kind. It can't go wrong and it's never out of fashion.
Absolutely. Young people, at times they want to bring about a meaningful change. They want to create something, but they don't know how to really begin. One message that you would like to give to them?
I think if you want to start with sustainability, the most sustainable outfit is the outfit in your cupboard that you already have. तो वो पहले आप 100 बार पहन लो. इंस्टाग्राम पे मैंने बहुत अमेजिंग वीडियोस देखे हैं एक्चुअली, जहाँ पे लोगों ने अपने वो आउटफिट्स को क्रिएटिवली लाइक डीकंस्ट्रक्ट करके किया है, लाइक जैकेट्स दैट हैव पैचेस फ्रॉम ऑल दैट. तो यू कैन डू दैट, बट और जस्ट वेयर इट अगेन. या जस्ट I just can't say that enough. Repeat your clothes.
Do you think fashion industry, since you spoke about clothes again, do you think fashion industry in India is genuinely, seeing some kind of a change? Are we actually moving towards sustainability, or a lot of work needs to be done there?
Yes and no. I know a lot of people who are actually, a lot of brands who are. But again, when you're buying something, don't just see the green label and just buy it. For that, ask questions. Like, why is it sustainable? मैं ये कितने बार ये आउटफिट को पहन सकती हूँ? Like, कितने बार ये वॉश कर सकते हैं? कितने बार रिपीट कर सकते हैं वही चीज? So there are also sustainability is becoming cool, which is again good and bad. It's good because it's so nice. Now people will say, let's be sustainable because it's cool. I'm okay. For whatever reason you want to, if you're going to be nicer to the planet. I mean, the earth has given us so much, mountains and trees and the oceans, and हम लोग सिर्फ कचरा डंप करते हैं. अगर aliens आएंगे कल, तो इनको लगेगा कि ये planet है या garbage dump है, so I feel at least aliens के लिए आप थोड़ा clean रखो planet.
Is it just the responsibility of the governments, or do you think people should play an active role?
Everyone. I think the government is also not a government, is a body of humans, people, and we as a society are also people. And the country constitutes of people, inclusive of the government and the people who are not part of the government. So, all of us, definitely. But yes, the government should figure out something to, again, thank God I'm not in the government and thank God I'm not a politician. I keep saying this. I can't be here. I was just thinking, my God, as an actor only, आप अगर इतनी grill होते हो questions में, I just think as a...
grill कर रही हूँ?
No, but not grill, but
you're putting... Is there too much of pressure?
No, not pressure, but I mean, you're put on the line for things. मैं डरती नहीं हूँ because I always feel if I'm सच बोल रहे हो तो डरना नहीं चाहिए. Then आप बोल दो और खत्म कर दो. तो मैं वैसे हूँ. But if I was part of...
Our idea is only to understand the motivation behind the cause that you support, and your message, like you said, will go to people. So this is a platform for people also to listen to what you feel for and what people can also do to, add sustainability in their lives. At times people don't know. Solutions हमारे आसपास होते हैं. हम सब कुछ कर रहे होते हैं, but हमको पता नहीं होता है. And then we feel guilty. Oh, हमने ये नहीं किया. But little do we know that हम कुछ और तो कर ही रहे हैं ना. So which is sustainable. Like you said, repeating a sari, wearing your nani's sari. I mean, I'm sure many people here would be doing exactly the same thing. So
I'm sure
the idea is to just understand, not grill you.
No, I'm
not that scary.
Don't worry. I've started with horror movies. It takes a lot to scare me. I was the horror in the horror. So, मैं भूत बन के पिलर चढ़ी हूँ, मार के ऐसे लोगों को पटक के, मैं डरती नहीं हूँ इतना. It takes a lot to scare me. But I was just thinking, like when you were asking me stuff, now I was thinking, now I can say I'm an actor and my knowledge is limited to just this.
अब हम films की बातें करेंगे, डराएंगे नहीं ज़्यादा. हो
गया
मुश्किल वाला.
Environment,
sustainability, environment की बात कर ली.
कुछ भी पूछो. I'm joking.
Let's talk about films now. थोड़ा detour करते हैं. Okay. You've built a career across horror, action, socially conscious cinema. Do you consciously look for roles that align with what you stand for, or is it the script that intrigues you, that makes you say yes or no to a particular project?
To be honest, I stand for being the best actor I can in that particular role as to my abilities. And I stand for doing that role so well as to my abilities, as when people watch it, they should feel ki yahi kar sakti thi. That is what I strive for. So, no, it sometimes will not align. I mean, I started with a horror movie where I'm possessed. मैं बिल्ली खाती हूँ उसमें. I'm vegetarian.
Animal lover, बिल्ली
Exactly. So I do not, but मैं actually बिल्ली नहीं खा रही थी. It was.
But was it tough portraying that particular character?
No, I'm an actress, so I believe that I'm acting anyway. So I believe it and I do it then as though I'm really doing it. Everything is as easy and as difficult, of course. Sometimes it's more difficult to be yourself. It's easier being a character also. So. No, so not all the times I do not believe in what the character does. I mean, I did a show called Sunflower, and I'm this really vile, wicked bar dancer who's very bold, and in real life, मैं नहीं हूँ इतनी confident. So I enjoyed doing that also. I enjoyed doing all the roles I did. Like in Kerala Story, the character I played, I would like to believe in real life, I would not take such decisions, and I'd be a little smarter. So a lot of things, but I enjoy playing. I'm not looking only for characters who are like me. How boring would it be if I do every movie and I say ki be kind and be nice, and you have that for me. Real life wali adha wo hai जो अच्छी चीजें बोलेगी, और movies में शैतान भी बनेगी, और I'm playing a Devi character also in an upcoming movie of mine. So.
Oh, wow. We'll talk about your upcoming projects in a bit. You mentioned Kerala Story. That led to a big controversy in India. As an actor, did it impact you in some way? What did you feel about the whole debate that it stirred?
As an actor, no. As a girl, yeah, I mean, if I ask any girl in the audience, again, if you're put on a live news channel and you're sitting there and someone asks you, तो ये जो 32,000 का आंकड़ा है, क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप इसके बारे में, और जो रेप केसेस हुए हैं, क्या आप प्रूव कर सकते हो? And I'm thinking in my mind, how can I prove, and how does one prove that someone got raped? Like, do you check? Do you ask, like, do you physically? So so like I said, now nothing, I've become so this thing that now no question gets my pulse rate getting higher. So as a girl, it definitely changed me. I mean, before I would get a little, if someone asked me, what do you think of that actress or this movie? I would probably think and this thing. Now anything anyone asks me feels like, acha, okay. So as an actor, as a girl that's done that to me, as an actor, no, it has not impacted me, because I would do that role as, like that was based on true events. I would do that role like I would do a fictional role. For me, everything is real. तो अगर आप मुझे कल बोलो कि मैं एक दूसरे प्लैनेट से कोई आई हूँ, मैं एलियन हूँ, मैं वो भी एकदम रियलिस्टिकली पोर्ट्रे करूंगी. आई बिलीव कि मैं वो हूँ एंड मैं वो करूंगी. अगर मैं कल कुछ, और इफ यू से आप उड़ रहे हो और आप उड़ सकते हो, आई विल बिलीव इट कि हाँ मैं पंछियों में उड़ रही हूँ, एंड वो रियली है मेरे लिए. सो
डिड दैट कंट्रोवर्सी इम्पैक्ट योर करियर इन एनी वे? उसके बाद रोल्स मिलने में कुछ प्रॉब्लम आया?
नो, आई थिंक आई एक्चुअली पीपल एक्चुअली स्टार्टेड ट्रस्टिंग मी लाइक with bigger stuff, क्योंकि I think एक हिट जब आप देते हो और एक इतना बड़ा अगर हिस्ट्री क्रिएट करने वाला अगर हिट हो, तो लोग शायद ज्यादा ट्रस्ट करते हैं आपको फिर.
ऑल्सो अभी ऑफ लेट हमने क्या देखा है कि कोई भी मूवी रिलीज होती है, या तो उसको प्रोपेगेंडा बता दिया जाता है, या फिर सडनली बहुत एंडोर्समेंट उसकी होनी शुरू हो जाती है. व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ दिस काइंड ऑफ एन एनवायरनमेंट? हाउ डू यू फील अबाउट इट एज एन एक्टर? आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट एनी पर्टिकुलर फिल्म, बट in the last few years, we have seen this happening quite a lot. And because it happened with your film as well, that's why I'm asking you this question.
But I think लोगों के opinions always रहे हैं films के बारे में. It's just that maybe now हम लोगों के पास social media है, तो आप वो opinions देख सकते हो, पढ़ सकते हो. नहीं तो वो मेरे दिमाग में रहता था ना. Now if I have an opinion, I'll put it there. You'll read it. So I just think that has changed. Otherwise, everyone always had opinions. I would like to believe. नहीं, I don't know अभी 50 साल पहले लोग क्या सोचते थे फिल्म्स के बारे में.
फिल्म्स तो तब भी बैन होती थी, बहुत सी फिल्म्स बैन
हुई थी. तो then हाँ, I think that I don't think has changed. I just think सबके opinions. Now I know what she's thinking, I know what you're thinking, I know what you're thinking. If I don't know what you're thinking, I'll ask you for your Instagram. I'll go, I will check, I will know. Then I know what you. So just for that, and now everyone can put their opinion. No. I can watch, like, I cannot watch a movie and have an opinion. Kerala Story, a lot of people who banned it said they didn't watch the film and banned it. So I guess film देख के opinion बनाना is not the thing. You can now say मैंने नहीं देखी है and I hate it without watching it. Or but
and
I think,
the recent incident also triggered another point. Government is mulling having a CBFC certification kind of a system for films that are being released on OTT platforms. Do you think ऐसे होना चाहिए?
Thank God मैं censor board की part नहीं हूँ. Thank God. I feel so, I don't know, yeah, because I feel this is such a huge debate. Because yes, I mean, you'll say कि 5 साल का बच्चा देखेगा, then I'll say कि ठीक है मत दिखाओ. But then I'll say कि freedom होना चाहिए, you should be able to put your point across. तो दिखा दो. But then I'll say बच्चे बिगड़ रहे हैं, मत दिखाओ. But everyone has put in so much, you know, सालों का मेहनत बना के आपने फिल्म बनाई है, now you're cutting all the scenes. दिखा दो. पर अभी आप दिखा रहे हो तो I don't know. I don't know what the answer to it is. I just know that thank God I'm not part of the censor board who's taking these decisions. So we should ask them, and I'm sure they will have they've got people who know what they're doing, I hope. So आप उनसे ये जवाब वो लोग best answer देंगे आपको.
What can we expect from Ada Sharma next? What are the projects that you're working on that you can reveal for our audience here?
I'm actually doing lots of stuff, but I'm very excited because मैं debut कर रही हूँ मराठी में.
Wow.
So it's a film called Gazra in Marathi, which is Gajra only. And I'm playing Gazra in Gazra. So in and as Gazra, and I'm quite excited. We put out the poster as an announcement, social media page. Khoon hai mere face pe and all. So I think it's nice. It's always exciting कि आप debut कर रहे हो नई industry में, and नई audience भी होगी आपको. But जो हिंदी audience है, they're telling me कि either dub it or subtitle it. So we're already figuring out a way to do that. But I'm very excited about this.
Even we are extremely excited about it. Thank you, Ada, for speaking with us. You were very candid, and thank you very much for pouring your heart out on a number of issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My next film, this Gazra, is also based on true events. So the next time I come here, you can ask me.
Done.
आपको लगता है कि वो जो लड़की कर रही थी,
वैसे नहीं पूछूंगी, don't worry.
नहीं, आप बहुत प्यार से, क्या आपको लगता है कि वो लड़की जो I'm giving you a heads up, true events पे based है.
कब आ रही है?
तो 2027.
Okay, ठीक है, फिर मिलेंगे उसके.
Yeah, get ready. I'll subtitle it so that everyone can watch it in all languages, and then you can all ask me questions about it.
Super. Thank you. Thank you very much
so
for
much.
speaking
Thank
with
you.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ada, and thank you, Hina, for that interesting conversation. Of course, everyone's looking forward to the Marathi debut of Ada as well. And again, the conversation gave us hope for the next generation of change makers, particularly when it comes to sustainability.
Absolutely, because that is the very topic of this event that we are talking of, Sustainability Conclave, because nearly half of India that still depends on agriculture for its livelihood, which makes farming the real front line of India's climate resilience. And as one of the most vulnerable communities to climate is sustainable farming, which is also smart tech, and that seems to be the very need of the hour.
Absolutely. And to shine light on the efforts as well as the advancements India is making to put agriculture on the center to tackle climate, let's give a big round of applause to Abhishek Jain, Director, Green Economy and Impact Innovations, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, Kaushal Bisht, Director, Partnerships and Strategic Alliances, Varaha. I would also like to invite Bhaskar Tripathi, Senior Manager, Climate Trends, to moderate the session. Let's hear it for our next panel, everyone.
Bhaskar, over to you.
So many interesting conversations the entire day today. Some were technical, so many of you might not have been able to relate to them, but they were explained really nicely. But this one conversation especially sort of drives the point home, particularly to our food plates, the thalis that we eat every night, every day. The conversation of sustainable food and how do we make our agriculture practices smart and resilient and prepare them for the impacts of climate change that we see every day. We produce food for 1.4 billion people in this country, and not for just for our country, but many parts of the world as well. Agriculture remains a central pillar not only of our economy, but our culture as well. But climate change is directly threatening this system, which needs to be addressed, which needs to be understood. And there are so many facets to this conversation, but I think we will only focus on one, which is solutions. How do we, going forward, ensure that the food we grow is grown sustainably, it's not producing greenhouse gases that ultimately cause climate change, but at the same time we are able to scale the production to meet our needs. Let me just give you some broad facts, which essentially are tip of the iceberg, but they're important that we hear them. In 2022, extreme heat reduced wheat production by around 3 million metric tons, prompting the government of India to restrict export to safeguard domestic food security. Climate-related losses are becoming more frequent and severe. We heard Sunita Narayan earlier saying that every other day in this country we are experiencing a climate impact. And that is causing 9.47 million hectares of farmland to be affected by these impacts. Currently, the threat of Super El Nino, the strongest in 150 years, is looming large on our kharif production. More recently, a rainfall deficit of over 40% in June contributed to a 23% decline in kharif, which is our monsoon crop sowing, compared to the 2025 levels. So how do we, again, just the tip of the iceberg, the risks are many. How do we make sure that we prepare our vast farmlands for this threat which is here? A few years ago, we were talking about projections that wheat can be impacted, rice can be impacted, but today we are talking about how do we save them because they are getting impacted. So I'm thankful that joining me here are very knowledgeable experts. I will pose some questions to them, and I'm hopefully they will be able to break this conversation down for us in simpler manner and make us understand the seriousness of this issue and how do we move forward. I think I'll start with first question that I will pose to both of you, and then we will come to the next round of questions. First one is, what are the most critical bottlenecks preventing farmers from adapting to climate-smart agriculture practices at scale today? And how do we move forward? What are the main, a couple of major challenges that you see? Abhishek, you can start.
Thanks. I think when it comes to climate-smart agriculture practices, let's just break it down. A lot of those are actually practices on the farm that if you change the way you are doing a particular process in cultivation, let's say the way you're doing flood irrigation, whether you're flooding your farm or are you doing it as wet and dry methods, are you doing it as sprinkler or drip irrigation, will significantly change how much methane emission you are emitting from the farm, right? Now, this is a behavior change that needs to happen at the farm level. And we're talking about 120 million farmers in this country, 12 crore, right? So that is one big area where you need to actually build capacity, build awareness about the practices. Then you talk about regenerative agriculture, what kind of biological inputs you can put back into the soil, back into the farm, instead of urea or DAP. All of those need capacity building, knowledge dissemination at each and every farm level. Now that is one of the biggest challenge in terms of actually scaling climate smart agriculture or regenerative agriculture. The next is wherever you are bringing in any technological intervention. Let's say you can do solar powered irrigation pumps that will reduce the use of diesel in the farm. That technological interventions typically will get constrained by the actual financing and the upfront capital that the farmers will be able to incur for something like that. We know like small and marginal land holdings are 85% of our holdings in the country, right? Farmers are not sitting on capital to buy a solar pump off the shelf. Even with government subsidies, it is not easy for most farmers to actually adopt something like this. And a farmer will not do it, because it is, the diesel is causing climate change. The farmer will do it because the diesel cost is becoming exorbitant for me to continue doing my irrigation. Right? So it has to be very clear that when we are pitching for these climate smart practices to the farmers, what's in it for them for this season, for this cycle of income? If you'll say, oh, this is good for the planet, please do it, it's not going to happen. None of us do it, and farmers are taking the most amount of risk compared to any other entrepreneur out there. So yeah, so those I would classify as the big risk: knowledge and financing and the capital needed.
Yeah, sure. So agriculture and allied sectors, basically they contribute around 15% of total emissions which we do as a nation, right? And if you see, how does it happen? Just as Ashik said, flooding causes the methane bacteria to act and break down the soil organic carbon into methane. And then we use irrational amount of urea, DAP solutions to farms because of, I should say, subsidized pricing to farmers, and the erratic use basically results in a lot of nitrous oxide emissions, which are 300 times more potent than CO2 gas. So the bottlenecks are basically, for example, agriculture residue burning, right? So one principle is like you can convert this into compost, vermicompost, or even do a process called pyrolysis gasification to convert into biochar, which is a very good soil amendment tool and a very permanent durable carbon which can store in the soil itself. But it has to compete with the pricings you have to, basically you have to compete with urea DAP, which is heavily subsidized. Then the second problem is like the government through its entire machinery over the last 30-40 years has been pushing transplanted rice, saying developing nurseries and doing transplanted rice is like really good for productivity yields, which is correct as well. But then new age technologies like direct seeded rice, alternate wetting and drying, all these techniques which can reduce a lot of these methane emissions, basically they do not get the proportionate share of promotion like from the governments, and the infrastructure requirements to follow the machines, availability. And then the farmers are, the behavior change do not happen it doesn't happen in a year, right? So you need time for such behaviors to get adopted. For example, in transplanted rice, when you fill water, then apart from rice, there is nothing else. So weeds do not come out. But then suddenly to reduce the methane emissions coming from paddy farms, if you transition down into, let's say, a direct seeded rice mechanism, there are other weeds coming out. So the farmers are not well equipped right now to handle this weed, which basically gives them a shock in terms of yield decrease. And a behavior which is good then basically gets always, for that particular farmer who experienced a bad yield from that particular farm, will go away. So, the solution for this, we have multiple solutions which we can discuss, but the idea is like the general machine, the government machinery which is there, right? They also need to come on the same part to talk about such climate resilient practices on the ground, and we can again transfer. All of this happened because of the green revolution pressure which we had, and now we need to transition back to smart ways of doing agriculture, which will reduce these farm emissions in the farms.
Just to focus on the points you both mentioned here, one was about information and finance, and the other one was about practices. And I understand, Kaushal, in the carbon market space, it's supposed to be a system that can not only help farmer understand new practices, but get them money and the financing from the carbon markets to change their practices for the long run. Can you elaborate on that? Can you just simply first, maybe explain the flow of how a small farmer, which are small and marginal farmer, which form most of our farmers in terms of their numbers, can benefit from a carbon market? How do you explain it to them, and how do you think it can change their practices in a sustainable way?
Okay, sure. So we have a project across Punjab, Haryana, wherein we work with farmers to transition them into climate resilient practices. What we do is we onboard them into our platform. So their land records, the ownership of carbon basically gets associated with the land rights of the particular farm where we are doing this. So we need to do geofencing, KML, polygon shape files for all these farms. And then we basically promote or give incentives to these farmers to transition into climate resilient practices. For example, for direct seeded rice, you need a seed drill, which is specifically designed, which you can use to do direct seeding. So if this seed drill is not there, the farmer can't adopt it, right? So we basically bring this machine to a FPO, a farmer producer organization, and then in the neighborhood village, this one particular machine can do around 250 acres of direct seeded rice in a year. then you also have to handhold them to basically take care of the weed problem, which will crop up, right? How to handle it, how to suitably select these seed quality, which will be more resilient towards direct-seeded rice as a practice. So in this project of ours in Punjab, Haryana, we follow 3 practice changes. One is direct-seeded rice. One is the residue incorporation of, instead of burning, you basically use a super seeder to put it back into soil, like incorporate it. And then the third practice which we do is zero tilling. So along with putting it back to soil, the super seeder machine also put back the wheat seed to the soil, and we do not till it. So when we do not till it much, we do not disturb the soil. So a lot of microbial ecosystem in the soils get conserved, which basically fixes nitrogen and also avoids nitrogen leaking from soil, which basically forms nitrous oxide emissions into the atmosphere. All of this basically then gets, using technology, gets validated and verified. So by validation, I mean we can, through satellite imagery itself, we can differentiate between a farm, whether this particular farm has done direct-seeded rice or transplanted rice, because the patterns are very different, right? The image signature is very different. And then once this is validated, then we basically, using biogeochemical models, we quantify the delta increase in soil organic carbon and the decrease in nitrous oxide emissions and methane emissions coming out from these farms. This is then submitted to a registry, for example, Vera, gold standard. They appoint a third-party auditor. This auditor basically audits the project. Random samples are collected. And the model is tested whether the calibrated model is giving out real results or not. Once that is established, then the registries issue carbon credits. For this particular first project, we issued 400,000 tons of CO2 equivalent claims, which we are right now selling in the market. And this money, majority of this money will flow back to the farmers. So when they have an incentive coming in for doing a good thing, a good practice, which is also giving them savings in labor as well as increase in their productivity yields, they are bound to do this again and again over years, which will enhance the soil organic carbon content and convert the entire farms to more sustainable ways of doing farming.
Understood. Abhishek, I would want to ask you a similar question on the kind of work that you've already been doing. Through initiatives like Powering Livelihoods, you have worked extensively on green energy solutions on India, distributed renewable energy solutions also. How can these renewable energy technologies help make agriculture more resilient, and how can it help farmers realize more sources of additional income?
Yeah, so I mean the kind of solutions we're talking about, just for all of us to imagine, think of things like a small solar-powered dryer which can dry from tomatoes to flowers to pineapples and whatnot, to make it a dried commodity, right? From grapes to raisins and so on. We are talking about solutions like a solar-powered hydroponics station which can grow fodder at your home. If you are keeping dairy animals, the fresh green fodder for your animals. We're talking about solutions like solar-powered flickering lights which will keep the wildlife away from your farm and the farm will not get damaged by the wildlife encroachments. And many such. We have supported some 25 odd such solutions. Now, each of these are meant to solve very specific problems which will either reduce the cost of agriculture. Let's say, as we talked about, moving from pump is one example, but similarly sprayers. Like a lot of people use diesel or petrol pump sprayers to spray pesticide, fertilizer into the farms. Moving that from diesel pumps to solar again reduces the cost of running that season to season. So cost reduction is one pathway through which many of these solutions are improving income, reducing the input cost. The second is where you are able to create new venues of income. That tomato grower otherwise was forced to sell tomatoes at 2 rupees a kg when there is a glut in the market, now has an alternative that, okay, I can dry it into a dried tomato, which can be sold at 300, 400 rupees a kg, which goes on your pizza toppings, right, as dried tomato. So there are alternative venues to now create a bargaining power with the farmer also, कि अच्छा किस price पे मुझे बेचना है market में. Right, so that I think, and then many such solutions which can add value. We have created solutions in the form of value addition for horticulture processing. So same machine, one single machine can process 100 different horticulture produces, from making gajar ka halwa to extracting tulsi ka ark in one single machine, which has been deployed across women self-help groups in the country to enhance their incomes. So we have directly ourselves enabled through our program the last 4 or 5 years about 42,000 livelihoods across the country. But these solutions have now scaled up to a few lakhs. So these are no more like isolated pilot examples here and there. These are actually commercially viable solutions being deployed on the ground with paybacks anywhere between, in most lucrative cases, from 6 months to 3 to 4 years.
Just a follow-up question. I've seen how actually these distributed technologies do create impact on the ground and add to farmers' income. But I've also noticed a couple of challenges with that. One was that farmers sustaining these practices for a long time, that seems to be becoming a challenge. After a few years or a few months, they seem to be moving on to new technologies or just trying to experiment with something different. That was one. Second was that some of these technologies can be costly for a single farmer. So either the farmer can afford it or they can form a group and together afford these technologies. So on part of the longevity of these processes, how do you see that as a challenge, and do you think that with certain market linkages becoming more common, this can be solved? Because market not being available is also a major challenge.
Yeah, no, very important points. I think first is like, do not throw technology just because you have technology, don't throw it in every context. Just be very clear in which context, what would make actual sense for the farmer. I'll give you an example. Look at horticulture produce, any fruits and vegetables. Now, the most costly solution that you can throw, which is also green, is a solar cold storage. It will cost anywhere between 5 lakh to 15 lakh, depending on the size. Now, that's a very costly solution if you're going to store, let's say, onions in it. But if you were storing strawberries in it, or storing lemons in it, which have a huge market arbitrage between seasons, maybe it will become viable. But if you're only storing something for a week, it is again a pretty bad solution. It's a very over-designed, over-expensive solution. You only need actually just maybe moisture-based latent cooling, which can keep the produce fresh for another 7 months, 7 days or 8 days. And we have solutions for that, which is a solution which costs you 14,000 rupees. Right? So if you do not actually put the right solution in the right context, you would create a lot of unviable solutions, which will not then get used, especially if they are deployed via subsidy. The other thing we've seen is, like, if you are completely giving a solution on full subsidy, there is no actual interest by the user to keep them running, to actually engage with them and so on, because wo kisi government program mein mil gaya. The other thing that we see is, like, genuinely maintaining these solutions on the ground, especially from a technology perspective, can be challenging. Think of the company who has produced the solution or manufactured it. If they are deploying one cold storage in one village, another cold storage in 50 kilometers away in another village, another cold storage 100 kilometers away in another village, it's hard to do after-sales service if you have a technological breakdown and so on. So what we are trying to now do is, by bringing a lot of these manufacturers together, to say, can we create common service network? Because each one of you cannot afford to create a service network, but if 15 of you are coming together across different technologies, it makes it viable to have a technician at a local level and so on. So those are the ways in which we are trying to make this work.
Just to add a point here, right? So how we look at it is, like, we need to start paying for ecosystem services, right? I mean, the reason why a farmer do not use a super seeder to incorporate soil biomass back to soil, because it will cost him money, and no buyer is ready to pay for this right now, right? So, but then the farmer basically takes out a matchstick and then burn the biomass. The idea here is, if the ecosystem basically starts to pay or basically take this as a cost of doing business, and which is happening through carbon markets, the net zero pledges which all these large companies have, the insetting projects which they have, they are mandated to do. I mean, a lot of these companies have their own voluntary targets to become net zero at some point of time. Starting from 2030 to 2050. Governments coming together and then basically agreeing to a net zero pathway in future. A lot of money is flowing to this. Over the last 4 years of our existence at Varaha, we basically have channeled out $100 million plus in total equity plus project finance capital towards such projects. And in this scenario, the farmers are basically for doing right practices at the farm, which basically reduces the intensity of emissions from production of food, or let's say production of even fashion, right? In cotton value chain, there are a lot of lot of developments, a lot of efforts which you can do, which can make it basically net zero as well, and release the pressure in the entirety of supply chain, be it food, be it fashion. That is possible at smaller scales currently, but with more and more demand coming in, a lot of companies having very aggressive targets to become net zero. Hopefully, we'll reach that stage when we will start paying farmers for doing this.
Yeah. Kaushal, a question to you I wanted to ask specifically about carbon markets was this, that the verification process and making sure the methodology is correct, all of this takes a long time. Onboarding farmers, working with them, convincing them to try a new agriculture practice, and then expecting these farmers to stay on with you for a few years. It can sometimes take 3 to 4 years for these agriculture credits to be registered on the carbon markets, voluntary markets, and then the money to come in. How do you keep engaging with the farmer in this time, in this period, and how do you convince them that even though that there might be some delay in the money coming in, because we understand that process, but this is the right thing to do?
Yeah. So see, you have to show him something upfront as well. So you can't expect a farmer to do certain practices for 3-4 years and then say, oh, you'll get money 3-4 years later. Nobody will be onboarded, right? For example, for biochar, we started collecting biomass, paying for it, entirety of it. We collected around 400,000 tons of biomass in cotton wood after harvest, which was entirely getting burnt in Maharashtra, let's say corn cobs in Andhra, Telangana. So, I mean, we started paying for it from our own pockets, collecting it, converting this into a 1,000 years durable carbon form called biochar, which basically then goes back to farmers free of cost. So we do not charge them anything. So when you give them something which holds moisture, which holds nutrients in their farms, enhances their productivity yields, also pays them in some way in terms of getting, a market for their biomass, which was no value at all. And then, a possibility of a future revenue too, right? It looks all very promising. It's not that. It's very, very tedious and ops heavy on the ground. But, you have to see, show farmers that even on day zero, they are getting something out of it, right? Once you show a farmer that there is economic outcome from it, you do not have to, again, ask him to follow this practice. So if he sees that this is good for his soils, good for his productivity, he will continue doing it. Having said that, that needs catalytic capital, right, which also needs to be patient in nature. A lot of capital is not that. So a lot of philanthropic, CSR, government fundings, hopefully a lot of VC capital, PE capital can also come in and basically speed it up. We are seeing a lot of buyers interested in buying outcomes, right? And they do not want to go into the uncertainties of whether a project will get validated, verified, and issuing outcomes or not. So they give you offtake contracts, but they give you offtake contracts saying that when you issue these, then we will pay you money, right? Then you have to cause this on the ground. So for that, we were very fortunate enough that we were able to raise a lot of equity capital to make it happen on the ground. The idea is like, given our success and few of our counterparts who are basically getting successful in this, we really hope a lot of more money a lot of catalytic capital can come in and can help transition out a lot of our not so very climate smart practices on the ground.
On the funding question, I actually have a question for both of you, and this sort of comes from my personal understanding of these systems, and I wanted to always speak to an expert to ask this. A lot of the money that is coming in today, the funders specifically, as you both pointed out, are funding solutions, outcomes, and those outcomes would be the number of tools distributed or number of practices changed. But less and less of it is focusing on changing the systems behind the basic core systems that then lead to these outcomes. So this, when in a world where the objective of funding are changing, how do you think that these important practices which need to be changed can then attract money and reach millions of farmers? That is the requirement of the day.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, especially if you look at domestic money coming into these areas, right? Like, agriculture is almost like 4th or 5th largest CSR spend in this country, because it is linked to rural livelihoods and so on. a lot of it goes into those kind of artifact outcomes or outputs rather, which is how many farmers got trained, how many technologies got distributed, and so on. And not necessarily the actual outcomes in terms of the income change impact, but also are these sustainable system change level impacts and so on. I think there is a journey for Indian domestic funders and philanthropy to still travel where they start focusing on not just the immediate outcomes, but also the underlying systems that need to be changed. We are seeing this happening a lot more with some of the international philanthropy. Because I think they have done it many times over to now burn their hands enough to say, where do we need to actually bring in support for long-term sustained change? And they are trying to build robust sectors. They are looking at this from all angles that, okay, if a system needs to be sustainable in the long run, whether it is climate-smart agriculture practices, you need to get enterprises viable who are working with the farmers. If you keep doing it with one civil society or one NGO at a time, NGO doesn't have a stake in it the moment the project is over. But if it is an enterprise who is working with the farmers, they have a stake in it because they need to become viable themselves. So a lot of agri-entrepreneurs who are now taking up climate-smart practices are coming into the picture. The other way they are trying to do this is ensuring that, yes, the policy is getting aligned vis-a-vis the changes that need to happen. The third thing is that the finance and capital is getting stacked to this. So unless you pluck each of this area simultaneously and interconnected, it's not going to be viable. And we are seeing philanthropies becoming open to it, especially international ones, but it still needs to travel to Indian philanthropy.
Yeah, so I have a very optimistic view about this. I think even somebody ready to give you a binding contract on outcome is like really good process, right? You just have to establish some success cases and you have to make these projects bankable. The moment they become bankable, I mean, see, somebody is there. For example, a Microsoft or a Google is there to buy your outcomes at a certain price point which is already fixed. And you have your economics established through a project which a bank can have a look at. You can raise money, right? Bank is like the easiest or the safest form, but maybe some high risk taking capacity donors or loan givers can also come in and do this. What we are looking at for sustainable practices in agriculture, be it biochar, enhanced rock weathering, sustainable agriculture, even tree planting, right, agroforestry and all of these solutions, we really see, we are seeing initial start of becoming bankable in nature. For example, our distributed biochar production machines, they basically, with the carbon revenue and the revenue which they generate from biochar sales and soil amendment, and both of these combined are really, really profitable. So these small FPOs can basically access agriculture infrastructure fund or maybe even through an NBFC or a bank and take small loans, and through climate finance mechanisms they can start making money. To answer the other question which you said, all the projects take 3-4 years, it's not true. With new tech-led registries coming in like Isometric, Puro.Earth, all of these registries, basically they have a lot of scope for incorporating tech for validation verification, which basically brings down the entire process for the first issuance to 6 months, and then the following issuances to every 2 months, even 3 months, which basically reduces a lot of pressure in terms of working capital for such projects to go ahead. That's why I said, I have a very optimistic view that this is happening already.
Well, on that positive note, I think I'd like to bring the conversation to a close. There are many, again, as I said, many facets to this conversation, and we can keep having them. It's important that we address this issue, and India has many problems coming from the climate impacts, but at the same time, as we've sort of spoken about, there are many solutions also that are being experimented with, and some of these will scale and solve the real issues on the ground, and we can just hope that that happens very soon in the years to come, because we all know that our farmers need that support, and that change needs to happen now. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in this conversation, and thank you, gentlemen, for your views. This was a lovely conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bhaskar, for the very insightful conversation that we have had. Thank you very much to the panelists as well for putting farm back at the center of the climate conversation.
All right, with that, our final guest for the day is someone who's embodying the message of sustainability through his art. He has done what few artists ever achieve, won 3 Grammy Awards while making environment the central theme of his music. Today he's joining us for a very special conversation about championing sustainability through music.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's pump some energy in this house, and let's welcome on stage. We have Ricky Cage joining us here on stage, and this conversation will be heralded with Times Now's managing editor, Zaka Jacob. Ladies and gentlemen, well, it's the best of the evening that's coming up, so please put your hands together for Ricky Cage. Zaka, over to you.
Thank you, Ricky. You're the final act. So,
Lots of pressure.
Yeah. So you're the climax of the Sustainability Summit. Let me start with, how your journey began, because for a large part of your career, the initial years of your career, you were really making commercial music, or you were making music for commercial reasons. How did the switch happen from musician who was making jingles for advertisements to someone who's now making music for the environment?
So, as you said, I started off my career making music for commercials for television and radio, and I was making commercials for pretty much every brand you can possibly imagine and their competitor, and in different parts of the world. I was working very hard doing that. And then it sort of struck me after doing that for about 13 years that these big brands have understood, the power of music. Because music is a very powerful language, not just for communicating a message, but for retaining that message deep in the head of a listener. Every nation has got a national anthem. And the moment you listen to the first few seconds of the national anthem, you immediately feel a sense of pride for your nation. Every religion has got songs, and the moment you listen to the songs, you feel a sense of responsibility towards the God that you pray to. So music is very powerful, and these big brands understood the power of music, that they could sell products or services, through the medium of music. And so I felt that, that I feel strongly about so many different topics, especially when it comes to the environment, when it comes to sustainability, comes to positive social impact. And then I felt that, okay, as a musician, maybe I should be creating music based on topics that I feel dearly about and topics that I want to communicate to my audiences. So that's what started the first step of that particular journey, that I decided that I'm going to create music based on things that I want to communicate. But then, of course, the second step, as you know, Zaka, is that the second step happened, in 2015, when I won my first Grammy Award for an album which was based on sustainability and on peace and sustainability. So I met the Honorable Prime Minister after winning the award, and the Honorable Prime Minister saw how passionate I was about the environment and about mitigating the effects of climate change and about sustainability and all of that stuff. And then that is when he actually inspired me that why don't you just stop everything and just focus on making music on the topics that are dear to you. And that is the plunge that I took after that, where I decided that every piece of music that I create is going to be about topics that are dear to me, which ended up being mostly about the environment.
So Prime Minister Modi is the one who inspired you to make environmental music, or music for the planet, as it were.
Yeah, he was my career guidance counselor, yeah.
But tell me, Ricky, now that you've been doing this for about 10 years now, you've won 3 Grammy Awards, you've played at the UN, you're a Goodwill Ambassador for the United Nations. From using music as an instrument of change to actually moving people to take action, how has that transition happened? Do you think that transition has happened well? Is music now a vehicle to get people to change their behavior, understand climate and the risks of climate change, and therefore take action to mitigate it?
Yeah, there are many aspects to this, and this can be quantified in many ways. So I'll give you a few examples. One is that, of course, that, to have any kind of a movement to work effectively, you have to have a top-down approach and you have to have a ground-up approach. So that's how I approach my music. I do concerts to world leaders at the UN or to CEOs of Fortune 500 companies in intimate settings. So I do all of these kind of concerts where my messaging when it comes to my music is about what can you do as a person who can affect massive change. And the second kind of messaging is a ground-up approach when I do concerts at festivals or international audiences. Sometimes the audiences are 20,000, 50,000 people in a stadium. So there it is all about individual action as to what can we do, and also encouraging everybody that they are significant enough to make change. They're not insignificant, where, the incremental changes that they make within their own lives actually matter, and that's what I try to message through my concerts. So there have been moments where I've actually inspired other musicians. Now, In 2020, I first collaborated with a musician in America, a person called Stuart Copeland. For those of you who do not know him, he's a 7-time Grammy Award winner. Also, he's considered to be the greatest drummer in the history of music. So that's how multiple publications have called him, and also composed music for Oscar-winning soundtracks. So I collaborated with him on an album which was about the environment, and he loved it. And until then, he used to bother about the environment, but his music would not reflect that. And his very next album that he created was an album called Wild Concerto, which I also collaborated with him in some small way in that particular album. But he created a whole album based on his inspiration for creating change for the environment, and that album went on to becoming very successful all over the world. And in addition to that, when it comes to world leaders, like in 2015 at the Climate Change Conference in Paris, every world leader had to come up on stage and give a speech, and most world leaders gave speeches which are about 10 or 15 minutes. There was one particular world leader from the Republic of Kiribati, a Pacific island nation. He went up on stage and gave a speech which was just 30 seconds. He just went up on stage and he said that I come from the Pacific island nation of Kiribati. Please pass a resolution, all you 195 countries, please pass a resolution that ensures that my people of Kiribati stay above the water. That's all he said, and he walked off stage. So I visited Kiribati. I made some music with their president, made some music with their people, and I've been performing that at every international, intergovernmental, concert that I've been able to do. I've performed it 3 times now at the UN headquarters in New York, twice in Geneva, everywhere in the world. And now there has been a lot of international recognition for the disastrous fate that Kiribati is about to have, because according to the Intergovernmental Panel, they are predicted to be the first country in the world that's going to go completely underwater due to climate change. They've got 21 inhabited islands, very low-lying islands. They used to have 33, now they have 21. So they are a very good example to showcase that climate change is not some vague phenomenon that may or may not happen in the future. It is happening right now. There are current victims of climate change. And the people who are the greatest victims of climate change, like Kiribati, are the ones who are not at all responsible for climate change.
So tell us about, as far as India's journey is concerned, and many people, say this, whether it's about our sustainable action journey or even our music in that sense, and you have been a good example of this, that India has to go back to its roots. Sustainable climate action is not something alien to us. We've been doing this for generations, for centuries. But how do you marry, let's say modern day science or modern day practices and revive some of our old practices which have always kept nature front and center of our thinking?
No, absolutely. So when it comes to our traditional Indian music, we always talk about Indian classical forms of music, that is Hindustani classical, Carnatic classical, Dhrupad, all of that, Khayal. Now, the thing is that there is music that actually predates that, which is the folk and the tribal forms of music. Some of these musical forms are said to be, or some of these songs are said to be more than 3,000 years old. And these songs have been passed down orally from generation to generation. So there's very little documentation on it. So for the last about 8 years, actually 10 years, I've been traveling the length and breadth of India with a crew, and I've been trying to document these songs because these songs are on the threat of extinction, because the newer generation are not, practicing these musical forms. And the best part is that a lot of these tribal people who actually sing these songs are farmers. And they sing about coexistence with the environment, they sing about the good things in life, they sing about being one with nature, about maintaining this delicate balance of ecosystems. And this is a wealth of knowledge that can actually be taught through music. And that's what I've been trying to do, trying to bring this to the forefront. Slowly but surely, I've been trying to do that. And the thing is that when it comes to the principles of the environment and the principles of, of mitigating the effects of climate change and of responsible living, that has not changed for many, many centuries and many millennia. That's absolutely not changed. And you could be on any aisle of the political spectrum, but these principles of living responsibly with the planet will apply, and pretty much everybody will agree to these principles of living responsibly. So I believe that there's a wealth of knowledge that one can learn from, from these ancient forms of music, and I hope to bring this to the forefront.
So one good thing about Ricky is he's just not, coming here and giving lectures and sermonizing. He actually practices in his daily life, climate action. So one of the things you do, I believe, is measuring your own carbon footprint over, you do it what, once every quarter?
Once every quarter, yeah.
How do you do this? And how can people, learn from, let's say, your example?
So there are a lot of firms that actually do this, because of course I travel internationally and I do concerts. All of this has got a large carbon footprint, unfortunately. So what I do is that I get my carbon footprint audited every quarter, just like how we get our finances audited. And everything from my ink usage to my electricity usage to my air travel, my ground transportation, everything. And that is put to a number. And then what I do is that I have a meeting with my team and with the people who are auditing me. And we figure out how do we reduce our carbon footprint and what measures can we take to reduce my carbon footprint for the next quarter. And what we do is that whatever number we arrive at, we mitigate that. Of course, mitigation is not the answer. But it just helps me sleep better at night. So that's why we mitigate my carbon footprint through tree plantations and investment in renewable energy companies. So that's one of the things that I do.
So tell me a little bit more about that, particularly given your profession and you travel so much. You were just telling me off stage, you visited 14 countries this year alone. That's a lot of carbon footprint. So how do you balance that? How do you balance the demands of your job with your responsibility to, take action against climate change?
So that's always a challenge because one cannot help but feel that, I myself am a hypocrite when it comes to this. And that is something that I have to live with. But at the same time, what I do is that even though it seems that I've traveled to a lot of countries, I only do it when I'm absolutely sure and I know that this travel is essential because I feel that I can create a measurable impact in the country that I'm actually going to. And so it'll be good for the larger, for the greater good. That's what, if I can articulate it in that way. And also what I do is that I do other things to actually bring down my carbon footprint. Like one of the things, as we were discussing, is that I do not subscribe to fast fashion at all. And this is something that I say time and again. The suit that I'm wearing right now, or whenever I'm wearing any kind of a suit, if you go onto my Instagram, you'll see it in at least about 40 or 50 different events. The suit itself is easily about 6 years old. So I buy good quality clothes. And I take very good care of them, and I constantly keep re-wearing them because I believe even financially that the most expensive clothes that you ever buy are the ones that you wear only once. So that's why I've extracted the most amount of money out of my clothes possible. The second thing is that I do not own a car. I used to own 3 cars up to about 2013, and then I decided that when I travel abroad, I use public transportation, so why can't I do that in my own city and encourage other people also and lead by example by getting more people to use public transportation, and hopefully that will reach a critical mass where governments will be more and more encouraged to provide better facilities when it comes to public transportation. Then the third thing is that, of course, I have a meat-free diet, but that is something that should not be forced on people because that has got a lot of cultural and nutritional ramifications, but that's something that I do.
But, so you come from Bangalore, and it's not an easy city for traffic. What sort of public transport are you taking there in the city?
So over there, I use the metro because most of the places that I go to, the metro train reaches. When I have to go to the airport, if I'm not carrying too much of luggage, then I use the airport bus, which goes to the airport. And when I'm coming back from the airport, I use the airport bus very often because that's very simple. You can just catch the bus right outside the terminal. And and of course, the metro, again, I'm very fortunate that I've got a station which is about a 4 or 5 minute walk away from my house. So that's why I use the metro all the time.
So you were talking about, you reuse clothes. You're a big advocate of reusing clothes. Your Instagram feed must be very boring because in this day and age where young people are saying, you have to turn up in a different outfit every few hours and, fast fashion and smart casual and all of that, you're wearing the same damn suit.
No, but it's actually a huge advantage because today, if Times Now does not give me good photographs of this event, I can use photographs from a previous event where I was wearing the same clothes.
You just replace the logo, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, jokes apart, I believe that we need to rewear our clothes and we need to double down on it. And that's the reason why I started this hashtag. It's called Rewear and the numeric 4 and Earth. So Rewear for Earth. So I believe that we need to wear the same clothes to multiple public events and use that hashtag and double down on it that that the earth does not remember what we wore for our last party, but the earth definitely remembers how we treat it. And we should double down that we are doing this because we are being more responsible to the planet. Like, for example, I'm wearing these cotton pants and it's supposed to be sustainable material, and it is sustainable material, sustainable fashion or whatever you may call it. But at the same time, if we have to sensitize ourselves, like Times has got this thing of Times consciousness, right?
Correct.
So if you are more conscious about it, we'll realize that it takes about 14 or 15 cotton plants to actually create these cotton pants. So imagine the amount of land usage. It takes a total of 5 months to actually harvest those cotton plants. So you have to water those cotton plants for about 5 months, put in a lot of pesticides, which creates a whole lot of groundwater problems and all of that. Then once you harvest the cotton after 5 months, then you have to transport it via air or via ship to a completely different country for processing, then for dyeing, then for weaving, then a completely different country for manufacturing, and then after that it's taken via flights and planes to various countries for selling. So by the time you actually get the cotton pant in the store, it's got a water footprint, leaving aside the carbon footprint, but it's got a water footprint of 8,000 liters of water. So that's how much goes into a single cotton pant. So instead of buying, we need to buy sustainable fashion, but we need to rewear it. The most important thing is rewearing your clothes and keeping those clothes for a very long period of time and being very conscious before you decide to buy newer clothes. So just have the same clothes, wear it many, many times till the time you can't wear it again, and then probably look at buying new clothes.
So from fashion, let's come back to music, because that's your first love. That's what you're known for. So your environmental music journey started through the Winds of Samsara, then you had the Shanti Samsara series, and then of course you played at COP21. You've reached millions of people around the world. And of course, young people are very, very passionate about, mitigating against climate change and so on and so forth. But at the same time, they also have very limited attention spans. So how do you reconcile these two? You have to capture their attention, yet at the same time, they're very passionate about the causes that you stand for.
So I believe that it's said time and again that young people have got very less attention spans. But I do not believe that. It's just that sometimes they are in an environment which is not conducive to them for having a longer attention span. Like, for example, watching YouTube videos or listening to music on Spotify, because the minute you listen to a piece of music on Spotify or watch a YouTube video, there are a whole bunch of related videos which are right next there screaming at you to be clicked on. So then you end up just watching videos for about 5 seconds or 10 seconds or scrolling on reels because you are able to do that. But then the biggest hit of this year was Dhurandhar, and it was 4 hours long. And young people thronged to the theaters and watched it and made it the biggest hit of Indian cinema. Also, the Odyssey, which is such a huge success right now, that is 3 hours long. So young people do have the attention span. It's just that they need to be in an environment which is conducive to them concentrating or being a part of a captive audience. So I believe concerts are the best way to communicate with audiences and young audiences, and that's what I do, because we have about 90 minutes or 2 hour long concerts where we are constantly it's very entertaining concerts where all the young people are dancing, they're singing with us, they're having a great time, but at the same time, they have something to think about when they go back home.
So just in terms of your body of work, you've talked about the rising sea levels in Kiribati. You had mentioned that earlier as well. You've talked about, going against plastic pollution, against fast fashion, re-wearing clothes. You even talked about the human-elephant conflict, which is a big thing in the southern part of the country. I'm coming back to that thing about, what is the responsibility that artists, creative artists like you have when it comes to social issues? You also at sometimes get panned for not taking a stand on certain social issues. So where do you draw that line?
I think, first of all, it's extremely important for artists to sensitize themselves to the issues at hand, and rather than having just a surface level information or being like a general purpose spokesperson for every single issue that possibly exists on the planet. So when I started off my career in so-called activism, but now I call myself an advocate rather than an activist. When I started my career, I was just like any other very aggressive activist, where, ban this or ban that, you're being immoral, how dare you do this, and, and just being very aggressively against pretty much everybody. And then as I grew a little older, and hopefully I grew a little wiser, I travel the length and breadth of India, length and breadth of the global south, especially continental Africa, Southeast Asia, South America. And this realization dawned on me that in this whole world, there are only two kinds of problems, okay? You can put every problem into two major buckets. A problem of survival and a problem of thriving, you know? So when it comes to the global north, that is the developed world, you know, survival is sort of taken care of because everybody has got access to food, to some kind of shelter. People can flick on a switch and a light turns on, and there is access to electricity, sanitation. But then when it comes to the global south, survival itself survival itself is looked upon as an everyday struggle, and thriving is looked upon as an unimaginable luxury. You know, because we have to care more about poverty, about hunger, about malnutrition, education, sanitation, gender inequality, gender violence, all of these topics before we can actually move towards thriving. And unfortunately, the environment and climate change is looked upon more as a problem of thriving rather than a problem of survival. And I also realized that the narratives in the West do not work for India. Like, for example, in the West, it's commonly said that, we need to consume less of everything. Now, if you go to a village in the global south, which is in abject poverty, and you go and meet a patriarch of a family, and you tell that particular person that, you know, we need to consume less of everything to make this world a better place, they're just going to turn around and say that, I don't have much to consume in the first place. What are you talking about? Or the other narrative of we need to build a better future for our future generations. Of course, we need to build a better future for our future generations. And I also say that time and again. But if you tell that same patriarch of that family that we need to build a better future for our future generations, they're going to be like, what about my generation? I don't have electricity. I don't have sanitation. I don't have access to running water. You can't skip my generation while you're figuring out this whole renewable thing. So basically, I started realizing that if one wants to be an environmentalist, you need to draw people in rather than push people away. And you need to work with everybody, and you need to have a holistic view towards problem solving. And that's the only way we can solve the climate crisis and we can solve the environmental crisis. If we work with everybody, have a strong sense of empathy, and understand that everybody needs to move ahead together, and everybody's got dreams and aspirations.
You know, it's interesting you say that because you're right. You know, climate change and action against climate change was thought of as a rich man's problem. It's the developed world's problem, so on and so forth. But now you're seeing sort of opposite narratives, right? In the global north, you are having leaders who are climate deniers, who are basically saying that climate change is a hoax. And here in the global south, I mean, you heard the minister earlier today saying that we are reaching almost 300 gigawatts of renewable energy, perhaps in the next few weeks. And we're on course to meeting 500 gigawatts by the end of the decade. So countries in the global south, like India, countries in Africa, etc., have become advocates and champions of action against climate change, whereas the original folks have now become climate deniers.
So I think it is a myth that there are a lot of politicians and lots of global leaders who are climate deniers. They are only in one country, and that is the United States. Okay. Because everywhere in the world, climate change is looked upon as a scientific consensus, and it's science. You know, climate change is science at the end of the day. It's only in America where climate change is looked upon more like a religion, that you can believe in climate change or you cannot believe in climate change, you know. So that is the difference between the United States and any other country. And also, countries like India and most of the countries in the global south have an ancient culture. And this ancient culture has always taught us to live in coexistence with the environment. Like if you look at Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it's constantly thrown around everywhere, and it was also the motto of our G20, G20, when we hosted the G20 in India. Now, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, right now, the only thing that comes to our mind when we think about it, or coexistence, is that living in peace and harmony among all of us human beings. But actually, if you look at the Upanishads, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam has always meant living in absolute peace and absolute harmony with with all life. That is not just human beings, but also the forests and the wildlife. And not only that, also with the elements of nature, the land we walk on, the air we breathe, the water we drink. So I guess for us to understand that climate change is a problem is easier for us to, imbibe, and also for us to understand the urgency of solutions. I think for ancient cultures, it's a lot easier. And also, the most important thing is that we are not at fault at climate change, you know. So we understand, rather the Western nations and the global North, the developed world, they've also got a lot of guilt, and I guess that's the reason why sometimes it's inconvenient for them to admit that climate change is a reality.
So finally, as I come to the conclusion of this short chat that we had, you know, you've been a multi-time Grammy Award winner. You've won the Ban Ki-moon Award. You've been honored at the United Nations General Assembly. You've won a Padma Award. Which of these you reckon is most precious to Ricky Cage?
For me, I think 100% by a huge, huge margin, it's the Padma Shri Award. Because, you know, to be recognized by our own country after being recognized all over the world, I think there is no feeling that can, that can come up to that, you know, that can match to that. Also, to be in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, to get the award from the Honorable, from Her Excellency, the President of India, and in the presence of Prime Minister Modi, I think it was absolutely amazing. And the whole ceremony was absolutely beautiful because there was an incident that happened over there, which I'll quickly tell you that, you know, after you win the Padma Award, all the winners assemble in one particular hall and all the family members assemble in another hall. So then Prime Minister Modi goes and visits all the family members first, and then he comes and visits the award winners. So when he finished off visiting the family members, he walked into the hall where all of us were assembled, and he walked straight to me, and I've got this photograph on my Instagram, and he holds my hand with both his hands, and he's like, तेरी मम्मी मिली मुझे वहां पर, and वो चिल्ला चिल्ला कर बोल रही थी कि मैं रिकी की माँ हूँ. So then I told him that, you know, that I'm sorry about that. That he's like, no, ऐसा ही गर्व होना चाहिए माता पिता को अपने बेटे पर. And he's like, I'm really, really happy that you won, and I'm very happy for your parents. So it was a beautiful moment for me. And so all of these things put together, I think that the Padma Shri, I think without a doubt, is something that I will cherish most.
All right. As we round up, we're going to request Ricky to play one of your compositions. You can talk about it, and then you can tell us, you know, the significance of it, how it came about, and of course, we'll end on that note.
Thank you. And so India as a country is much more than just us human beings. I think all of us agree to that because, you know, we human beings have been here for 3 lakh years. But our forests and wildlife have been here for 3,000 lakh years. So where is 3 lakh years? Where is 3,000 lakh years? So our beauty is defined by our forests and wildlife. Our sustainability is defined by forests and wildlife. And of course, without functioning ecosystems, we as human beings will cease to exist. So I believe that the true inhabitants and the true citizens of India are actually the forests and wildlife. And we need to look at them as being like, you know, our brothers and sisters and also Indian citizens just like us. So what I did was that I created, this is a few years ago, I created an instrumental version of our Indian national anthem, which is my favorite tune in the whole world. And some of you may know that I've created multiple versions of the national anthem, including with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra and all of that stuff. But anyway, this particular version I created dedicated to the forests and wildlife of our nation, the true citizens of our nation. So if you would please indulge me, let us all rise. And in respect for the forests and wildlife of our nation, and let us all rise for the Indian national anthem.
Well, what a beautiful rendition of our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again for Ricky Cage. Thank you, Zaka.
All right. With that, on that note, it's the end of the Sustainability Conclave 2026. Please join us for the networking dinner, and on behalf of Times Network, good evening and thank you for being a part of the conclave.
Well, Ashish and I are wrapping up. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being a part of the Sustainability Conclave 2026.